Lemon of Troy. Everyone should watch it 10 times.
I love that episode.
An old man is talking.
Hey, speaking of old, Futurama's coming back, I guess.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it
What I've
is?
heard.
Yeah,
Yes.
without Bender.
Yeah,
Well,
without
without the original
Without
voice.
Is it
Bender.
confirmed that he's not going to be a part of it now?
I think that's the main news story surrounding it. So,
Oh god, are they
wait,
going to do
are
the
you
Disney?
saying-
Are they going to use Respeecher for him?
Oh,
Are they going to Luke
Jesus.
Skywalker him? Are they going to ruin Bender's character?
Like, if you can't get him back, why even bother? Legitimately.
Money.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
money.
mean, I know, but
For
like,
money.
But the money,
Now-
Theo. But the money.
that's like always the answer for all
So,
of these
so
things.
basically,
like,
are they
you know.
getting rid of the character, or is it just John St. John who's not voicing him?
We
John
don't
St.
know.
John.
Or not John St. John.
I wasn't going
John
to question that.
DiMaggio.
John St. John is Duke
DiMaggio.
Nukem because I'm stupid.
Stoop Nukem.
DiMaggio.
John DiMaggio. Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah, Don.
Yeah, we
DiMaggio.
have a show that's primarily known for getting
think,
canceled, and we need to bring it back to make more money because it worked last time.
From what I understand, it's that they may be just recasting for Bender, which is
Yeah, you're not gonna get away with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like following Heath Ledger's Joker. Like, good luck.
Maybe
there any word on,
someone really good, but they won't.
Is there any word on why John DiMaggio? Like, who could they get where we would all just be like, oh, okay, sure, fine.
I don't know
Like if they got
anybody that.
Charles Dance.
No. Why
Wouldn't it be? wouldn't you
Charles
just-
Dance?
Wouldn't you just sign up to watch it though? Charles Dance as Bender.
I mean,
Oh,
it would be
my
interesting to
God.
see Mark Hamill play Bender, but that doesn't mean he's going to be good at it necessarily.
Wait, Mark Hamill's playing Bender, or is that a joke?
No, I'm just
Okay.
saying like that would be interesting. I would tune in to see that, but I don't know that means that he would necessarily be good just because he's a good voice actor.
No, it's just no. I don't see him in the role. I just don't.
What if they got Amy Schumer
Oh my
Play
god!
Charles Dance.
to play Charles Dance?
Amy
What?
Schumer to play Charles Dance.
I mean, some people have that kind of range. Let's find out if she does. Hi, everyone.
Oh, hi,
Hello.
everyone.
Hello.
Metal vagina.
Um,
Hey, vaginas are funny.
So
You
they
misogynist.
are actually. They're funny little things. We were all here. I say all. Metal is dead. He got hit by a
Oh,
train.
he is?
Yeah,
Oh.
so but he'll be
Could you
fine.
imagine if that was actually how you announced that had actually happened?
That was dead. He got hit
And, like
by a
everyone's
train.
like, this is so
Anyway,
insensitive.
Arcane.
And then I play a
Said in
video
that
that
same.
Metal made saying, "When I die, you must announce it this way." And I'm like, see?
Yeah, you turn on sad music and like a slideshow.
You have to say it in that same emphatic way, like it can't be said in any kind of series. Like metal is dead. You got hit by a train.
He got hit by a train.
And it's
Well,
like,
no
did he
one else
actually
rhymes
get
with
hit by a
train?
train? It's like, he did,
This
actually.
charade was all part of his last request.
Indeed. And what rhymes with train, everybody?
Lame.
Pain.
Arcane.
Which is what he felt when-
Yay,
oh.
We're gonna do it again.
No, that ends with N.
This is
Shut
the
the
second in a
fuck up,
series of
Jay.
5 streams about Arcane.
Yes, this is stream 2 of 17, because we're going to obviously talk about the show several times over. Once you've gone through the first time, you only know, what, like a fraction of the things that even happened? Because you were playing
Yeah.
video games, weren't you? Someone out there feels victimized right now.
Man,
That's
Yes,
good.
they were playing video games.
I like video games.
I think that ends up being your theory whenever you speak to somebody about the criticism of the show, and that Theo, you're like, were you
Yeah.
playing video games when you were watching this?
I mean, it's startlingly common with people just like completely misreading media or missing the most obvious shit. I can only assume that they're just doing something else on their other monitor.
And
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
is she
instead
dead?
of looking at the show.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's common. I did miss stuff the first time through Arcane when I was
Yeah, me
paying
too.
full attention, but yeah.
I didn't miss anything at all. I got every single thing. I only rewatched
me
it because
too.
I'm like, I guess I could.
Rewatch it to assert
Nothing
dominance.
better to do.
T-pose on Arcane.
Now we have a little bit of a cap. I say a little bit because literally, like, it's the kind of cap that any other podcast
Only
wouldn't
EFAP
even
would call it a cap.
We may only go for around 5 hours ish. Okay. So we should probably
No.
just get running. I have no idea how long it'll take us to get through these episodes now, because this is Act 2. That's how it was released, okay? It's the second of the 3 acts. Terrifying.
That is pretty terrifying.
I figure, because it's just gonna slow in with the previous stream, that we should just get going. Is that alright with everybody? We're just gonna jump right in? Yeah?
Jump
Yeah?
right
Well, I
in.
guess that's all right. I suppose we could do that.
Alright
But
then.
first, a
Oh, no,
word from
do it.
Keeps.
From Keeps?
Oh, it's the... I was about to say the beard care thing, and I was like, no, wait, it's the hair. It's just
That's
hair.
hair. You want to keep your hair. You don't want to keep
Beards are
your
made of
beard.
hair.
Dude, imagine it was the ad was
What?
like, a lot of men are losing their beards. It's time to keep your beard.
If you find a beard, please contact this number below so we can find its rightful owner.
a beard in the wild.
You've been stealing beards. I grew up surrounded by beards.
Oh
I
no.
thought we were
Grew up surrounded by
No.
beards.
sponsored by Trungos.
Well, I mean, we get sponsored by all kinds of really great products like QuibGift
True.
and Pinto.
We don't need to be paid to promote Trungos.
Believe in new.
Nor
We do it
Pinto or
voluntarily,
QuibGift. They're
yeah.
both incredible. Do you see the socks this month from QuibGift? They were fucking amazing.
my
Oh, I haven't
God,
checked those out yet. I've just been so busy, you know. I gotta log on and check out the Quib gift socks.
The second
Yeah,
I
I
got them,
didn't-
I started hiking. I was like, these are hiking socks. You gotta get
Socks-
them broken in.
Today's the day I became a hiker.
Mm-hmm.
I-
Socks
I
are
didn't-
okay, but the sockless toes, that's really where it's at.
I didn't realize this joke was going to derail so hard. We should get into this.
Oh wow, okay, Mr. Obsessed with Arcane.
No, it's the joke police.
I'll give you the opener so you can give us your incredible commentary. What do you think of Stanwyck Padidley? Huh? Das? Hmm?
Who the fuck is?
Exactly. What do you know about Arcane? I guarantee you Theo could answer that question.
Theo, get off mute and answer the question right now.
Wait, I know the answer to that question.
Well, that's actually kind of a funny, like, it's like a little litmus test. Who here even knows what I'm talking about? I know Rags
No.
wouldn't, and it would be fair to say that, but I assume the people who've
Is
rewatched
this
the
a
show.
Simpsons joke?
I literally
Nope.
thought you were making up a Wumbo word for fun.
Nope.
Nope.
This is
It's
something
a,
you
it's a
got-
real thing.
It's a real thing
I'm
from
having a
Arcane.
Stanwyck diddly old time.
Stab
There's a whole scene
Padidley
about
is-
it.
It's not Wumbo or Simpsons or Buffy or anything. It's from the show. Well,
Is
alright.
that the name of? Is that the name of Heimerdinger's cat?
No, it's the
Dog
name of
thing?
it's the name of somebody else that. Well, I guess should we not spoil it? I don't
Well,
know.
it's not a spoiler. It's just you were close enough, Rags. I give you the little trophy. Okay, you get it. It's all shiny and well. It's
Oh,
not
and you're the
as
one who had
shiny.
no faith in me whatsoever from the beginning.
Well, you've guessed, so I think that follows through with what I said.
No.
But it's a fair guess. You tried. I give you that. There's a statue, right? That's in the opening. There's this big old statue that the Heimerding is looking at. He says Stanwyck Padidley. And he says everything he built like broke or exploded. Yet here
I
he
remember that,
stands
yeah.
because he set his own interests aside for the good of the world. Nothing he could accomplish would compare to the work of his students, or at least that's what he believed, and it made him very important to Piltover, which is an interesting thought just to keep in mind about this Stanwyck Padidley. Funnily enough, I think. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention Stanwyck Padidley is a character pulled from the lore, but his function is very different. In the lore, Stanwyck Padidley steals Victor's credit for a few inventions, which is part
Oh.
of what you know.
I
takes
assume
Victor down
that
a
got
certain
reworked.
path.
Well, they changed him up a
No,
bit.
that's still a thing. And yeah, that's not how
Really?
it is in
Because-
Arcane.
Because in
Well, it can't
Arcane,
be
he
out as
was
an
just
Arcane,
an
he's dead.
assistant, and he didn't make any.
No, I mean
that-
that's how it is in the lore. It's just not how it is in Arcane.
Oh, okay, but like, is Stanwyck Padidley dead, or
Yeah, he's
He
dead.
appears to
In
be
the
dead
show, I think
Arcane.
so, yeah.
so? If he's dead, then how can he steal from Victor now?
Well, he can't. That's what. There's
That's
a
what I'm
difference between
saying.
like the league lore and like the shows.
Yeah, yeah.
League of Lore.
Well,
League
you're
of
telling.
Lore.
So you're telling me that the show is going to be completely different from the lore.
It diverges very heavily from the lore, or at least from
that's-
what was written.
So that's going to be interesting. So a lot of people were saying that because of the lore existing, then that's spoilers for the characters that don't die. This could mean that any one of our protagonists can be fucking killed in the next season.
They could be bottled at any point. Like
They
put
could
in
be
a
season.
bottle.
They could be padiddlied.
Yeah. Nobody wants that.
No,
I mean,
one
if I
wants
was
to be Padiddly.
if I was in charge of the writing team and I was like, oh, we've got a character named Stanwick Padiddly, like I would make sure to work that in, right? Like that's a great name.
Yeah,
I can't believe they fridged Stanwick Padiddly.
Yeah, it's fucked.
unbelievable.
They fridged Stanwick Padiddly.
Stan Lick. Uh-huh.
That would be a good name for like a Broadway musical. They fridged Stanwick Stanwick.
Stanley Padiddles.
No, we'll do this. They fridged Stanwick Padiddly.
There you
It
go.
would be a really good like a Broadway musical name.
You watch many Broadway musicals.
No.
So now you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, talking as though you watch all of them. Wow.
How much League of Legends do you play, Jay?
Hmm.
All three.
Who's your main?
Yeah, who are you? a main
Heimerdinger.
for?
All right, fine.
Heimerdinger main.
Fine, you passed the test, Jay. I don't know how you
I
knew
always
that
pass
name.
every test.
Well,
Well, because I play the game.
yeah, they're talking about like the progress that's been made in Piltover and the big event that is progressed in. It was funny for a second. I was when I was watching this, I was like, it's a bit overt, getting a lot of exposition we need, I suppose. But it is actually for a reason. It's that Jace is all stressed out because he's going to be doing the Progress Day speech. It's like, what? And Heimerdinger said he's usually the one. Well, I think Jace says that Heimerdinger is usually the one that does it, but he wants Jace to do it this time around, and it's because of the amount of progress they've made in 7 years. I think it's 7 years, 7 year time gap.
6 to 7, something like that.
Yeah.
Which includes the hex gates have been constructed and are functioning, which I think is going to begin our first discussion for good old world building. Because with everything you knew in those past 3 episodes, it's like a standard, and then you add 7 to 8 years, or 6 to 7, whatever, there's going to be differences. But what would they be? Now, I think when you watch Jace crack the Hex Tech in the scene, they have like flashes of the Rise spell. And so I bring that up because I've seen some discussions here and there in Discord, and I resist jumping in because I'm like, oh, some people say some stuff that's just interesting, that's all. So I saw someone saying how fucked that they've introduced this teleporting thing with the Hex Tech, ruins everything, and they had a list of different things it ruins, but one of them, right at the top, was, what the hell is this anyway? Oh, you're fiddling with some arcane magic, you float a little bit when you crack it, and suddenly you have teleporting? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Oh,
Yes,
Now first
yes, you do have teleporting.
That's the main thing that would
what
make
he
sense
did.
given what's been established.
so
Yeah, he puts the little cogwheel through the center thing, and it zips out the other side.
That's what Rise did.
it's what Rise did. That was Rise's spell. It was a teleporting spell. So it was just
Yeah,
like,
and the cog was a reminder of that.
I found
Literally
it so
did that on
strange.
the screen.
Yeah, but like, let's pretend for a second that wasn't what Rise did. It's magic. Like, since when they're creating magic? I don't see why you'd be like, how the fucking magic teleports? Like, I don't know, it's magic. Like, they get to really set the
Not dealing
rules
with-
here.
We're not dealing with established rules
Yeah.
of some kind of long history. We're dealing with, this is the magic system and what it can do being established properly for the first time. There's no contradictions here.
Yeah, it's a matter they get to tell us what the magic can do, and then we will go from there. And apparently they figured out the teleporting thing, and it's being used for commerce, which is
It's not like-
pretty interesting.
It's
I mean,
not like
that's-
Force
that's
Heal
the
being
natural
introduced
usage
in
of
like,
that,
you
I
know, the 9th installment.
luckily, in order to get the protagonists out of a very difficult position.
It's also with the way it's implemented at Karen, it's also fairly restrained, I want to say, because
I would say
this is a
dramatically
stipulation-
restrained. It's not even weaponized in any way.
because the stipulation they introduce later on that isn't quite explicit yet is that the hex crystals of this kind, they cannot be used for any portable devices. So whatever's built with them is like stuck in place. So we
Yeah.
can't just carry around a personal teleporter or anything.
Yeah, and so that was the first criticism I saw, and I was just like, it's just fine. All right, chill. But second criticism I saw, I told Frank about this one because it's just so fun. They were like, this is broken because It's been 7 years with this technology. By now, Noxus or another region should have invaded them for this technology.
What?
What?
Or should they have?
Really?
Like it would just be a thing that would happen. Just
You know how geopolitics works?
I was amused reading it. Like Noxus in the newspaper, it's like they've cracked teleport. It's like, all right, get the army. That's
All right.
it.
Get the boys together.
Yeah.
Noxus is on the border.
We're
They're
gonna
gonna
crusade
invade
I don't even
Piltover.
know about
It might
Noxus.
surprise you to learn that that's not how it works. I don't know.
we get told
how
relatively
much in the
quickly
show?
that Noxus is trading with them.
Yeah.
Using these portals. So yeah, I imagine, but like I don't want to jump ahead, but like Noxus is interested in them. The show definitely puts that forward, but they're not interested in the sense that they're going to kill Piltover and take it. That's not
But
quite.
they're also, I mean,
You think that might be a lot of effort and also not worth that effort, considering you're already trading with them with the Hex Gates?
there might be something that hasn't been revealed yet about one of the leaders of Piltover and their relationship with Noxus that might give you a really good explanation as to why they wouldn't just invade.
It's just
Why they might have a diplomatic trade relationship.
be so much more complicated than you have something I want, I'm going to kill you. Like, I doubt that's how the regions cooperate or ever have,
That's
really.
Even Noxus, the most warlike of them, doesn't operate like that. It used to when the law was, more black and white, I guess, with Demacia as the good guys and Noxus as the bad guys. But less so these days.
And so we'll get into what is it? Them cracking, teleporting. What kind of repercussions should that have for their society? Do you think? Is there anything that this show doesn't do very well? Do you think between a lot of you?
I mean, I guess it's not explored super much. I mean, mostly we know that it's used for trading.
Yeah.
At this point, we don't really know much else. So, I mean, I think a reasonable criticism might be that you don't see enough of the impacts, or that you could explore it more. Is maybe a way that you could put it. Like if someone wanted to give that as a criticism, I think that's pretty reasonable because, like I don't have a great understanding of exactly how it works or what the limitations are, or exactly how it's being used, right? But in terms of what we actually get, I don't have much of a problem with it.
I don't think I would call it fair for you to criticize the show for not going more into something that isn't like directly about its main cast and its characters and its story.
Not
Like,
to mention,
I would say they could, but I don't think I would say it is a criticism that they didn't.
yeah, and not to
Yeah.
mention, there's a lot that just goes unmentioned because the other characters know that they're just already aware of what's going on, so they don't need to exposit a speech every time something is introduced, because a lot of characters are of the understanding that the other characters are already privy to the information. And so that's again, the show does a lot of show don't tell and kind of treats the audience with more respect than most shows do, honestly. So
So if you think that, you're stupid.
I would go as far as
I guess
saying Heimerdinger, especially once you've got the full show, probably is the full representation of everything is done securely and safely over time. And so I wouldn't be surprised if this is literally the only use of the technology right now, just that gate being used.
I can imagine Jason Victor bounced some more ideas off of him, but Heimer was like, no, we're just going with this one.
Yeah,
Maybe
and it probably took a while to get that
stuff.
one through. I'm sure he was against it at first,
Yeah.
sort of thing. But it's not hard to imagine that with the benefits it provides, that he was outvoted or something like that. Because it was part of it was being like, shouldn't it have like way more of an effect on the entire city, society, and possibly the whole world to have invented something like this? And I'm just not sure what changes we should have seen that we didn't see. Trade has been increased in speed significantly for very particular elements. Like, it's not like everything is transported that way now. It's that particular things are. It's more for like higher.
Changed.
Yeah.
It's changed Piltover's geopolitical status. They're a shipping lane now.
Yes.
Because the Hex Gates are fantastic for that.
You might be able to say there isn't enough of a contrast, maybe, like because like Piltover would logically become much more prosperous, but I don't think it's established well enough how prosperous they are in the first 3 episodes to really make a contrast. But again, that's pretty nitpicky.
You don't need to establish something like that. You just need to establish that it is booming now, right?
Which I think
Yeah,
they do
I think
with
that's completely fair.
with the opening of Progress Day. Everybody's
Yeah.
It's very clear that
I mean-
Piltover is prospering. Yeah.
If the show opened with episode 4, right? And I mean, you could do that. You could basically just lose the first 3 episodes and start. I mean, you would lose a lot of great storytelling, but you could start the story at episode where it picks up at episode 4, and you would it would make sense.
I think you could follow it, yeah. It's just that you miss out on a lot of foundational stuff that give you more
Yeah.
feels.
The thing is, if we did start with, hey, this new technology was invented 8 years ago, you wouldn't be then like, and I don't think anyone would be saying, well, it's not really established how it was working out, how well we were doing before, so we can't really contrast because, yeah,
We can
It's
imagine it.
just
is what you're saying,
understood.
or-
well, yeah, it's just understood that you don't really need to see it to understand that a change has occurred.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like I'll probably have some criticisms of the magic system at some point, but I don't think it's a problem right now.
All
I
right.
would hasten to like cover the bases and say it's perfectly fair for one to start to wonder and also probably be worried about what this technology is capable of.
Well, yeah, magic. It's not too far away from time travel for me with writing. It's like you gotta be careful. Magic can it can fuck everything
You
up
do
if you're
have to
not
be
careful.
careful with magic.
Time
for
Yeah.
travel,
sure.
huh?
You don't want to
But
end up like Harry Potter.
Well, so
Mm.
I don't know that if I would say that magic and time travel are necessarily on the same level.
Well, I
Yeah,
did.
time
but
travel's
they're in the
worse.
same-
Not even close.
Time travel is so much worse.
time
Well,
time
I-
travel is just like a narrative cul-de-sac that you just get lost in.
Well, yeah, so I would say that it's the reason why I would say that is because magic can make things a little bit like you can be like, oh, does that really like how things interact in the world, or like just how real world science is impacted by it? Like, there's sometimes that can be a bit murky, but like time travel is at the root, it's cause and effect. Like you
Yeah.
are playing with fire when you are doing time travel.
Yeah, and in your
Endgame
story, you
video
can still
coming
set
soon.
exactly. You can still set limits for magic and everything in between. But when it comes to time travel, you can try and set all the limits that you want. But it seems time travel always contradicts itself.
Yeah, the only
I
the only good time travel movie I've seen is Primer that I can think of. Are there any other good ones? Because it's been done a lot.
So I think that Terminator is a good time travel film, because I feel like an easy interpretation of the time travel in that film is it happens and we got like a new timeline now, and we don't even need to think about the timeline that they came from. Like it's just irrelevant now.
Does that make it a good
but
time
then-
travel movie, or just the time travel?
The time
makes...
travel as an element doesn't compromise the story. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even
guess,
think of that as a time travel movie. Obviously,
most
Terminator
people
1 and 2
don't.
are pretty good.
Because Ryan Johnson was
people
right when
don't,
describing that movie, but not when describing his own.
but not when he described Looper.
Wait.
I
How
think-
did he describe it?
He said that in Looper, it's like Terminator with the time travel. It sets up the story and then gets out of the way. That couldn't be further from the truth.
No?
Like, time travel is a consistently.
Has he not? What? Has he not seen the film he made?
I don't know. I don't-
No,
It's
he
okay. As we
probably
established
hasn't.
before the stream, Zack Snyder can't read.
Wait, that's a different person that can't read.
I
Snyder
don't want to question
is-
that.
and
I
Ryan
just want to
Johnson are the
accept
same
that.
person.
I just want to accept the conclusion of this is that Zack Snyder can't read.
Ryan Johnson, his alter ego is Zack Snyder. He's like, yes, now I could finally be free from my confines of a brain, and I could make all the stupid movies I always wanted to make. I will be Zack Snyder.
Dude, those two should
And
team up.
Yeah, they should. Then they can make a movie that's, I don't know, what would their combination movie be?
Well, I suppose they could make a
Zack
Knives
Snyder and
Out,
Ryan
but
Johnson.
like the opening is just Daniel Craig covered in blood holding
Like it was a
knives, and it's
zombie
like
tiger, yeah.
bum, bum, bum,
And Batman shows up.
Bum. Yeah, he has to.
It's,
Yeah,
it's called Knives Out. It opens on
I
somebody
throw
with
up
knives
whenever
out.
I see someone killed.
that would be
Rock's
funny to
surrounded by
listen to.
knives.
Ryan is like, I want a shot where like it shows, Daniel Craig is like standing above all of the people, and he's just like, no, blood. We need blood, death, Doc.
We have like a
Ellie.
fist fight between all of the characters in this room right now, and then a zombie tiger could jump in through the window.
Oof, cool.
Then then they pull out machine guns, and one of them has a katana, and it is very cool.
Zack Snyder would be like, I have a great color correction filter to use on this film, and it like completely desaturates it and makes it about 70% darker.
Very cool.
Zack Snyder be like, I have a great color correction filter I could put on this film, and then just puts on a pair of sunglasses.
Yeah.
How did it change the colors of everything in the world? That's amazing. How did it do that?
So
Who else
anyway,
knows of this power?
We're a tenth of our time is up already.
Oh, well.
Well, that happens.
I'll keep doing that in fractions because everyone loves fractions. By showing us this progress has been made with the hex gates, it's very clear time has passed. And I would say a big indicator of that as well is that Heimerdinger has a lot of he's very respectful toward Jace and even says you deserve this honor, which quite a difference compared to the last time they were talking. So it's like, yeah. It must have Jace must have been doing some good shit since then. We get a lot of that in this opening to tell you Jace's reputation is completely different than it was 7 years ago.
Yeah, we've gone from don't mention magic, shut up, shut up, shut up to this. So
Man of progress.
Oh no, we're 2 minutes
Yes.
into the episode.
We are. Yeah, he mentions, by the way, and this is, I think, very important. Heimerdinger mentions his achievements in the sense of you've brought scholars to our city and you've reignited passions in art and science. So it's not like he's talking about you've made trading wine with Noxus very efficient. It's like, no, he's
Heimerdinger's a wino.
Heimerdinger
So
has
he's
like his
really,
own
really happy.
priorities and things that he cares about.
He's like a Karen.
Karen.
No, I don't know. Karen.
Heimerdinger is a Karen.
He's a character.
Oh,
I want
no.
to see him with the hair.
I saw you using magic, and I want to speak to your manager
Mhm.
immediately. This is very unsafe.
Wait, what if a Karen is the manager? Because he is kind of the manager in a lot of ways, so I would like to
He
speak to
became
myself.
the manager.
Oh,
This is
God.
where we
the-
bring in Zack Snyder and they have a
singularity.
sword fight.
Karen Dinger.
Mhm.
But yeah, one of the first visuals you can start to spot is that there is this Man of Progress thing that's being printed on like all kinds of different things, banners, cups, and stuff, with Jace's face. It's like, oh, that's definitely a change. And we see some mechanical butterflies. Ain't they cute? I wish to
Aw.
Very cool.
I wish to plant a flag in that. I'm gonna plant flags as we go with lots of different things. I think I did it with the first 3 episodes because we're gonna do all kinds of callbacks. You better be ready for that. It's gonna be scary. But yeah, everything's very happy, chill. Like kids are in wonder with all the technology and there's little like elements and everything's fun. It's just like Piltover Progress Day is a lot of good shit.
Yeah. Big deal. Everyone's happy.
And then we see Caitlyn, which, well, I guess you should say we see Jace first. I was actually looking over this yesterday when I decided to take a break from editing. Book of Boba Fett reaction, episode 7 coming out possibly tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yeah, oh my god, the finale. Just want to throw that out there, chat. If you saw Book of Boba Fett, wasn't it fucking amazing? Best episode.
Remember the
Anyway.
Rancor?
I remember the
rank.
Rancor.
I
Mm.
remember.
I remember the Rancor.
Anyway,
Remember
the last
Dirt?
time we saw Jace in relation to the, it is Kiraman's, right? Or is
Yeah,
it?
Kiraman.
Yeah, okay.
Kalen Kierman, yeah.
Yeah, so he got booted out basically and separated from being able to talk to Caitlyn, and then when we see him with Caitlyn's mum in this scene, like the first moment she describes him as their most famous protege, it's like, holy shit, that's changed then. Like, he's now like fully accepted and even used as a boon to their like achievements and stuff.
They can't just use him as a boon.
They did, and they will.
Boon me,
How
daddy.
could they?
They put his
guess-
face on posters.
I guess to plant this seed already, you may notice that someone else isn't here while all this is going on.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2
Yeah.
people that cracked hex tech.
Hitler.
Seems to be that one of them's not around that much. But then we get almost a reintroduction to Caitlyn. Just add some of the stuff you've known from the first 3 episodes, but this is more of a strong introduction to a character, especially there's a lot of dialogue that gives you the baseline for what she's going to be up to. Primarily being, Jace is making fun of her for being on guard here when there's literally like no crime at all, but that's thanks to her mum is what we figure out, because she doesn't want her anywhere near actual danger. And she says like she's annoyed, and then he says, well, it's your fault for not following a career more befitting your station. See, we got class issues. Can you believe it?
Yep.
Yay.
Yeah, and Caitlin said she'd do anything to keep me from seeing the real world. Which, one of them fundamental lines, I would say, that describes a lot about a person.
Yes.
Anyway,
she's,
A lot about a pretty great character.
oh god, I feel like this fight's already brewing, bubbling. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, so you see the shipping lanes, and there's this weird guy on like a board of some kind, holding a stopwatch, getting toward it. He looks villainous, I think. He's probably a bad guy. And then there's these like thug-like peeps moving some barrels. So everything seems kind of normal on the surface, but 3 barrels have little crosses on them, little pink crosses. It's like, you gotta wonder. And
You might recognize Big Tattoo Man as one of Silco's goons.
yes, he was the one that got punched in the fucking face by
Yup.
Vi. And I think he was down until the like end of the episode. So,
Yeah, pretty much. Surprised he ain't dead.
good to know he's alive and well after 7 years in hospital, probably.
Popped his goddamn head off.
Oh, he's got nothing good in the store for him, if you recall.
True. So yeah, this guy is like,
Poor guy.
what you guys up to? And then they give him a bag of money. It says money on the bag, and they're like, from your friend downtown, I think is what Savika says. Who looking a little bit different as well. Last we saw her arm
Got
was
a cool
blown off.
poncho.
Yeah, she's not dead. She looked pretty damn dead earlier on, but she seems to have made it.
And she's got like scarring on her face to the side as well. There's another detail about her that I'll try and pick out if I can find it. But yeah, it's kind of neat because like every person you see who was in the first 3, it's just like the show kind of wants to try and be like tell you some stuff without telling you it straight away, and we'll get to that soon enough with some other characters. But yeah, she gives money, everything's great. It's about to move on, but these pesky bored people, they just rush in and attack.
Bored people.
They look, yeah, they're
Sounds so racist.
bored people. People of bored.
Mm-hmm.
People are bored.
Who have pretty interesting tech, and they have like masks that also modify their voices, and when they come in they throw like crystal things at people and it freezes them up temporarily. And they say that the leader seems to have a timer too, to make sure he knows when they're going to break out, because it's only temporary. Which is pretty interesting. Whoever these guys are, they don't seem to want to kill people, or if they can avoid it, they'll do it. So, it's always a big indication of stuff and
They're
things.
coming in prepared.
Yeah.
You could say that they got crowd
That's not
control.
Captain Marvel.
They got CC'd and they know how long it lasts. They're stunned for a
A
set period of
5-minute
time.
stun. Nobody's gonna think
Yeah.
that's balanced.
Please,
okay?
5 minutes. You are stunned for 5 minutes.
Like, I'm
Or
just gonna
like, play the
fucking
game,
go make
please.
food if I get hit by that move. Like,
There's a
fuck.
mean,
4 minute
if you-
second cooldown.
If you've
Good
played
old
WoW
playing.
Classic, it's not far off from Kidney Shot.
Oh.
Kidney
boy.
shot? Oh no.
Morgana, someone said, because of it.
Yeah, that's the old joke. You get hit by a Morgana bind, you go and make a cup of tea, take a shower, and go about your day. Then you come back and you're still like halfway through the CC duration.
That's the thing about when you're in the middle of a fight. If anything takes like 2 seconds, like literally that's the description. It feels like 10 minutes.
Mhm.
Please
2
let
seconds
me
is
go.
A long time in gameplay terms.
But yeah, so obviously Silco must have some kind of deal with the people involved with these things via money to sell Shimmer, and these ships are going through those lanes, so that seems to be an operation, and these fuckers are attacking it, whoever they may
Oh,
be.
no.
Party
Um,
poopers.
Yeah. But they seem to be
That would be funny. That's what they said. Oh, the party poopers are here. That's the name of their
That's
organization.
the organization
The
name.
party poopers.
So they
I feel
seem
like
to...
more terrorist sects and like organized crime need to prioritize humor when coming up with their name.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they attacked on Progress Day, because they're party
Well, but-
poopers.
Mhm.
Imagine like fucking some terrorist organization decided to call themselves like the Poopy Poops,
The
just so
poopy
that they'd have to
poops.
listen, just so that like news reporters would have to say that.
Here are
That's
the
the
demands
only
of the
reason.
poopy poops.
Just like, wouldn't
The
it be
poopy
really
poops
funny?
have wiped.
So yeah, their goal is to just destroy, crush, kill all of the shimmer. And it's just like, at that point you're just like, I wonder who's aligned with who here. What exactly is happening? And two of them go below deck, I guess, to check to see if there's more to destroy down there. But then like they're trying to do like a creepy thing. Like what's going on here? And they accidentally trip something that locks the room, and you see a little drawing, which I think is enough to already give it away for
Yeah.
most people.
Given we've seen a character draw something of this type of animal and in a very jagged way before.
Well, I was gonna say I'll try and grab up a little comparison here. Like, so this is what they see, and I would say it looks a lot like this, which is something that was all drawn up by Powder back in the day, in the sort of main area. But the drawing she's done this time, kinda reminds me of something. Does it remind
The
you
bomb.
guys of something?
Of a monkey,
Yeah.
perhaps?
Yeah.
One
Which,
that might have
Hmm.
caused a few problems.
So, this is the thing. I'm trying to avoid praising the show too fucking heavily, okay? But I think that's a really fucking good choice. Because straight away, tells me a lot, alright? Lots of information is sent right into my brain worms. I have them. Lots of them. They just chill, eating pasta
We
and
know.
stuff. Yeah, that's a thing that's happening there.
Monkey has not left her thoughts.
No. And
Don't worry, Chad.
they say she's here, and when I was watching this, I was just like, oh fuck, what has she become as a result of this? Like, oh jeez, because she's essentially a psychopath in the game.
Yes.
So, and that's not off the table for what we see in the first 3 episodes, plus 7 years of being brought up by these laws. So,
bad one.
yes, she like goes past them real quick and attaches 6 grenades. I really wish it would just 2, because like, man, you attach 3 on each of them real quick. It's impressive. She must have had like some kind of like 3 in each hand, I'm sure. Though obviously it doesn't really matter. 1 or 3, they get blown up and they dead. Which I guess is an immediate thing of like, whoever just attached those bombs really doesn't give a fuck about killing people, huh?
No.
So how many does your E do in the game?
Oh,
Her
he
E
is like incredibly
3 of
low
them.
damage.
And yeah, it doesn't do any damage.
Mainly
It's a
stun.
crowd control ability.
Yeah, I was just saying how many of the chompers get launched. I think it's 3 or
It's
5.
3.
3? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we got like a little smoke as she exits the thing, and I think they like kind of do. I guess you could call it like an audience bait for a moment. She could like comes across as a little bit out of the loop and like, hi, and you're just like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Because you know, for those who have no fucking clue who Jinx is from the game, it's just like, this is Powder grown up now, which is already just like, oh man.
And the first thing she does is huck 2 grenades at 2 more people.
Yeah, and pulls the pins with her teeth. It's just like, oh shit, she's
I mean, she's cool.
Well, I don't know how everyone feels about that. You know, I don't. Dare I ask? Does everyone think that she's cool or not? I don't know.
I think she's very cool, and like the suspense in
she's
the scene is
cool.
pretty great. I think.
Sometimes she crosses the edgy line for me, but I think she's cool like a lot of the time.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard people refer to her as like a Jared Leto Joker in how like extreme she can be sometimes.
No.
Not even close.
I don't know that
Not
we can have
vaguely
that
close.
conversation just yet. We're gonna need a lot more references.
Yeah.
But that is definitely a conversation that we're gonna have to have, because there's a lot of people have brought it up. A lot of people feel that way. They may be
Yeah,
wrong.
What I will say is like she represents kind of an archetype, and the
Yeah.
archetype has been done very badly a lot of times, and I think that
Oh, yeah.
she's a very good version of that archetype.
It's such an easy. It's such like a hey, let's wank over how cool this character is archetype that it just becomes so cringe immediately if they do it with that attitude.
Yeah.
Obviously the main reference would be Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn for recent years, right?
How
Yeah, for
dare
sure.
you?
You hate
Um,
women.
That is a
Yes.
character that has had 3 full portrayals in movies, and they still don't know exactly what the fuck they're doing with her. I don't really understand much about her. You guys
I
remember
think
Birds
the
of
big
Prey?
No.
Not well, no.
Didn't see it.
It is a sludge movie that's hard to recall.
I agree.
Well, because I think the whole point of that film was like, moving on from Mr. J, you know, like that was basically the whole point of that film. And I think by the end, we're meant to believe that that's what happened. I don't know. It feels like, and then in like the Suicide Squad, it felt like she was pretty static.
hmm
She's there because it's Harley Quinn, and everybody likes Harley Quinn, right?
And she would have to announce that she's a bad guy, and like Suicide Squad, not the Suicide Squad, to make sure no one's.
Oh,
That's not confusing at all, right?
We're bad guys. It's what we do.
Ugh.
That
Exactly
was
how
the
she
first one,
talks.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, she knocks out 2 of the 4 people who are the bawdy people in this area straight away, and then she's obviously knocked down 2 below. I keep wanting to call him by his name, but I'm like, I guess I shouldn't yet. The
You need to
leader
call him
throws 2 of those crystally things
Owlman.
at it. She dodges one and shoots the other one. And I don't know, it's just that
She been getting good.
we should go with that pistol. I think we're about to talk about her aim with a different weapon soon. But I like this shot. You can see the Batman. I mean, he's not Batman, but he's a man who seems to have bat features.
The species is called Chirians or Kyrians. I'm not sure what the pronunciation
Wait, is there a champion who's one of those?
There is not a champion. There is, however, a bunch of like
Fighting
cards
racism.
in the card game.
Okay.
So I would just buy the comic book that if the title was "Man Who Seems to Have Bat Features."
Mildly
Imagine-
bat
Just a
like.
picture of a person with like some pointy ears and like a nose like that with question marks all around him. Like he appears to have bat features.
But yeah, he goes for it. She dodges and shoots him in, I think, his mask. Or he dodges it. It's kind of hard to tell because it's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's a very, very quick maneuver.
But she
Appears
does
to be a dodge.
kick him over and then jumps and lands specifically on his head, which I would probably hurt a little bit. And it breaks his
little bit.
mask. Meanwhile, the leader and a subordinate are just desperately trying to get the job done now, which is to explode or at least burn the shimmer. I'm not sure. Does shimmer explode or does it just burn?
It appears to explode in concentrated issues or anything like that, but it's like by itself, it seems to be like an accelerant.
Yeah.
Well, kind of like
we
petrol.
watched because in the third, it's basically like gasoline because we saw it in the third episode. It was trailed along the floor and then it like followed up to the lab where there was like a bunch of it and then it blew up. So it's basically like gasoline.
He signals his friendo to drop the flare to burn it, and she grabs it. By the way, look at her nail varnish there. Look at that detail.
Girl boss.
I mean, most
Well,
shows.
whole uniform as well, there's, like,
yeah,
Gaps in it.
scratchy.
Yeah, like
Some of
seriously,
it's
because
come off.
you'd think, especially with the style, they could have just made it a single color for each nail. But instead, we got all the scratchy removal pieces of it, and you can, if you look at all the details of the colors and the reflections on them, it's just like you don't have to do
Incredibly
that,
detailed. Yeah.
but you do it anyway. Jinx grabs her hand and hits her in the head with the butt of the pistol, and it knocks off the mask, and it's Vi, or at least she thinks it is. Because the girl.
I also thought it was.
I very much like that they give it to you from her perspective first. I'm appreciative of that.
Yeah, and she's struggling there, and she immediately, like comes out of this sort of Terminator mode into, oh, wait, what? And we
It's
get,
just like shut down briefly.
yeah, that's the girl she's actually grabbed. But you can understand the mistake, kind of. I think she even
Yeah.
says it's the hair. And then we get flashes of memory. And now this is not like Boba Fett, where they're like, do you remember all the Tuskens that
This
died?
is just
Isn't
like
that
Boba Fett.
sad?
What are you talking about?
Look at this
No,
fucking
these
frame.
are flashbacks with interesting little things added into them. It's like the memories are a little bit warped.
A complete
Or
clash.
it's like we're seeing a person's perception of an event rather than literally just the same footage that we were shown originally, but again.
Yes.
Whoa, what a great way to do a flashback.
And the fact that we cut the first flashback is her being loving, and then the second one is her grabbing her and saying you're a jinx. Just very straightforward. This is a clash. She has a clash of thoughts.
You can see it in her expression.
God.
She's just trying to process
Yeah.
whatever the fuck's going on in her head.
Well, look at that image right there.
Yeah.
The
really scratchy line work is it just makes it a lot more chaotic as an image.
This is something that the show I think does exceptionally well, which is like surreal explorations of the mind. There's a bunch of different shots that do that in different ways, but I found it to be very effective. It's something I really like, but it's not done very well in film all that often, so I really appreciate that.
In this case, it feels like another just good example of utilizing the medium.
Absolutely, yeah. Though, you know, I'm not unaware of criticisms of this moment, right? So the first one I've seen is that, wow, is it so hard to try and use your other arm to help you get out of being grabbed? I think all you've got here is that the girl is panicking and she's been hit in the face with a pistol, so maybe she's a bit woozy, but yeah, it doesn't seem like she's putting as much effort as she could into escaping Jinx's grip.
I would say that this is not as bad as in Endgame, a film that I haven't been thinking about lately, where Thanos is about to get an axe pushed into his face by Thor, and he just leaves his left arm just there, not doing anything for a solid 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is really quick as well, and it's kind of difficult to understand exactly how much time has passed, because it's Jinx's mind is going all over the place.
POV. Yeah.
But then the other criticism is, are they not standing in fire right now? Which,
and also, look, she's using her other hand. Look.
She is there, yeah.
Yeah.
Visually, gorgeous, but I think it probably should have fucked up their legs quite a bit. They're both standing in the pool.
Yeah. They're right in it. They're right in it, yeah.
At least I can appreciate that this avoids a huge pet peeve of mine in video games, which is when your character lightly maybe gets within the vicinity of a tiny little flame on the ground, your entire character bursts into flame and you start taking damage.
Dude, that's such a fucking movie trope with objects and buildings. Like, there's one flame on the floor, the whole thing goes up.
Everybody is doused in gas. Like,
your character must be doused in gasoline, yeah.
Wait, is it super clear they're standing over? I'm watching it right now. I guess
standing in the.
Their feet are in
the pool.
I'm pretty sure they're in it. And someone said it's to show she's focused.
They are.
I do follow that it would show she's focused, but she stands in here long enough that I would do serious damage to her legs.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good criticism.
The fire is purple. How do you know how it works?
I've bought purple fire before.
Have you not heard the song Purple Flame?
No.
That means you're
it's got the rules in it somewhere, but it's fine.
Yeah, the girl breaks from the grip, and as she tries to run away, Jinx shoots her in the back, and she's dead.
Wow.
Which, yeah, and the leader is like, "No!" And it's just kind of like, "Oh man, I'm so conflicted. What's happening here? Who's the good guys? Who's the bad guys?"
A reaction immediately after it seems like Jinx sort of did that reflexively.
Yeah, she's almost hyperventilating, probably wondering what the hell is happening because she was certain that was Vi for a moment. And yeah, the leader's all sad, He's like, oh my god, why the fuck, dude? And then he looks at his little clock, and all the people are breaking out of the freezy thing, so he best get going. But he still tries to commit to hitting her.
Yeah.
And
He's
in
mad.
reaction, yeah, he's very mad. So he sprints at her with his little stick. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Looks very custom. And in response, she pulls out a fucking Gatling gun and starts spraying it like a madman.
Everywhere.
But I think is it person with bat-like features is the one that saves.
Yeah,
he gets him
Tyrion
out.
man bails him out.
I love the expressions on Jinx's face in this scene when she's shooting that gun.
Mm.
Fucking losing her schnizzles. And yeah, she's shooting fucking everywhere.
Looks completely terrified.
Well, yeah, because I don't know what better
Like,
way to have shown
sometimes
us her mind is a fucking tangled web of chaos right now.
Sometimes it's rage, and sometimes it just looks like outright fear.
Yeah. And I noticed this as well. That this was definitely the first time where I was like, I'm really starting to notice it. The when screaming characters, they don't resist showing that saliva getting around.
Yeah.
Mm.
They didn't before.
The animators have a spit fetish.
Yeah,
Spitfish.
she
Split.
tags a whole bunch of things, a bit of the shimmer, and one of the henchmen. And it looks as if she just shoots until the Gatling gun, like, I don't exactly know how the Gatling gun works. I don't think it's a spoiler to consider everything we know about it throughout the show. It seems to run on, I don't know if there's an ammo feed, is kind of where I'm going with this.
Yeah, I don't know where the like.
I think we might have to chalk this one up to technological bullshit
I think so.
Yeah.
because
The ammo
you
is
can't.
stored in hammer space.
Yeah, you can't actually, like in the movies, you can't carry a Gatling gun around and just shoot it. You have to carry
Yeah.
all the ammunition that you want to shoot, and you have to carry this big fucking battery to spin the thing. And the gun itself is going to be a huge. It weighs a crap load. There's a reason you can't just carry those around.
We know that it fires real physical ammo.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you see the shells everywhere on the
Spitting
ground.
casings everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's,
there goes that interpretation.
This is the kind of I think this comes up more than once. They are locked in to what certain weapons have to be here because of the game. I don't know that it was natural for her to make a Gatling gun. The pistol is totally chill with me. The Gatling gun feels a little bit more like, well, she has it in the game. You're like, yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
especially when her skill is established. She's a sharpshooter. When a Gatling gun is
Not a
it's a
sharp
different kind of.
I
Much
think
more
this
difficult
to
should have
be-
come later.
Sorry?
I feel like this should have come later.
Yeah,
I don't
same.
disagree with that. And I've seen a lot of people point out, it's like, man, that is something that's pretty damn heavy for a girl, her build. And it's like,
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
very tiny.
she
I-
probably
I-
weighs
I
like
totally
100
get
pounds
it.
or something.
Yeah.
Well, 80? It's like something ridiculously small, I'd imagine.
Right now, she's still in like the early stages of Unhinged, so I don't know about the Gatling gun.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
A manic weapon, I agree. And the barrels are spinning, and the last one ends on showing the girl who's dead. And again, a nice choice of doing a shot. I think we found this. Fring, were we talking about it? Where it's like Boba Fett is like a show where you can tell, and yeah, we're gonna be referencing it a whole bunch again, guys. We just saw the finale. Okay, it's a show where no shots are thought about. You can tell that they're all just done for the sake of, like, this is what happens, so this is what we show.
Yeah.
While
When they show Luke's arm, its entire frame is just Luke's arm out of focus.
that
Yeah, that
was
was
a
odd.
funny moment, yeah. Meanwhile, a show like Arcane, it seems like they grab opportunities to present things in particular ways a lot of the time, and it makes for a lot of fun looking at them, because you're like, oh. And it seems to me like that's a huge indicator of passion, I think. Because I don't know that it requires intense levels of talent and skill and experience to be able to just pull off some shots that make the audience go, oh, it's a different way of showing that.
I'd agree.
I feel like
A lot
you
of time
can...
as well.
Go
So what I find to be underappreciated is cinematography that conveys the atmosphere and the tone of the scene without drawing focus from the events that are actually happening within it. You don't have to be consciously perceiving, wow, that's such a great shot, to be watching excellent, amazing cinematography. And Arcane has a lot of that,
Yeah.
where it captures atmosphere without pulling focus.
I've seen people talk about it. I guess I'll bring it up because I don't know. It's like, is there not boosted strength for everybody in Arcane / League of Legends? That's not something I'm aware of at all.
Not really.
You would have to just take that by the standards of looking at what the average human seems to be capable of doing.
They seem
Yeah,
pretty
like,
normal.
they all seem pretty normal. I mean, you remember when we were talking about Vi using Vander's gauntlets and she was being weighed down by them and everything, right? So
It's
streets
grounded,
are
but like there are things like some of the jumps Vi makes and whatnot, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much that's worth talking about because
There are a few bits of them doing some stuff that's like, whoa, that's something you can do. And like, yep, all right. But
people can do that. Shrug.
yeah. I don't know about the idea that she's able to hold this because she's got boosted strength from something. That argument
No.
only comes in episode 8, I would argue.
Yes.
But yeah, just another. The rest of the scene is just appreciating her facial expressions again, which there's a lot of really good ones.
It's a really cool thing they did because we talked about fan service before, and I feel like the start of the scene is, whoa, look, it's Jinx. She's cool now. Look, she's beating them up and she's really good and stuff now. And then they bring it back, like back to the narrative by showing, no, this person still has a shitload of trauma and their mind is not sound.
And
by having a completely just break in the second half of it.
And there's a consequence layer that's fun to see. The fucking bad guy, at least, right-hand man being Savika, is like, the fuck are you doing? And it's like, yay, It's not just that she's crazy and nobody cares. Even the bad guy's like, you're fucking everything up. And
Savika hates it.
So he says, what the fuck are you doing? And then she says, we're bad guys. It's what we do.
It's what we
And that's what
do.
happens.
I can't wait to
God.
get back to the last drop and tell Mr. J that I ruined the airship.
Oh
job.
God!
No!
And then he says, honka honka.
No! Silco says
Come here,
honka
Jinx,
honka.
my little honka honka.
Oh, jeez.
I can't wait to get the David
God,
Ayer
that would be
cut
so
of
horrible.
Arcane.
She like smiles at Savika, and then Savika has this moment of looking around, and just the expression change on Jinx's face then as well. Just like, I fucking hate you. But they hate each other. They're not exactly friends, Jinx and Savika. Not a shock either, because Savika, her whole thing is trying to make things run smoother. So, Jinx
The
is
little
kind of
smirk from Jinx is almost seemed to be like daring Savika to take a swing or
yeah.
something to that effect.
All right,
Something
you know
with a
what?
chip on her shoulder, I think I would keep.
Wow, a chip on her
take that as part
shoulder,
of that.
really?
Yeah,
Isn't that bigoted or whatever? Pretty sure.
probably.
Yeah, we see some people fucking around with some fun stuff on Progress Day, and then we get Victor is popping in a big screw with some runes written on it, and I think when we were watching it, we saw this shot of Victor, and we were both like, "Oh no! Oh, he's like,
Yeah.
To be fair, I think a lot of people might not even notice there's something to notice. Let's see if we can get a comparison.
There's a couple of things.
There are a few things.
One moment. I'm pretty sure I have an image for this.
We've gone through 10 minutes
Where
of the
are you?
episode. It's very promising.
There's actually 2 things to notice about his changes. Well, to be fair, there's probably more than that, but there's 2 things that I notice. There we go. Okay, so when we saw him in episode 2, this is how he looked. And then we see the first time we see him in this episode, he's looking like this, which I think is a really good comparison.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't doing well.
Cheeks are all sunk in, and he's got
Use of
dark
colour for
circles
it
under
as
the
well.
The
eyes.
lighting, the
Yeah,
lighting
the
as
lighting.
well. Yeah.
We
Victor
see them
ain't
side
looking
by
good.
side. Oh yeah.
And the other
That
one
is nice.
What is
Yeah,
the other
it's
one,
pretty
Theo?
great.
is for the other one, or
I might do. What is the other one, Theo?
he has gone from cane to crutch.
True.
Yeah, but we don't
is
see
what-
that just yet.
Oh well, that's fine. We'll just show it anyway. So that's what he used to have, and now he has this. And he's even got the brace on his leg, which he didn't used to have.
Mm-hmm.
We see it when he turns to
What?
torches.
Which is great attention to detail, dude. Like,
This is the thing, because we already knew at this point, me and Frankie, what his fate was thanks to the game. So seeing this progression, which I think anybody who knows the games would just be like, oh man, because he's a good little science boy. Bad things are gonna happen to him. But yeah, very, very good work, very noticeable straight away for those, I would argue, who are invested. I wouldn't have any issue with someone not noticing this at all, because you just don't even know what their plans are with these characters yet. So you can
Yeah,
sort
I
of
had-
be like, huh.
Because I don't know anything about the game, so I'm just like, oh, things aren't looking good.
Oh, right. But yes. Oh, that was something I wanted to look at as well. Okay, I need to go. I had a note and I missed it because I'm stupid.
yeah,
Um,
I agree.
that's mean, Jay. What did I do to you?
I'm just being supportive of you.
I'm being supportive of you lacking support.
No.
Jeez, Jay, you gonna take that?
Yeah, so I think this is a detail that I'm not making up in my own head. When Savika like sort of grunts and looks a bit angrier, you see just under a blanket where her arm would be, it lights up purple. It's just like, hey,
The noise.
yeah, because I think that's the place where it injects the or like it pumps in the shimmer, right?
Yes, it's on the
So-
shoulder.
Neat detail as well, because obviously they're keeping that under wraps right now, that she's got a robo arm.
Mhm.
Anyway.
Willing to put something there because you know, and the viewer might be wondering, hey, didn't she lose an arm? Hang on a
Yeah,
minute.
what gives?
Maybe
You
she
know?
found it.
Yeah, she could have found it.
Pretty sure it was like atomized.
And so,
That's never. That is no one's arm is
yeah,
really
come on,
gonna
Theo.
live on, yeah.
We've learned anything from Star Wars. So yeah, the progress that's been made is those little shitty hex rocks. Nobody likes them. They've been refined, or at least 3 of them have been, into hex crystals. They look great, and they're pretty much immune to like
Wait, no,
destabilization.
aren't they hex gemstones now? Weren't they hex crystals before?
I don't fucking know, Jay. What am I, dude?
How many times have you watched the show, Morlo?
One time, maybe a half time, actually.
Oh.
I wasn't really
Making
paying
it up as
attention.
we go.
Yeah. Most of this, I'm just going from visuals. I'm like, oh, there's a bowl. It's shiny.
Yeah, that's how good it is. The visuals are so good. You don't even have to watch the show. You can just
Yeah.
analyze them as you go. And
Jay, have you not heard of visual storytelling? Are you an idiot?
No, you don't hear about visual storytelling, you see it.
That's not true.
you're
I-
just. I'm hearing about it right now as you're talking about it.
Yeah.
You've
anyway.
destroyed yourself.
Yeah, they show that even when it's hit hardcore with a fucking hammer, it doesn't blow
Oh my
up.
God.
Poor Heimerdinger. He's like, no.
Yeah,
wait."
he's upset. He's like, "Oh my, wait, don't do it! Oh my God!" Even his little Dinkeldonger is like, "Oh my goodness gracious,
Yeah,
that's
the dog
bad."
is scared. With his little
What are those
Poro.
called?
Poro.
Poro? Is that its
Mm.
name or the species that it
The
is?
species name.
Is a Poro?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I just call the homeless people whenever I drive by.
That's rude. That's classist.
No, they like it.
Oh, okay. So we got
What do you shower them with as you drive by?
What do I shower them with?
Yeah.
I have a well, I don't really shower them with anything. I just make sure that if there's any puddles nearby, I drive my car on the puddles so that it sprays them, just like Gotham
So
High.
water is your answer. It's a real long
well, it's
roundabout way
not-
of saying water, which is the
No, it
least
ain't-
imaginative thing to shower someone with.
No, it ain't just water. It's like
Mud.
water and all this stuff that just runs off from the streets, and there's probably like syringes in
To
there.
them, that's water.
To them, that's water. That's hobo water. I wonder if you can order that at Trungo's.
Hobo water
Hobo
with your
water.
grumbo.
Hobo
Yeah.
water. I'd like mac and cheese in a wine glass and some hobo water.
Oh look, we're a fifth of the way through our time.
Nice.
So they're showing off what the hex crystals can do, which is power portable devices, including but not limited to the Atlas gauntlets, which is funny because like I think did anyone I was watching it with Rags, were you like, is that from the game? I can't remember if anybody was.
I think I might have. I think I might have been like. I'm guessing that
that
this
was
is
me.
from the game.
Oh, well,
I
there's
felt
somebody.
I certainly said that about the hammer that he uses later, but I think with the gauntlets I also was like, is that from the game? And not in the bad way. I was just like legitimately sort of,
fan service array.
It's
Yeah,
kind of
when-
strange. It's like they're first starting out, and it already looks like a very, very finished product.
Well, they're trying to show it off to Heimerdinger, right?
These are like prototypes
Um,
for demonstration. That
right,
they've
Yeah.
But they already look super finished, like ready to go.
They pretty much
the
are.
other
You
one
need a functional prototype, right? Like before you
Well,
can build more of these things, you need to
Well,
build.
sure,
one.
but
I mean, the
you would
first
think it would-
working one is the prototype that works as intended.
right, but you
Yeah.
would think that it would look just a little less refined.
Yeah, generally prototypes are not built to look good, unless they were just that confident in how good it was.
Well,
Or
because
your
these ones are
Jace.
also they're hoping to demonstrate these in front of like hundreds, thousands of people today,
Yeah,
right?
they are
Which
built
makes
for
them
more than
absolutely
just
different.
Oh,
utility.
show,
Yeah.
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 So yeah, I guess they are built for show too.
But I mean,
You
it's-
may
it's a
notice,
cool-
however,
Go
the
for it.
distinction in visual appearance between the one that Jace shows off and the one that Victor shows off.
What do
Like,
you
just
mean
look
here?
at them in terms of visual styling. The gauntlet is all like gilded almost. It's very flashy in design. It looks very intricate and ornate almost. And then you compare across to Victor's hex claw thing, and it's very utilitarian in design. It's function over form, you might say.
Oh my god, you
I
didn't
wonder
just
if
say
there's
that.
anything informing his desire for function
you
over
know.
form.
Well,
Also, it's a pretty cool Chekhov's gauntlet because they're like, hey, we could use these and it'll be great for like mining and stuff. And of course, if you know anything about
yeah,
the game,
we-
you're like,
When we were watching it, the second they showed it, we were like, Vi's getting those gauntlets. There's no-
but it's more than just the cool factor because it's kind of like you see that and they're like, oh yeah, we can use this for like work and stuff, and your mind immediately goes to, man, that'd be like a really good weapon. It's like, I wonder if we're gonna do anything with that.
Well, yeah,
as a
and that's like the
concept.
level of almost naivety for these characters. Like his goal is to help them move things, and Victor's is for creating engravings or even like sculpting and stuff. And it's like, it's a laser, mate.
You
Like,
cut someone in
Exactly.
half with that
no, this thing they chop
You
off
nearly
the horn.
Singed the aura.
one.
Oh, that made me so upset.
Yeah, I know. Jay,
I
you
sympathize for the creature.
I think it was an important thing to happen in the scene, actually. To
Oh,
show that
definitely.
These things aren't like 100% just good and ready
yeah.
to go.
In terms of like Heimerding is just there, like, you could have just killed my cat.
Yeah, yeah. Plot
Okay.
hole. He's not upset enough about that.
I actually was kind of annoyed by that it wasn't a bigger deal.
Yeah, you could have had him panic further over it, but I mean, his ultimate conclusion is a decade, and you can use these things. So
I guess it just probably would have been just a little better to see him like shoot at the dog, and then it'd be all like, "Did you not just see what happened? You clearly need to safety test these things a good while longer." But he shrugs off the dog and still goes with the speech anyway that you got to safety ready it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I quite like this little bit where Jace is just talking about how awesome the gemstone is, and Heimerdinger, they have this shot here with the claws moving on its own, and Heimerdinger's just looking at it terrified, like, oh shit, what the fuck. Yeah. So this demonstration was just to be like, look how much we've got to show, look how much progress we've made, it's so great, and Heimerdinger's basically like, you guys, you're nuts, alright? You need to slow down.
It
this
breaks
stuff
a
is
bit.
clearly not ready. And yeah, it's just a good scene because we're gonna get a couple of these kinds of scenes, but it's not just about using magic, which I've seen a lot of people say that Heimerdinger's character is just he doesn't like magic, he likes science. Like, not really at all.
Even if those were his even if those were like his very clear values, there's so much more to him that isn't just his values, right?
If
So
we
that's
did,
just
if we to use an
seems
example
disingenuous.
sorry, go. If we to use an example from the scene, the malfunction with the hex claw thing, I don't know if I would even call that a magical malfunction in nature. Like, magic had nothing to do with it. It started tracking the gemstone that Jace was holding and shot because Jace was fucking around with it.
Which is actually a good
Like-
detail
Yeah,
for how that could happen. Yeah, Heimerdinger
they
is
would
just
need to
like,
have safeguards against this shit.
it's clearly not ready. And this is the thing, Heimerdinger is correct, it's not ready. Gotta,
'Cause if we can go from like that kind of issue, can you imagine what would happen if you had like a bunch of devices of this kind working in close proximity to one another? Like, say, a bunch of miners down in a mine, all with those Atlas gauntlets. Who knows what the fuck could happen if they start like tracking each other's gemstones and stuff?
I grew up surrounded by science, Heimerdinger. That's just gonna keep coming up, and I'm not even
Yeah.
annoyed at that.
We're gonna grind that line into the dirt. I grew up surrounded by overused jokes.
I think it originated in the dirt. You heard that line? Jeez.
you saying, Theo? It's such great writing.
I was born in the dirt.
Coblito's really wet. That was his point. And he's not wrong. But
It
yeah,
was.
Heimerdinger basically shuts them down, and they're both very, very sad about that. Back to the... They said it's not a blimp, right? What are these ships even
Airship.
called? Just
Airships, I think they're just called.
No, very well.
Airship.
I think they're called airships.
I think the guy who was paid off is just like saying, yeah, I don't know, there was like a couple of them. He's just like looking really shifty. It's like, yeah, it's pretty awkward to have been bribed, and then like everything goes to fucking hell. I don't even know how you deal with that. Poor guy. I'm sure his story is very interesting. But Caitlin walks in there, that little inquisitive douche, being like, what's all this? What's happening here? Funnily enough, I think like, well, I guess Theo's the only person that can really, really full-on respond to this. Or maybe Fringy, I don't know. But what do you think of their choice to give her this hat, which is probably the closest they're going to allow us to get to a top hat?
I think it makes a lot more sense
I
for
was
her to be
pleased
wearing
by
like
it.
a normal hat rather than a crazy top hat.
Do you think she'll ever get her
Mhm.
top hat?
No,
When she's
actually,
sheriff,
I don't know.
maybe.
Maybe.
This is such a
I think
style
it would be
choice.
cringe.
She would
When
have to be
she's
a
sheriff,
bit
cringe.
older.
Doesn't quite feel like it would be in line with her, does it? Like,
I don't think it would
Top
be in
hat,
line with
not
her, and
really.
I'm not sure how much it would fit in with the aesthetic that they. Well, maybe.
In terms of-
Yeah, I don't need it though.
I don't need the top
Yeah.
hat. It's just it's
Yeah,
an
I'm
interesting
good
choice
for
because
now.
the hat is a bit big, and that's probably why. Is
Very
that they were
tall.
like, look, we can't give you the top hat. We can give you this. It's like, all right, it's fine.
Studio
a great
mandated
design,
no
though.
top hats.
Well, I think it's woke that they didn't give her top hat. That's what I think.
Anti-top hat agenda.
Big, small hats try to take over all the top hat representation.
Big small hats.
Aesthetically, I think her hat looks really good.
I like it. I like
The
the
whole
uniform.
design.
Fitting of the
is
uniform for
awesome.
sure. Better
Yeah.
than a top hat.
I really enjoy this discussion as not like as being someone who's not at all familiar with the games, because sometimes you just get like it's like, oh, I guess we're having a conversation that to me is entirely random. Like, hey, do you think they're going to give Caitlyn a top hat? I'm like, oh, yes.
And you know what?
I don't know.
Probably half and half in the chat who know exactly what we're talking about compared to people who are like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Do you think Jace is ever going to get a pet frog? Do you think that's ever going to happen?
I hope so. I hope they give him his video game
I
pet
hope they
frog.
give him his
yeah.
big coat.
Yeah.
I've seen you're obsessed with that big coat. You cannot die before he gets that big coat, right? That's
He
like,
needs the big coat, goddammit.
yeah, she's just looking into the crime scene. She's spotting some things. She's looking at markings. She's looking at evidence. She's even trying to recreate what she would think would be where the guns were aiming and where they were shooting to picture how things went down. Looking at blood splatters and stuff. It's pretty neat. We thought for a moment that she might her plot line might be Detective Caitlin, throughout the whole thing. But it's mainly just this scene, and then the rest of it's more so a combination with another character. But yeah, she spots that one of the soldiers, the big thugs, after being shot by Jinx, he seems to have decided that he doesn't want anything to do with Silco anymore. He's given up. He's had enough, probably, of Jinx's antics. And so he just hid in the lower parts of the ship, and I'm assuming he was just waiting to be found. Because I don't know why else he would do that, really.
Well, he also got shot, didn't he? He was wounded.
Well, it seems to me that, he must be... What would his goals be other than just, they're gonna find me eventually, and that's fine, whatever.
Mm-hmm. But he wasn't sitting there, entirely
way.
by choice. He was also wounded.
Yeah, I suppose
assuming he has full range of movement, the only alternative is he was waiting there, on the pipe dream that the investigation doesn't find him, and then they leave and he can slip away.
Maybe, yeah, that's an alternative. But he does seem to be, fucking pissed that this has happened, in terms of just God, my job sucks.
And he's not.
Yeah.
Well, I guess when he talks to Caitlin, he doesn't not give Silco up.
Yeah,
by
he's
virtue of loyalty. It's no, he'll kill me, dude.
Which is probably very true.
Very true.
And before he can give more away, Marcus shows up and he's like, Caitlin fucking... he calls it Kiraman, right?
Yeah.
And doesn't take it that seriously, and I think that the idea is supposed to be that she's poking her nose and stuff, and she's, annoying, and she's a Kiraman. She's not really, an enforcer. She's more so just, this person who's playing at being an enforcer. She's not taken seriously, is kind of the point.
And...
Typical penis man. Here we go again.
He's kind of right.
You can't call Asians that.
He's kind of
Penis
right
man?
in the scene, because the implication is that she keeps just fucking off to do whatever she wants.
Yeah, she's not
instead of
listening
what
to
she has
orders.
time to do.
Not doing enforcer things. But of course, so, first time around, the interpretation can easily be that it's just, a standard sort of boss-worker dynamic where she's just blah, blah, blah. But, if we remember, Marcus was in line with Silco in episode 3. I don't think it's much of a spoiler to talk about this, as though we know already that he's still doing different things with Silco. And so this scene plays a little bit differently, in that he's just trying to get her away from that thug.
Yep.
Because he can control everything except wild cards, obviously, and she's a bit of a wild card. That comes up a couple times. Anyway... we visit the last drop with
Time for a rave.
Yeah, well, so this is the thing. I think first time through, because I hadn't even picked up that it was the same place straight away. You know what I mean? The last drop is there's plenty of things I just don't necessarily pick up. But yeah, I think the point of this scene is to just be look what it's become. Look what Zorn has become, basically. When Silco is under management, or is managing it, things seem a lot more chaotic. Especially the last drop, where basically everybody's just doing drugs, and everyone seems a lot less. It used to be a bar, now it's a club, but the worst.
Everyone seems a lot less lame.
Yeah,
It
everything's
does
really
look a lot less
cool.
lame. It does look
Well,
very
you
cool.
can't
I
have
want to live at the
conversations
last drop.
here.
Kind of a cool mirroring they do, because the lyrics of the two songs deal with Playground, and this one deal with kind of similar subject matters. But of course, the actual songs themselves are completely different. This one is fucking rave music. It's crazy, and Playground was a lot more subdued. And then the camera work and stuff as we cut around the Undercity is so much more chaotic and riled up, I guess.
Yeah.
This place is in a frenzy now.
Things have changed. Savika just takes someone's drink from them. Vanda wouldn't have let that happen in his day.
No.
Yeah. So cruel.
Well,
That's how you get the corona.
Yeah.
you steal someone else's corona.
Steal someone's corona.
And
Hey,
so-
that's my corona.
we enter Silco's office, where she's complaining, Savika now, about the job and how it was mostly fucked up by Jinx. And she says she's a problem, and we all know it. And he just goes, "Who's we?" And there's just this silence of just like, because if you admit your entire team has a problem with her, it's just going to be like, or rather, even that it's just mainly Savika. It's just like, there's no good answer to that question if your boss is asking you that, really.
You got names of people I could shoot in the head for that?
And
yeah,
then
that's
also,
really-
like, in that
Everything-
doing
everything-
chatting shit about her, like, just around
Everything
the office.
Silco says makes him more powerful in the scene.
in every scene, Silco's fantastic. He, after that gap of "who's we" that she doesn't answer, he just says, "Don't disappoint me again." It's just like, because it was her job. Like, he just, he's great. And yeah, and so obviously she's just like, "Wah," and leaves. And then
That's the great thing about Silco. He doesn't have to say much to say a lot.
Yeah. And he starts like talking about the state of Zorn and how there's just lots of different things. I remember thinking to myself when first watching this, I was just like, is he just openly stating the state of the world? It's a little bit lame.
Yeah,
like,
I had the same thought.
But then it's and it works for a lot of different meaning too. He's talking to Jinx. She's right above, just sitting in a little, I don't know, hidey hole. And if you remember the conversation he just had with Savika, I don't think Savika knew Jinx was there. Because it's a bit awkward to say in front of Jinx, like, we all have an issue with her. She's ruining, like, different jobs that we're doing. It's just like, that feels like a conversation that Savika didn't even know she was there. But that, it just tells you without saying anything, Silco probably values Jinx right now above even his right-hand man. To the point where he doesn't care if she hears all of that, because I think he thinks of her as, like, a teammate, like, directly. Which is a pretty interesting thing to have happen. It's a lot that's said through not saying anything at all. And then he asks her what happened, and she, like, just fucking plants down on his table. And a lot of people like to point out, there's no reason not to, that he's got little bits and bobs on his table that are clearly, like, fucked with by her, in terms of, like, her crayon drawings and stuff. And it's not like
All
he's
drawn on. Yeah.
like he's gotten rid of them, he's kept them. These are little touches that I would argue are pretty important for just describing how things have changed without looking into the dialogue necessarily just yet.
Plus, who would throw away that monkey mug, huh?
I
That's a
would.
cool monkey mug.
That's shit.
Wow. Rags, do you ever think you're just too cruel sometimes to monkeys?
Nope. Well, I did once, and it only confirmed that I was correct.
Very well.
Get that monkey mug away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And the ashtray, you shouldn't smoke. It's bad for you.
A monkey
true.
mug explodes.
And yeah, I suppose we'll just get this out of the way. There are some people, I was asked this while I was streaming last night, it's like, there are some people who interpret their relationship as romantic. Please go
I was
away.
gonna bring that up.
It's
It's
not
not.
romantic.
It's not clear to me whether it is or it isn't. I mean,
You're a
it
bad
seems.
person.
I
It
would
seems
say
I'm
that it
leaning
is
no.
I would say that it is clearly not.
I don't know why
That's
you would
what I
think
would
it's
say.
not clear.
I mean, they,
well, I
they
mean,
touch each other, like, physically, but not in any kind of, like, I would say, not in no kind of overtly sexual
Not in
or
a
romantic
gay
way. Just
way.
in a, like, a,
Not in a gay way.
just in a, like, they're both very close kind of a way.
okay, I could make, I think, a pretty compelling argument, but I can't do it without mentioning a lot of stuff we can't mention right now. But like, I think that there is an interpretation where you could say that it's possible, given how they portray other things in the show.
Well, it's like, I think that people interpret it as romantic, right? Because it's like two adults like hugging and touching very closely. But you know what kind of like adults do that very often without being romantically involved in each other is adults where one of them raised the other from
I
childhood.
grow.
Like those kinds of people, they tend to like hug and cuddle a lot. At least a lot of them do. So, you know, feels like that's the kind of thing we're going for here. Not these guys are fucking.
Absolutely.
I mean, well, it could be, but the show takes a sort of hands-off approach with being explicit about people being romantic, right? Like, without spoiling things, there's a very clear example of a
Well-
relationship I think is supposed to be romantic. It is not
Yeah,
at
I
all
mean-
clear.
I think that's supposed to. I think there are other relationships in this that are supposed to be romantic, but I think that the signs that we're given about these two don't point me in a direction of interpreting their dynamic as a romantic one.
I would lean non-romantic, but like there's one thing in particular that happens, I think, in episode 7. Yeah, so we can't really bring it up.
Okay.
I would lean in the direction of you guys, but I don't think it's as clear as you guys think it is.
I guess I'm now. I mean, it's probably spoiler free enough, right? What moment are you referring to with as little context as
The
possible?
river scene, I imagine.
I don't know why.
In the beginning of an episode, Jinx goes into some water, and something happens before that.
I never got the impression, but maybe I need to see that scene again. I don't know.
Wait, you mean when he rails a raw?
No, that's not.
That was pretty good.
Fuck's
You
wrong
can't
with
do
you?
that in water. It's just not slick enough. It's
Oh,
Can I just say, could we just like, because the conversation is going to be awkward if we don't say what happens.
what?
He
Sure.
kisses her on the lips.
No, he
Does he?
doesn't.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
he does. I'm
No,
almost
he-
certain
no,
he
he
does.
doesn't.
All right,
Timestamp.
I'll go find it. I'll go get a timestamp.
He leans in. He doesn't.
I was gonna say I have no memory of that.
Yeah,
I have no
I
memory
think
of
I
this.
would have remembered that.
I feel
And,
like that's something that I would have clocked and been like, oh.
Yeah, that would have like put the debate like right.
Someone
in,
in chat
you know.
mentioning the joke from Smiling Face.
Wait, which joke?
Kiss
Let's
your
have
dad
a
on the
look.
mouth.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We need a detour because we got to find the answer to this question.
We can go on. I'm looking right now, and I'll let you know.
No, you put it in my head. It's too late.
I don't even know what episode it is.
It's in
I'm trying
episode
to
That was
5.
episode 8.
You're talking about the
it was
river
not
scene
an
where he lowers her into the river?
Yeah.
That's in episode 5. They
Okay.
do not kiss. I just watched it.
Mhm. Yeah, they don't kiss.
You saying Duma Media lied?
No?
Disgusting.
Fucking
Human media is
liar.
unironically evil.
I'd say so.
You once
I have never heard that before.
he's a fetish.
I imagine that you haven't.
I am now looking at it.
It's
That's
over there.
why it's quiet because you gotta make sure because it's creepy if it weren't true. If what you said happened.
No, if you're referring to episode 5, they don't kiss.
Yeah, where did you get that they kiss from? I just watched it. It's
I-
not even close.
Okay, then it's probably not this scene. Look, I will find
There
the
is no
timestamp.
scene.
I have
He
an
imagined
85, 90% confidence this happens.
There
Doomer
is
is
no
shipping
scene.
them
I am 100%
secretly, and
confident.
so
Have
he
you watched like
projected
a fan?
Yeah, have
A
you been
fan
watching fan things?
on.
Can't be
Browsing
having
Rule
that.
34 too much.
Because, like, I guess I could see a universe where you thought for a moment they kissed. They come about 2 inches, 3 maybe away, but that's just not a kiss. That's a lean in.
Oh, so you're the kiss police, are you?
I definitely am.
We destroy art and love.
Yeah, Rags is my kiss sergeant. He'll definitely ensure that
Kiss
I get.
sergeant.
Okay, maybe this is all that I was remembering. It looks pretty romantic to me, but okay.
He's leaning into
I'll check
lay
the
it
other.
down. The fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
You know how fucking creepy baptisms look at already? It's like,
Creepy
just-
baptism.
come on. I mean, this is
Creepy
practically what
baptisms.
this is, right?
Okay, so here's a question. Let's say that he did kiss her there. Would that change your opinion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, dramatically.
All right, because that's why
That's not
I
what
was saying
happened.
I was in question. If
I
that
would-
didn't happen, then I'll just take your position.
I would do this face if he did that. There you go. People weird.
I mean, it would dramatically
Weird.
impact my perception of his character, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
Probably
we
also
have
see
to.
that face.
Yeah.
I would be it would be very hard to read him as anything other than an abuser, I think, at that point, considering he has raised her and she's what, like 18
She's
at
16,
this
I think.
I
point?
think she's less than that.
She's like
Because what age was she when
15.
she was a little girl?
I think she was 9, so it's 9 plus 7, something like that.
Yeah, so she's like almost like 15 or something.
Oh, so
15 to
yeah, he
16.
dramatically changed my
Yeah,
impression of his
exactly.
character.
The summary of the conversation is that she is trying to explain that she's losing it a little bit, but that it's okay, and he's like, we can't afford for things to get fucked because they're trying to make a difference for the people of Zorn. He says we deserve more than their runoff, which just reestablishing exactly what he's about. And this is where they're at, I suppose. Where's my copyright
So
cover?
stuck
damn
with
it?
the runoff now, while Hex Gates can just go wherever the fuck.
All right, so fortunately,
yeah.
I have a cut of just Jinx and Silco scenes. I just flipped through it; it didn't happen. I flipped through the whole show.
All right, well, 90% sure. That's what 90%
All right,
sure is.
let's just run a poll. Should Duma be banned from EFAP?
Look, if you played poker, you know about that 10 to 15%. Okay.
Also,
Look,
fucking hell, look at
it looks weird to me. Okay.
dude, look at this
All right.
screenshot.
I know, like the.
Holy linoleum.
Oh, great. Okay, chat.
What screenshot?
Oh, I had it on screen. It's just,
XCOM 95% to hit.
oh god, it's an XCOM one, yeah.
XCOM confidence.
90% not romantic. Oh no. Oh no.
All right. Well, it's been fun, guys. It looks like I'm heading out.
It's okay. You got plenty of opportunities to be wrong in future too.
Yeah, don't deny yourself those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Silco says take a break, and then she's like, I don't need a break, and he's like, take one anyway, because obviously she's a little bit unstable.
She's pretty shaken from the
Everything.
fact that somebody was just wearing purple hair.
Everything he says makes him more powerful in the scene. It's like he never gives an inch.
Yeah.
Doesn't to anybody.
It's like I said, he says so little, but it says so much every time.
And then we go to a bourgeois party at the top of Piltover with all the councillors and everyone drinking wine and talking. Disgusting, that's what I think, of these high-class yobbos doing their high-class things.
The
But
Met Gala.
High class trungos.
yes. Mel is chatting with this lady. It's the lady we saw when she was first introduced, and she's like, your mother would be proud. And Mel's response is, would she? That is such a oh man. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, aren't you like literally the richest person in Piltover who's currently managed to push it further than ever by almost supporting this one guy who you found at the right time in the right place sort of thing to blow it. She's like, yeah, but still. It's like, oh.
It feels like an innocuous line, almost. It's something that could be missed without the further context of who Mel's mum is and
Mhm.
exactly why she wouldn't be proud.
And
Or
it
might
ain't
not be proud.
innocuous. Very important.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You don't waste time. All this dialogue has a point. Yeah, and Mel says there's only one person worth my time. Oh, and there's an airship going past with Man of Progress on it. It's just that is, I think, as overt as they needed to be to basically argue Mel is treating Jace as a bit of a project, a source of things. And she says, Hex Tech has the potential to change everything. I've already spoken to investors. It's like, there you go. Which I think is a better acknowledgement than, yes, I've spoken to Noxus, they're planning on going to war with us over this. It's like, no.
Yeah. Can I clarify something really quick, chat? I didn't want them to be in a sexual relationship, okay? I just thought that's what happened. This isn't
That's a bit of
fan
a
fiction,
leap.
chat.
He didn't want it, okay.
Why did someone in chat just type woman moment?
That's a good point.
Yet another woman moment. Classic.
There were a
There is a
suspicious
woman's
amount of
face
them
on
in
an
this show.
airship.
Some of them
Ooh.
even don't
Oh,
have
yeah.
white skin.
Um,
She likes some
I hate
exotic.
that.
All right. Hey, we're halfway through this episode. Doing great.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
So,
now we need to stop, and we'll continue part 2 next week.
hey, there's a meaningful moment where Mel is looking at like a little smaller version of the city, and it's like representative of her position over it, as like she's kind of like the most influential person in Piltover in reality, because she kind of has influence over Jace, who is currently probably the most influential in terms of changing things. It's meaningful, okay? God.
Artsy.
But yeah, she encourages Jace to absolutely go headfirst with making new things and revealing them to the city and stuff, because she seems to have pressures that relate to that. Who knows? But now that means we've got Heimerdinger and Mel are representative of two different sort of teams here and influences. So we then have a pretty important Jinx scene, and we see her lair, which is pretty chaotic. And
Very
you can,
Larry.
You can spot the there's some monkey droids, and as they scan around, we see this shot, which holy shit, I was impressed when I saw this for the first time. I was like, oh fuck, we're doing this, okay. Like, damn. And so this is kind of what I was referring to when I said I think they gave Milo a particular look. It's so he could look really fucking creepy when he's all darkened out. I haven't even seen it, but it reminds me of the imagery I've seen in Death Note with the creature that hangs around.
The Shinigami.
Yeah,
the
it's a bit
Shinigami,
like
100%.
And so this is like this. I love this shit because like they didn't have to tell me anything. I'm just like, oh man, this is weighing on her huge. He literally is like fucking stalking her.
Thank fucking Christ they didn't make him say anything.
Oh yeah.
I know.
He's just there.
He lied to me.
That's
Imagine
all.
if they gave him a really
No.
creepy voice.
Oh god.
But yeah, she's basically spending the scene panicking, talking to herself about. She's responding to questions that we don't even hear about how she's fucked up and what Silco thinks. Now, you remember in episodes 1, 2, and 3, she has serious insecurities that relate to her abilities. And people thinking that she's weak or useless or not efficient for the job. So now she's very paranoid that Silco thinks that she's kind of useless, especially since he's put her on the bench.
Yep.
And we get a flash of this. She's literally got dolls of both Milo and Clagger. Nice fucking creepy versions of them.
Just that's to remind herself that she's doing fine and that she's mentally stable.
Yes.
I think this. I don't know how much it's worth going into this, but I think the presence of this lair being how it is can tell you a bit of something about how Silco is as a parent as well.
Yeah, she's absolutely. Her brain is just chaotic. It's and he seems to have almost encouraged it. Like it doesn't
Either encouraged it or just enabled it. One of the two.
Yeah.
Just let her have a space where she can just stew like this.
And so she
Is it,
gets... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is it worth talking about her like mental health issues a little bit? Because now we're starting to really get into it, where we're seeing like the manifestations of it.
Have we
I
not
don't
just
know.
been doing that?
Since we're going to be getting a lot of scenes of this, I don't know if you want to save it until you have more things to be able to reference. We're only just starting, obviously, with
Sure, yeah.
I
the way
feel like
she
it's too
thinks.
early to be doing that right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair enough.
Once we have a few more things with Milo, we can see what Milo represents every time he
like the
appears.
little the
Dude,
That's so good.
The
little
individual
2D
frames are
frames.
fantastic for just
Yeah.
what do you think she's thinking about with some of these. And yeah, like all of them are like her drawings that we saw when she was a kid. And so anyway, yeah, she's like, I'm not fucking weak. And then she thinks, hey, we got Progress Day coming up. In fact, that's literally today, right? That's a pretty big opportunity to be able to do something. Especially with... So it's another criticism I spotted in the Discord, and like I said, I just try to shut up sometimes. I'm just like, you know what, it's fine. Think whatever you want.
Stronger man than me.
But someone said,
Right.
man, is it fucking convenient there was something for her to steal.
What?
There's always
That's
something
like-
for you to steal.
Wait, what?
Okay.
So first of all,
It's
yes,
just
Rags is
bad faith.
correct.
Did
There
they-
is always something to fucking steal in the Piltover science department. Like, come on.
Like, did you forget to make the actual like the first argument and go straight to the straw man? Like,
No, that's what they were literally like what timing that she was able to break in and steal like something that's so valuable. And it's like, it's not only is it the main science area, but it's Progress Day, a day apparently in which they typically reveal innovations to the people.
well, how convenient that it's Progress Day today.
How convenient.
that
There's
the show
a ton of
happened.
shit to steal already.
But
Just
yeah.
feels like just being mad that the show happened.
That kind of feels that way. Because, boy, when we were discussing episode 3, it's all like, how dare Vi be alive? I'm pissed.
Yeah, then we cut to Victor, who is coughing up a storm. It's just,
Poor,
Yep, he's revealed to
man.
have plot
Poor
cough. Happy
Victor.
Progress
He-
Day!
Oh, he just so
So-
happens to cough on Progress
He
Day.
just
Oh yeah,
happens to be
his
ill.
ailment is progressing too.
got
He's
COVID.
nervous
dramatic.
as hell. Look at the nervous ticks on his fingers. He's like looking around.
Oh, so he's got some weird magic disease that makes his leg stop working and gives him a cough. Okay, I buy it.
I buy it.
Kind of
Man,
convenient
that's
that
great
Jace had a
writing.
mug in this scene so that he could do the thing with the
So that
mug
he
that's
could
like a
cover him
symbolism.
up, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great
Wow.
shot, and I'm definitely going to highlight it. But yeah, Jace even offers for him to go up with him, but Victor makes it clear, like, this is just not his element. This is not something he wants to do. He doesn't... This is not the part of the science he enjoys at all, while Jace is downright excellent at it.
Yeah.
It's a great little comparison. And some girl walks past and gives Victor a smile. Who the fuck's this lady? I don't know. Maybe we'll see
She's
more of
pretty,
her.
though.
Kind of convenient that she exists.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is
It
she
just
is
so
she like a major
happens-
character in the lore?
Oh, she just happens
No.
to be cute looking.
And
Wow.
her parents just happened to have met, and they happened to have had a girl child, and she happened to have been
Girl
there.
child.
Yeah, it just had to be
Girl
a girl.
child.
Ooh, convenient.
What is this SJW garbage?
Yeah, here it is.
Ugh,
Fucking
women in media.
legendary shot, okay? And I will hear nothing else. Ba-boom!
Yeah.
See it?
Man
Yeah.
of
Man
progress.
Progress.
Bit on the nose.
Oh, I love it.
I can't see it.
Jace being fucking... He's definitely a
can't see
nice
it because
guy.
I'm
It's
a
just like... It sucks to watch the other significant element just be so sidelined.
Yeah.
There's not a huge amount Jace can do about it, because that's like Victor's preference, but it's gonna play into a lot of other things that end up happening.
Yeah, you don't get the impression that Jace is some dick villain who's pushing his partner away and
No.
taking over everything. This is just
Yeah,
how their
no,
personalities
it's-
play out.
I'd say it's just several elements like lining up. It is that Victor doesn't really want to do it, and Jace is more equipped to do it. But also, it's just that generally like getting a face to attach to all of this. It just happens. Like in
Not to
the real
mention,
world.
he kind of looks like shit, and he kind of realizes it. And I don't think he just
Well,
wants
yeah,
to be
Jace
seen
is-
that way.
Jace is
Yeah.
like a very good poster boy for
Oh, yeah.
for like the progress, much more so than Victor, even though both of them are like equally responsible for the creation of the technology. It's all like Rags is right. It's not like Jace is some arrogant prick or anything.
Also,
It
not
all-
not
it's like a
everyone
very
wants
natural
attention.
progression. No,
Yeah.
no, everybody does. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think, as with a lot of really awesome conflict, it can come from a very normal, neutral, and downright, like, totally chill place. But as events go forward, it can influence other things happening that have much more dire consequences. And I just want that flag planted. Because,
But
yes?
oh, sorry. I was just gonna say the interesting, conflict in this scene is Jace gonna? What's he gonna say in his speech? Is he gonna reveal the stuff he's been working on?
Or
That's
is he
been
going
like
to
back
heed
and forth.
Heimerdinger's warnings to not reveal
Yeah.
anything?
And the decision that he makes is to heed Heimerdinger's warning.
You even have
He makes the
Victor
decision
is
to
like
listen to
very
him.
excited to reveal it as
Yes.
well.
Reveal!
he makes that decision against the wishes of Jace, not Jace, of Victor and Mel, because Mel also wants him
Yeah.
to reveal new technologies too, but he listens to Heimerdinger. I wonder if he'll keep listening to Heimerdinger.
How conflicted he is over it is something I think that's
Yeah,
worth
he
a lot
really
of
does go
great,
back
investigation.
and forth a good deal. He's not
Yeah.
entirely sure how to approach all this crazy progress.
Yeah, and he's
consider it
looking
from
at.
the
I was just quick to say he's got his set notes, and then he's got notes he's recently written. I'm not sure if we find
Yes.
out which was which, but the idea being, of course, that there are two paths he can take.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take Jace and Victor, right? Victor's the one who doesn't want the spotlight and he doesn't want the attention, but he wants to go ahead with the projects that the crowd would like. And Jace is the person who's getting the spotlight and all the attention, and ultimately he's the person who decides against giving the crowd that he's talking to what it is that they would want most.
That's a lot of pressure for one young guy who's just
I
think
figuring
totally.
everything out.
That is an important thing to highlight, though. It's what the crowd wants, and he doesn't give it to them because he heeds the words of the scientist, like
Yeah, and
the big proper scientist
how
man
interesting is
who
it
says,
that we're at
Yeah.
a point as well? We've got so Heimerdinger is desperately trying to prevent the unfed and unrestricted progress that can lead to the worries he has about like all-out war or destruction. Mel is all about putting Piltover on the map. She wants it to progress faster so that it can be seen as a greater power and influence. Jace, Victor, his whole goal has been about helping people, and he thinks that this will not only inspire, but it'll be a great thing to announce because it's on its way to helping people's lives out and stuff. And then Jace is basically sharing that alongside. I think he definitely enjoys being a showman to some extent.
I think so.
Yeah, it's his big life's work. It finally took off. Of course he's excited.
And then you've got like the audience as a character as well, just like influencing all this. Just like, man, we've got so many dynamics set up. Nice, good stuff.
"Yeah,
It
And
was
this,
also worth noting too. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was also worth noting too
You
that
did.
Victor, he didn't look good from the beginning. So when Heimerdinger's like, "Yeah, you've got about 10 years to safety check this stuff, and it'll be all good," and I'm just looking right at Victor, and I'm like, he doesn't have 10 years, does he? Not one bit. Like he has progressed very poorly in this
well,
case. So now
But
Victor's
Heimerdinger
got to
is
have
just
like
like-
he's going to want to
Heimerdinger's
see the
figured it.
progress before he goes.
yeah, and his specific motivation is to save lives and make lives better.
Yeah.
And he wants to be there to witness it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Heimerdinger's thinking in terms of like centuries, not
Yeah.
years, like just a couple of years."
It's that very important line of Victor's. Do you think my life's ambition was to be an assistant? Which like that's not necessarily glory hounding, but he really wants to accomplish something with his time, even if it's limited. So
Yeah.
when,
Yeah.
like
There's a really good
Temporal
scene
pressure.
regarding that we'll get
Exactly.
A little
eventually.
bit.
He doesn't want to be in Heimerdinger's adorable little shadow.
Well, I think at the core of it, it's the idea of I want to be the person. I don't want to just push so that someone else makes the big leap, right? I want to be the person who does that. You know, kind of like the it's almost like that thing of like, you aren't the Ubermensch. You have the steps. You're like one of the steps in creating them. That he wants to be there. Yeah.
It's kind of
It's
rude
cool.
to bring up
Fairly
the
interesting.
Ubermensch when Metal isn't here.
I feel left out.
I find that kind of interesting though, because it's a sort of subconscious ego thing there. Because the dynamic we have here is Jace is the one who has a bit more of an ego about him, and Victor doesn't really give a shit about that sort of thing. But like
Mhm.
it's made clear through that line and through some subsequent scenes, and the fact that he does want to be a part of it and he wants to make things happen. There is something of an ego about this. He does want to be involved in the process of making things happen, even if he doesn't
Well, that-
particularly care for the crowd pleasing that comes with it.
That's just good writing when you've got like the more overt goal in mind that's more altruistic, but then there's like the thing that's belying it, which is a little more oriented around you and I guess self-fulfillment.
Okay.
quite-
Okay.
I'll be quick. I quite like their choice because I think it's deliberate. Because I pretty much think everything's deliberate in this show. Victor reacts with shock. Mel is like almost confused. What I really like is that Jace doesn't get to have Heimerdinger be like, "Yay!" Heimerdinger is like goes from angry to sort of settled, because I
Good
think
boy.
that he as a character is like he almost thinks it's unfathomable to make the wrong decision. You making the right decision from his POV doesn't. It's not like a reward for you. It's more so just good. That's the thing you should have done. You know, like it's very strict, and I just enjoy that. That's how they portray him understanding that choice from Jace.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the first time I watched this episode, I was massively confused about why he didn't reveal the Hextech gemstones. I just went back to check to make sure that this is right. But Heimerdinger kind of contradicts himself in a way, or at the very least, it's easy to misunderstand. So in the first scene with Heimerdinger, he's like basically tells Jace to reveal something, and then in the next scene tells him not to.
That's a very
I do
simple
think
read,
that,
isn't it?
I
The-
don't know.
So, do you think that if Jace was going to reveal a button that if you press it, everyone on the world dies, that Heimerdinger would be like, "That's a great thing to reveal"?
I mean,
So let's just end the charade and get it over with already.
well, okay. Is there anything else like to reveal? I don't know. It just
So the whole point
okay.
is that
Here, if
Okay,
if
go
if
for
it
it.
is the if it is the case that Heimerdinger said don't do this, right, and there's an unambiguous message, then why would it still be there on the forge? Why would he still be contemplating revealing it?
because
Going when he's
Jace
up on
has the
stage.
decision. It's Jace's
It's Jace's
choice
speech.
ultimately. Yeah. Heimerdinger is telling him not to though, but like whether or not Jace does is up to him. That's like of course it is.
Well, okay, but isn't it seen as a massive like letdown that nothing is revealed on? I mean, that
Well,
seems to
so
be established.
I was actually
Well,
going to
so
comment on that.
that's-
What I
that's-
like about Jace's showmanship is that it is a letdown for a moment, but then he realizes that, and so he does a little rousing speech, and then the fireworks launch,
Right.
and the crowd are pretty happy.
But that's why it's
Builds
a
it back
meaningful
up and
choice.
picks up his momentum back.
Yeah.
But that is why it's a meaningful choice, because it's like the thing that will make people like you more is to reveal some crazy shit, and he decides not to. Like he loses in a certain sense for that, but then he recovers. Yeah, but
Sure,
as,
Still a good showman in the end.
I guess I'm confused. Like, what is inconsistent there about Heimerdinger?
Well, I mean, the inconsistency is the information that's delivered to the audience. Like Heimerdinger says to reveal something, and the only thing that we are told about that even exists is the Hextech gemstones. And Heimerdinger says not to reveal it, right?
Did
And then
wait? Did
okay,
he?
hold on.
Did he? Okay, no.
I was just gonna like sort of go through the chain of logic. So like, if Heimerdinger says not to, then the reasonable thing would be like, okay, well then reveal something else. And if we're taking Heimerdinger's word as gospel, like, okay, we're going to let Heimerdinger do the thing, then he wouldn't prep the entire display, right? And if he values, if Jace, the only thing Jace values in the show is not just Heimerdinger. There's lots of other people as well. And this, from what I can tell, this lets down every single person except for Heimerdinger. Every single other person in the show seems to want this to be revealed.
It's clearly beyond
like-
that, right? Like, it's not about Heimerdinger. It's that Jace believes he's right in this moment.
Sure, but then I mean, you would think something else might get revealed. I don't know. It seems a bit odd.
That
So-
was going to be the reveal. Was the new like technology equipment that they had developed, and Heimerdinger said like, well, no, not that, or like the gemstone. It's like, well, not yet. It's not. They're not ready yet.
Yeah,
You got to slow it down a bit.
The gemstones applications are all unrefined, so wait until they are to announce them. That's Heimerdinger's point, as far as I can tell.
Well, and it's. I mean, I guess we might be jumping a little bit ahead, but like an important thing for Heimerdinger in general is that he's a lot more restrained because he's thinking long term and he has experience. Everybody
Yeah,
Sure,
else
but-
is much
Jace-
more
Okay, but if
rushed.
that's the case, then why would he say people love a grand reveal? Go get something to hype
Well,
everybody up. I mean, that's
Because
basically
that's
the
just
assessment of this,
true.
too.
Why? I don't understand. It's like you're saying they have something to reveal, so reveal it. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't qualify with Heimerdinger's...
that.
like,
this,
yeah.
this isn't ready to be revealed.
Yeah, like Heimerdinger wants them to reveal something, sure, but if it means revealing
Not
something
that.
that could be damaging or misleading, then no, don't reveal something.
Well,
And
I mean,
as far as I
isn't there a
know-
way? Isn't there a way to reveal this technology that isn't like we're going to deploy this tomorrow?
Well, so
Like, we have made a breakthrough,
Jace
but-
does all that he needed to do. Like, if he could have been like, "Look, the gemstone," and then the crowd like would be waiting. What does it do? And it's like, well, we will see. Instead, he just does a speech about the progress that's to come and the innovations are on the
There
way.
could have been a way for Jace to. I mean, maybe I think there could have been a way for Jace to say, "We have essentially discovered a brand new power source of a kind that is going to."
what it's a version of what he said, but was more specific because he doesn't mention specifically the stones. He just talks about working on these great things. It'll blow your friggin' minds. It's going to be amazing. It's not ready yet, but it's
He
coming.
doesn't actually deliver any
Could shit
functional.
your dick off.
He doesn't deliver any functional information. That's why people are so let down. It's just like,
They're
yeah,
not
we're
let
working
down.
and
Watch
stuff's
the scene.
happening.
Watch the scene. They're not let down. They're very happy, and I think it represents the almost like that's how showmanship works. They're all clapping. They're all really happy, and all he's told them is stuff is on the way.
It's
Yeah.
like
I think
it's like having
important
watched Book of Boba Fett.
I think it's important to remember this isn't a science conference as such.
Yeah,
This
and
is
it's
like
No.
showing off the new cool shit. This is not scientists presenting things to
It's
other
BlizzCon.
scientists.
Yeah,
So,
and
like,
as far as
we're
I
I mean,
know,
it is kind of
Yeah.
BlizzCon. That's sort of the point. Is like, I mean, you'll go to a game conference and like they'll be like, "Oh, Elder Scrolls 6 coming 2027 or whatever." Like, it doesn't have to be tomorrow.
Well, so I think it's worth if you come out and like, we are working on this specific thing and it does these things, but we're not going to show it to you yet. The seed has been planted, like a very specific seed has been planted, and you might not be ready to do that yet. Like if you
And
if
it
you
looks like
created
these
some
people have a
crazy
lot of trust in Jace. Like they
They do
believe
have a
him
lot
when he
of-
says it.
Yeah, and him telling
so,
them
like-
stuff is on the way. I'm sure that's good enough.
Well, I think
Yeah.
it's much safer from Jace's perspective to say stuff is on the way rather than this is specifically what we're making, but I'm not showing you yet. I feel like
And-
if you do that,
I feel like
That's
we all
way
have
worse,
personal
actually.
experience with that, right?
well, yeah,
Yeah.
if you say it's coming, but I'm not going to show you yet, like that's the kind of thing that gets people like, well, now I really want to see
Well,
it.
this
Like,
is-
what?
This is
you
what I
know?
mean. I really feel like it makes a lot of sense, especially considering he was almost going to show and explain all of it. That he decided as a snap decision, I'm not going to mention even the gemstone because it just leads down to explaining more and more, and it's just not. We're not ready.
Exactly.
But
Yeah,
obviously,
and-
he
and-
acknowledges the fact that this costs him as well. He sees Mel and her assistant
Yeah.
leave.
But
Yeah,
he
not
still
to
makes
mention,
decisions.
I don't
Go
think
for it.
I don't think Heimerdinger said that he had to reveal something. He just thought it would be interesting if he had something
Well,
like in the works
I
to
think it's
spice it up
tradition.
later.
funnily enough, I'm pretty sure it was a writing tool. We need to get Heimerdinger to be introduced to the technology, and so he was like, "It's good to reveal stuff." He's like, "Actually, we have stuff to reveal. Let me show you today," and we get that scene.
Yeah,
then.
it's good. Yeah, it's good to reveal, but you don't have to reveal. Is
And
I
I-
think what you were talking about.
I think Heimerdinger's willingness to let Jace do the speech instead of himself is his willingness to part with tradition here and there. So it's
Mhm.
it
Mm.
seems to line up,
And a
I
level
think.
of trust in Jace.
Wait, okay,
Of, like-
so what is the cost of revealing it? Let's say that he went through with it. He opens the curtains. He says the gemstone. Hits it
Revealing
with a hammer.
everything,
What is the
or
cost?
just the gemstone?
The gemstone.
So just revealing the gemstone depends on how you reveal it and what you say,
Yeah,
which may
like if you
be
say,
on
"This
the
gemstone's
moment.
cool, but I'm not
And
going
I-
to tell
Yeah,
you what it
And
does."
it totally
like-
invites inspection. It's just like, so what does it do? Does it power something? What have you worked on anything? And it's just like, instead you can just talk about innovations are on the way. Who can question that?
I mean, doesn't the same criticism apply there? I mean, like it invites questions. Oh, we're working on stuff. Well, what are you working on?
But it's literally there.
It's
It's a piece of
vague enough.
technology, and the fact that you're promoting it is
Yeah.
like, so what does it do then?
Yeah,
It's like an
I mean, you
actual
can-
like,
thing. It's an
when-
invention. It's not just a vague appeal to progress, which is what this day
If
is
you
about.
say, like,
Apparently,
yeah.
Maybe if
Wait,
he
what
had
do we-
like
what
a
do,
week's worth of time to prepare a speech on, we want to tease or reveal this new power source, but
Yeah.
we don't have any working applications. He probably could have done that, but I think because it was so quick,
he was
and
almost
he
going to
didn't have
reveal
any time to really
everything.
prepare.
But-
Yeah,
Okay, what it feels like to me is here's like basically the choice, right? So Heimerdinger is basically saying we can't deploy this technology in the field right now because it's not ready. We need more time to develop it. That doesn't even imply that it shouldn't be revealed. It just means that it shouldn't be deployed necessarily. And then it's like, well, what
Progress
reasons do
Day
you have?
seems like the best launch day for something like this.
I would also argue, I think Heimerdinger is thinking steps ahead. It's like, if you reveal something
Yeah.
like this, the fucking
What is-
public are going to demand that it be released. There's just more
That
pressure in
creates
general.
a timeline.
Yeah.
And what does the rest of the world
Look at
want
Cyberpunk.
once they reveal it as a possibility? Like,
I've
oh, we
always,
can do
um,
this. Like, oh shit.
I've always thought about how, like, No Man's Sky is apparently, like, really good now. It just makes me wonder, like, if we lived in a world where the vision of the game that exists right now, if it released on that day, I wonder what the legacy of No Man's Sky would be. And
That's an interesting point.
but
Yeah.
because it was announced, because it was promoted, the public pushed hardcore, as I believe is perfectly reasonable to do, and it was forced out, and it's one of the biggest disasters in gaming releases ever.
Yeah, I mean,
When a
its
game is
legacy is
announced and then they go silent, people get fucking antsy.
Well-
It's happening with Hollow Knight Silk Song. It's happening with Bayonetta 3. Like, people are just
I
like,
mean, I feel like the best example of this is if they had announced Cyberpunk 2077 in 2020 instead of 2013, people would have reacted differently to that game when it came out.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like when you announce something, definitely informs people's perceptions of it, because if it takes too long to come out, people are going to have lots of questions. And if you're not ready to control the narrative, then it's better to not say anything at all.
Someone just said,
Like,
"Lol, what? The public forced it out. No Man's Sky had a release date." Okay, so
it was
you've
the
got
public, the publisher forced it out.
Think more creatively. When you have deadlines, it's because there's expectations everywhere, not just with the publisher or stockholders, but also the public.
Well, again, Cyberpunk 2077, that shit wasn't done, but part of the reason why they released it was, well, we've delayed it 4 times. We announced this game like 8 years ago. It needs to come out. And it's like, well, you don't have those problems. Yeah, exactly. And then there were pressures because CD Projekt Red is a publicly traded company, and their stock went down after the game came out, and it was a disaster.
Exactly.
But like their stock had gone really high because of rampant speculation. Speculation just leads to turbulence. Like you want to control the narrative. And like if you just announce immediately, we're working on this gemstone, I'm not going to tell you what it does. That feels like the worst decision you could have made. You'd be better off just telling people what it does. Like at that point, you might as well commit fully. And then if you do that, there's going to be tons of problems with people wanting that tech to come out very soon and wanting to potentially weaponize it.
Yeah, and
like,
potentially
Stephen was
even
right.
work. Yeah, it might even influence its development and shit. It's weird.
And yeah,
I'm hitting a game timeline of a decade. Like,
yeah,
it's gonna be
there's this crazy tug of war as well, because it's like the game's not finished. It needs more time. There will be delays. And it's like if you rank up to like a 4th delay, the fucking PR gets horrendous. Like, I mean, even if it's necessary, and even if the game is a miracle when it finally comes out, people just get so fucking restless.
Okay, but if we're applying this to the real world situation, I mean, like large games are virtually always announced like years before you can even see gameplay footage.
Except
that's actually
when
key.
Nintendo but that feels like you look at some like Nintendo often announces games like within a year that they come out. They have exceptions though. But look at people are getting antsy about Breath of the Wild 2 now. Because that game got announced like 3 years ago.
I would also argue
and Bayonetta 3. That's
years,
another one,
meaning 1 to 4, let's say, very different from 10.
Prime 4.
It's like, okay, I'm going to show you this gemstone. You're not going to see anything as a result of it for 10 years.
I mean, okay, but we're focusing on one side of the equation, which is like, okay, if you announce a game and then it gets delays, it's a problem. It's also a problem if you don't announce games. Like then people don't have something to look forward to.
They've got plenty to be marveling over and Piltover. That's kind of the point. He's one of the most popular people right now.
Not to mention, it's kind of hard to equivocate life-changing technology with a video game. You know what I'm saying?
It's just an
what do you mean? Dark Souls changed lives.
But I guess the thing is that you think about like Grand Theft Auto 6, Rockstar recently announced that it's happening, and we all kind of knew it was going to happen. But if they had said that we were working on it in 2015, I think that there would be a much different perception of that game than officially saying now, yeah, we're working on it. Like, there's enough wiggle room in terms of people's speculation there, as opposed to we're working on it right now and this is what we're doing, but I'm not going to tell you anything about it.
It's funny to think about too, because once upon a time I would announce the project had release date expectation, then I dropped, say, the release date expectation, now I've dropped the name of the project too, until it comes out. It's just like, the expectations that get set are so frustrating to deal with, so it's better to just surprise people.
I guess I just don't understand the criticism here. Like, I feel like it all functions fine.
Well, I would even go as far as saying we don't even need... As long as we can understand why Jace would have made the choice, especially when he's under pressure. He's literally staring at all the people who want him to do one or the other, and then he almost brashly decides, I'm just going to not talk about any of it and appeal to vagaries. It's just like, yeah, that's totally in line, I think, with the choice he can make here.
Yeah, and how can you calculate a particularly strong, middle ground while you're sitting right there at the podium in seconds matter?
Yeah.
Well, again, you don't. This didn't have to happen. Like he already had the
did.
advice
That's how
from
it went.
Heimerdinger. He didn't.
That's how it
I
went.
mean, look, this. Okay.
And I don't
Well,
see a
I'm
problem
not
with
saying
that.
that. That's not arbitrary. I'm saying that up to this scene, he's literally thinking. He's juggling everyone's perspectives in his head. Like, there's a reason for that. It's that he's asked them all what they think, and they've all told him. And he's got literally Heimerdinger glaring at him from the front row.
Well, he's got all of the because it's Heimerdinger and it's Mel and it's also Victor as well because Victor wants it's tough because it's like you're balancing basically a more principled approach versus just the pragmatic. People are going to like you a lot more if you reveal something cool and awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And it's down to the wire as well. It's like this is the day that he has to make the decision. And even if you have time, like you still got to make the decision here. And he was clearly torn on it because he had the 2 speeches. A lot of subtle stuff to indicate that, but then also like the overt stuff to indicate that he's conflicted.
Jace is an incredibly important character, and a lot of his decisions are based on what everyone's influencing him to do.
I feel like that's almost at the core of his story, is juggling all of the interests that people have in him and what he's doing with his fundamental principles, like why he's doing the science.
God, are they still talking about this? Welcome.
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome
to every
EFAP.
pause.
I love how chat was like, you guys aren't disagreeing at all. You're just heaping praise on the show. And as soon as I say something negative, it's like, you're just start locking the conversation. Like, make up your mind, chat.
We'll call ourselves ESAD. Every second a discussion.
ESAD. Oh.
No, that's not. I don't
That's
like
not
that.
like it, no. So, we cut to Caitlin hanging out outside some of the main Piltover buildings, and she's getting a little bit of ridicule. I think she corrects one of them on something they're talking about, and then they're like, "You're high class. Fuck you." She's like, okay. But she spots a fire, and they all run over to it. And there's a little girl voice saying, "Help me." I think it's like almost bizarre what the voice says. It's like, "I started a fire and I'm stuck in here. Help."
Yeah, it works its way toward it. It starts with like, "Oh, it's so hot, I can't see," and then like as it keeps going, eventually it just gets weirder and weirder. "Oh, I started a fire all by myself on purpose."
Yeah. And then detonates, blows them all up. I know that this is definitely one where people point out, does Caitlin have some severe plot armor here? It's hard to tell. So the explosions go off right next to the guys who are all in the building. She is at a different point, right? Or she's not in the building, she's like outside.
She's outside.
I feel like she's further back.
I can't... I'm obviously playing the scene now, so I will note it. But were there any bombs right next to her? I can't remember. Because she's with 2 other people. But yes, just for anybody who's like, wait, what's happening though? It's like, so Jinx has set a big trap for enforcers, and she be exploding them because getting them out of the way to then get into the building and take whatever the science people. Oh, okay, that's a pretty big explosion.
Not to mention, I think she was kind of in the middle of everyone.
She did get knocked out,
these are choices I never quite understand,
sure, but
right?
she got knocked out, but everyone else with her was killed, and there were people further back from her than she was.
Well, just specifically, I'm not even appealing to like all those logistics, just this shot that they do. So I think she's outside the building, but the building blows up, and so it comes through the wall. And like, this is... Look at that. It's just like, oh. And, yeah, sometimes, like, it looks great as an action scene, I guess, but like, it's just, I wonder about stuff like this. Like, man, this looks like she's dead.
Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah, I think plot armor saved her in this case.
It looks like the other 2 are vaporized.
The other 2 got vaporized.
It's kind of like
the other 2 enforcers will return in Arcane episode 9.
Well, people are saying that's not her.
Yeah, that's not Caitlin.
Oh,
that's,
okay.
Something that I think isn't visually communicated too well. She doesn't go in. Like,
well, because I thought this was outside anyway. Because, yeah, like, we get... That is really not great for visual language. You see her looking like she's gonna back up. Well, that's still bad. Look at that
Yeah.
shot.
Wait, no. If it's not her, then this is just really weird editing.
Yeah, because like
Right?
I think it really follows for you as a viewer to assume. Do you see her like this, right? And look at this shot, by the way.
Yeah.
Like
That's
that's pretty bad. But then to cut from that to
Right.
this, I really feel like you're supposed to assume that's her. But
Right.
I think
But
you
she-
are.
Yeah, you really are.
That looks like her. I don't know about this.
Well, out of
objection that
curiosity,
it's
how do we
not
know
her.
it's not her? What was the?
Her hair looked shorter. The hair in the person there looks shorter. Caitlyn has
Okay.
long hair. She has
I feel
short
like
hair.
Caitlyn has the kind of hair that you shouldn't confuse it with other people's hair often.
No.
But yeah, and she rolls out. I'm more than willing to concede there's plot armor here. It's unclear
sure.
exactly how much. It's just that it does seem like she's the main character out of all the enforcers, and she's the one that doesn't
Mhm.
die. Because it's like, yeah, of course not.
Okay,
'Cause
I
she
can
can't yet.
I can confirm it is not her, but that means the editing is like real scuffed.
Yeah, it's just hard to tell what the fuck's happening. I suppose if you go
confusing.
best faith, then we're supposed to assume that she really just was in the vicinity enough to cause what we saw happen to her. So you know, it's not. I guess it's not as bad as it could be. If that's definitely not her.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be plot armor, but I think that's really that's.
I think it's
worst
poorly
editing I think I've seen
communicated.
so far. Yeah,
I would agree. Which is rare.
Yeah, because they're
That's
really
right,
good
yeah.
with that in the show for the most part. But all right.
no,
so
if you
yeah.
if you go back, just responding to chat. If you go back, there's another shot with like the same three people inside, and it's clearly not Caitlyn. And then like the other shot with the explosion is the same three people in the same like spot. So it's pretty clear that it's not her.
Well, okay,
people
so
were
this is
right.
another reason why it's confusing. She's standing in front of the image that Jinx has made, and there's clearly someone. Oh yeah, and then you come back to these
There are
three.
2 more people behind her when the explosion goes off.
Well, so this is why it's confusing. The explosion happens, and then we show that image that Caitlyn was right next to is like
Oh, and they're
exploding, and then the next thing we see is this, which makes me think that that's what's happening there. But it's like it's not question mark. And it's like okay, it's very
Her
weird.
position is very consistent with this shot, so it has to be her.
wait,
Well,
but
judging from the hair, it isn't.
wait. Oh my god, what is this editing? Hold on.
Like,
What is going on here?
because you see what I mean? It's like she's standing in front of this thing, and then they show this thing blowing up, which means this should be her in front of it, and then they cut to.
But they cut. Yeah, no, this is real scuffed. So
I don't
it's
think
not
it is.
her, but
I
the
just-
editing is very bad.
No,
this
I
is so
think it's
confusing.
no. I think it's her, and she plot armor just saved.
But
her.
look at that hair.
It's just-
I'm very moved by the hair argument.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's not
I-
her.
Yeah, but
It's not
her
her.
hair could no. Her hair could be forward in her face right now because she's got launched back.
I don't think it would look that way, and I doubt that all of it has moved from what would be at the back to the two sides, and then look that short. I genuinely think this is not her. It's just really weird editing.
So I'm curious. I thought it was her. I didn't even realize this until now.
I thought it was her.
Did you guys think it was her?
I thought it was
It's totally her.
until I looked at it again.
It's totally her.
So you're still
Well, I would
convinced
say
it is her?
I'm convinced.
I
it
would
is
say I'm
her.
85% sure it's not her, but we
I don't know who else
I don't
it
know
could
that-
be.
I don't know that my
given
word-
the position, she was center stage. There were 2 people side by side her, and then when the explosion happened, the 2 people are still there. They get vaporized, and she doesn't.
Well, there's
Back
two
to the-
different groups of people. There's the 3 people inside, and there's the 3 people outside.
I
All
thought
standing
6
in the
people
exact
got-
same
got blown
formation
up.
in the
Wait,
exact same
I
spot.
thought 6. Wait. I thought 6 people got killed. Right, so there were 3 people inside and 3 people outside, and Caitlyn was one of the people outside.
She
Yeah,
didn't get
that
killed.
no. It's definitely not her. It's absolutely not her.
It's
Do you see
definitely
that
not
one on the
her.
inside? That's them on the inside, and that's her with the short hair. Yeah, it's not her. It's not her.
yeah, it's definitely not her, but the
It's
editing is
definitely
very
not
bad.
Just
her.
amused
No,
about
like,
how
it's-
hard it is to figure this out. Like,
Yeah.
Wow, I feel
Hey.
like that's just
Well, the thing of it
weird
is, like,
communication.
the reason we're on this so much is because we really do need to establish whether or not plot armor just saved her ass.
pretty, yeah.
I-
For anybody who's
I-
curious why we're spending so much time, it's like, do we have an egregious use of plot armor or not? It's hard to tell.
I feel like
Which
it's
part
still
of the
plot
scene
armor
is
no matter.
absolutely fucked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just it's the editing, man. I don't know what they're telling me.
Yeah, it's like where the thing of it is, even if it was scuffed editing, she seemed awfully close to it anyway.
It's still plot armor no matter how you cut it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
it is.
it's-
That well, is that one shot that I think really because we know it's her at least in one of the shots, not
yeah,
necessarily.
and
the
she was
second
up front putting the fires out. So yeah, scuffed editing or not, I think she's been saved.
Yeah, there you go.
There's
there you go.
definitely
Okay?
some plot armor.
This is all we need. This is the frame to prove that there's plot armor, right?
Yeah.
That face, like
she moved back, but not that far. Somebody was saying she moved back. She's like, nah, she only took a couple steps. She was in front of other people.
Maybe she's a
and
Targaryen.
They died and she didn't.
She's immune to explosives. Dragon bombs. I'm immune to dragon bombs.
I grew up around dragon bombs.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah,
It'd
she spots.
be one thing if she like ran and then everybody else didn't, but yeah.
Yeah, you need to show it backing up a lot more, I would say, and then you'd be alright.
I would agree.
She spots Jinx going in, but then can't quite stay conscious.
Hey, what if the other enforcers tell her to stay back because they don't respect her and she tries to come in, you know, something like that?
That would work. You could do that.
Get
Yeah.
the fuck out of the way, Karen.
And yeah, so Jinx fucked around in the big science room. She took gemstone as well as a bunch of blueprints and notes. So then the council decides that Zorn could use the gemstone for weaponry, and Jace says that he's to blame, and that they should suspend everything to do with Hextech. And it becomes very clear that there's a viewpoint on all of this has changed, and I really love the difference in responses he gets from the council when he suggests that. You have Piltover's status as a global shipping lane depends on the hex tech, so it's like an appeal to Piltover's current status, obviously. The second one is from the guy with the fucking... Actually, we should have mentioned that by now, but I will. So
Yeah,
it's
I
been
guess so.
7 fucking years, and he is still
And he still
trying to
hasn't
solve.
solved the child's toy.
He's still fiddling with it.
I forgot that detail. The passage of time, and he's still playing with a kid's toy.
That's great.
I love it. Someone said plot armor is a plot convenience, not a plot hole. It can actually be either. It depends. Like if
She's still a person.
It's
who
like,
got-
if a soldier misses like 20 shots in a row, you know, that could happen.
yeah, it's possible. It's convenient. But if you are shot through the fucking heart, and then someone goes, "Okay, here's drink this," and it's like it's chicken soup.
and I'll feel.
I was
I'll,
making a fucking
I'll
joke, and I
patch
just
you right up.
realized that happens in Game of Thrones. Arya is stabbed several times in the stomach, and she has chicken soup, and it solves it.
Is that genuinely what happens in the
It's
story?
so fucking
And-
stupid.
Yeah, I don't know that there's like a 1-to-1 correlation with like the soup is what fixed it, but that is the order of events. Yeah, it's like in season 6, I think.
I like you want to clarify. It's not necessarily that the soup fixed the wound. It's just that
Look
happened.
at like, okay, let's be.
They pour the soup into
Provided
the
valuable
hole.
hydration.
The soup could have been around while magical healing was happening.
Yes.
Unrelated to the soup.
But I just think that illustrates the difference. Like, it's a hole that the several stabs to his stomach did nothing at all, but it's not a hole that they shoot and miss you. It's just really convenient. But anyway, so his POV is that my goods can't reach foreign markets till next winter if you get rid of the hex tech, right? So you got Piltover status, his own money, like an interest, and then Heimerdinger says, you would sacrifice your life's work? Like that, everyone else is thinking about how it affects them, but Heimerdinger is just blown away by Jace's willingness immediately to put his own reputation, well, everything that he's achieved on halt.
Yep.
Which is kind of feels like echoing this Stanwyck Pedidley thing.
Yeah,
It's a big thing he's doing, and
it's still a funny name.
Which is
very
So
important to
is-
the character.
He's pulling a pedidly, is what they call it in universe.
Mm,
Now, Jason's saying to shut down the hex gates, right? That's like one of
Yeah.
the implications of this.
All of the tech, everything.
Yeah, so
every
I
single hex
so
tech.
I was So why shut down the hex gates? Why is that necessary?
The,
think
the
it-
logic.
My assumption is
there's
just
a
that its
concern-
manipulation can happen now in relation to all hex tech stuff because the enemy can study it. So we've got to be careful until we figure out what they know and how they can do anything.
So
Like,
Until
if
they
you
get
the
have
the
hex
damn
gate's
thing back.
active. But the
Would
hex
be the
gate's
idea.
active. This thing can leave the city.
There is that as a concern too, but I mean,
Mhm.
I guess it would be the clear thing would be if you have the crystal and you have the notes, might you know how to sabotage these?
Yeah,
gates
there's
to,
just a
like,
lot of
yeah.
risks now because we're exposed
Yeah.
like we haven't been
You're just-
before.
The
Yeah,
tech just
reducing the
leaked.
variables by shutting everything down.
Mhm. Until they can get it back.
Well, in chat, someone said because the Undercity now has the means to mess with it. I mean, they don't know that it's the Undercity. They don't really know anything.
They
Yeah,
don't
they
know
just
that,
know
but
that there's
that's,
been an
that's
attack.
kind of
There's
the
been a terrorist
problem. That's
attack.
why
That's
they
the
want to be
problem,
safe
yeah.
about it, because they could too.
And
It could be anybody.
yeah, it's fair to say
Yeah.
they don't know it's the Undercity, but that's what they assume.
It's a safe assumption, I think, given the
And I
current
suppose it
climate
doesn't-
in Piltover.
It doesn't even really matter who stole it, right? Like it's
Yeah.
It could be
Yeah,
anybody.
I mean, if
yeah.
it's ambiguous who stole it, I think it's more credible to shut them down.
I think
If
that
they know it's
regardless
the Undercity, then why would they shut them down? The Undercity doesn't need hex gates. Like it would make
Well,
more sense to shut
wait,
down the
what?
hex gates if
They're
you're
not worried about
not-
hex gates. They're worried about what else you can do with it.
Whoa! We just went over how Silco is desperate to get at those hex gates. That's like the scene we just
We're
had.
cut off.
Do
And
they
then we-
know that?
Outsiders are leaving us further and further behind thanks to the hex gates.
And he's also able to get trade through them, which they must have some level of awareness of, that the Undercity has at least some connections to different people with different trades that involve with it. The idea that the Piltover Council think that Zorn has no interest in the hex gates is absurd. I'm sorry, I completely disagree.
Well, no, it's not. I'm saying that if you thought the threat was from someone far away, there's more of a reason to shut down the hex gates than for the Undercity. I'd say there's no reason.
Why?
I think
Because
that
then
there is-
you would be shutting off a transportation method for them to be able to come and mess with you. If you think that like there was a Noxian spy or something that came and like bombed the city, I mean, there's a 1-to-1 analogy. Okay, if you think there's a terrorist attack with airplanes, then for coming from a long way away, it makes a lot of sense to restrict air travel, right? But if you're getting a terrorist attack domestically, shutting down airplanes doesn't make as much sense.
It's
Because
not
anyone has to
terrorist
get that?
words,
Well,
because
the terrorist
what's
were
been
domestic.
stolen. What's been stolen is the secrets behind the technology that makes the hex gates function.
Yeah.
Well,
This
I
is
feel like
incredibly
we
dangerous.
just need to go more fundamental. This is like a base technology. It's not just the hex gates. It's like several other bits of technology as
Well,
well. It's
I
like
think-
you're starting from a fundamental that they've got access to that they can do. And plus, we already know that there is the concern of weaponizing
She's
hex tech as
stolen.
well.
She's stolen the blueprints for the hex core, which is significant.
Yes, that's huge. I think it doesn't matter where it came from. It's been stolen, and the fact that you don't know who did it, but have a like it. I think
that's
that
what I
whether
was-
you know or not, you would shut everything down. Like I don't know that makes a difference, or that
Yeah.
that will be a concern that you would have.
They
Because
have
whoever's got it, if they can
unstable.
reverse engineer it, they can start fucking with your hex gates.
Yeah, not
Base
to mention
technology, no base technology. Go ahead. Brother.
having like practically like unlimited power with all kinds of applications in itself. So like, why wouldn't you freak out?
Oh, and of course, like this is the brand new technology. This is the
Yeah,
the
a brand
gemstone
new
one.
version of it,
The
even
gemstone,
more
not-
powerful.
Yeah. Well, you have a finite supply of these things too. Yeah.
Which
Like, there's-
I guess
there's a lot of
wraps back
reasons why.
around to, you don't want this thing leaving.
Yeah,
You didn't
The
even want
hex-
to announce it, and it's
Yeah.
out there in the world. Like,
Yeah.
it's
If the hex gates stay on, this thing could fly off to fucking Ionia or some shit, and it's just gone.
now
It's
you'd
not
never
coming
be able to
back.
find it.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
so you mean you shut down the hex gates to stop people from getting the gemstone somewhere else?
you
That's-
shut down.
that's
the hex
one of the
gates for
reasons,
one-
sure.
If
Okay,
you're gonna,
that
if you're
makes
gonna,
sense.
oh, I thought you were gonna say like they can still get it outside the city. It's like, yeah, but that cripples their ability to go do it fast.
No,
surely.
that makes sense.
I love this shot.
Yeah. Look at Heimerdinger there.
Just staring at
Contemplating.
the wreckage, especially on progress
Oh.
days, like little fair too.
Yeah.
Progress.
But yeah, so as an alternative, Mel suggests that Jay become a sorry, not Jay.
Hello.
Jay would never- they'd
I
kick him
am
from the
I am in
council
charge of
Jay has
Piltover
entered the
now.
Councillor
Jay has
Jay.
entered the arcade world.
Jay's become a counselor, and that would enable him to have the authority and positioning to shore up security for the Hex-tisms. And the council's very split on this, and then Heimerdinger is actually the one that says it makes the most sense for a scientist to be in charge of hex tech security, which that is definitely me planting a flag, because that's Heimerdinger is arguably the reason that Jace gets this position.
Isn't Heimerdinger a scientist too?
Yes, but he's not familiar really with hex tech.
Well, sure, but like his point would stand. That
he's correct. Heimerdinger is correct that it's a good idea to have Jace be in charge of hex tech security. He just needs the authority.
Heimerdinger is often correct.
Okay, when you said red flag, I thought maybe that was another plot hole. I'm like,
I didn't say red flag.
Planting a flag.
Oh,
remember,
got it.
he got him on there.
Sure.
Jace wouldn't be a counselor if not for Heimerdinger.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Then we have.
Yay.
What was that? What was that, Theo? What are you complaining about?
I'm not complaining about anything. I just don't remember what bit's next.
Right. Well, it's hard for me not to, because I just don't know how everyone feels. It's just that I very much enjoyed any of the Jinx scenes. So
yeah,
we got another one coming up. She's listening to the fucking Jinx song. Yeah. Like it's
listening to her theme song.
For people who are familiar with just the game's releases for cinematics and stuff, that was just like, wow.
Yeah.
There it is.
By the way, Fortiche Productions did the music video for that song.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch it before and after this show, different vibes.
Yeah.
So anyway, she's having herself a fucking jam out whilst, and this is the thing, not wasting time. Look at what they show with the very quick flashes of what she's up to. Obviously the gramophone, her area, but then we've got a first shot of her is just sparking up something. She's making shit, which is obviously in line with, she's a fucking Gadgetron expert. What's she holding here? The butterfly that we saw earlier. Just the thing. She's holding a butterfly. Neat. And Silco arrives in the background shouting at her, but she's too busy. She's having fun. And look at that, looking at a blueprint. She's already working away, basically, on stuff to do with Hex Tech. Very worrying.
Was she referred to as Jinx before now in the episode?
I don't know.
That thought just occurred to me.
I think Silco called her Jinx.
I thought the
they were talking to each other before.
I think he probably did. I don't know.
Savika called her Jinx, didn't she?
Yeah.
I can't
was
remember.
under the impression. My memory is saying that they always just used pronouns like she, her, you know.
Wait, don't they say in the river scene, or I guess we can't. Don't they refer to her as Powder at some point in the future?
I
maybe
think
none of them
Silco
do.
Suggests that you need to get rid of Powder. I can't remember if he says the name specifically.
I would be surprised if Silco ever called her Powder. That I don't think he would.
No.
I think that's pretty fundamental, actually, that he wouldn't call her that.
Yeah, and it's clear why, like, later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's outraged, and I fucking love her expressions again in this. He's basically like, you've attacked Piltover, you've blown up some shit, and you've stolen from them. We are in serious fucking trouble. Meanwhile, well, her POV is, oh, you have no idea how fucking good news I have for you. Like, so she's just watching him summarize all the horrible things she's done, and just gradually, as he's saying it, being like, yeah, I know, it's great, isn't it? Like, I
slightly nodding.
Fucking love it, yeah. And yeah, she's like laughing as he explains what she's done, as though she's kind of forgotten. She's like, oh yeah, like, because yeah, her mindset in relation to all this violence is just that it's pretty fun. She's a very damaged person.
You should write that on her to demonstrate.
Exactly.
Nice.
Wait, I missed that. What were you saying?
We both at the same time said that she should get the charity
tattoo on her forehead.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Whose fucking idea was that, man?
I think he regrets it. Don't worry. Yeah, and then she shows Silco what she has. Once again, beautiful
nails.
detail on the nails, yeah. And how great those little gemstones look, by the way. Very,
They're
uh,
very
They look very
pretty.
good.
They look like they are used for something for sure. It's not like just a featureless marble or nothing like that. That
Mhm.
looks like it's got potential. Just looking at it.
Yeah, this is
You can make it
the.
into like a.
Fireworks rigged to
You can
go.
make it into anal beads.
You could
Could.
do that. I'm not gonna say you
Shit.
can't.
I mean, a waste of potential, I suppose.
Hex
but,
tech.
You know, you do you, right?
Sex tech.
Sex tech.
And yeah, this is a big victory for her because she sees this as like full validation
did
that
it.
she's pretty great. Yeah, she got him,
She
the
had these
crown jewel.
fireworks set up.
and yeah, she had everything ready to celebrate, and she gives him a hug because she's clearly proven that she's strong and worthwhile. But obviously, plot-wise, Silco has a gemstone, which is bad news.
Yep.
And then I think we get into Jace visiting Caitlyn, who's very injured. At least we get that.
But she's still on the case
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
because she's
And upright.
very determined. Yeah, and upright. True.
The nice details that Jace has brought her flowers, and she like immediately throws them into a pile and wants to talk to him about the case. It's just like a
Because there's so many. She's got so many.
She's got a
flowers,
ton of them, yeah.
and they've all
Poor
got
Jace.
letters in them and stuff.
Just
Yeah.
immediate characterization. Look at it. Here's
I
what
feel
this
sorry
character's
for him. I
priorities
legit
are.
feel
She didn't
sorry
say
for
a
him.
word to communicate that.
no.
It's like, yeah, whatever, but look, case.
Mm.
Look at that. It's like a tarot
imagine
card.
instead,
she's
you know,
got.
she
The Silco,
he
by
could
the
have
way.
just
Or at least it looks like
imagine
Silco.
like an inferior scene where she's just like, "Oh, I'm really focused on the case." Man.
I need to crack this case. It's important in terms of establishing my autonomy and independence.
That's how many. That's how so many shit writers would do it.
I don't appreciate your
break the
flowers,
glass
Jace,
ceiling.
for I have many flowers.
I have many
Not even
flowers,
that.
but
They
I
wouldn't
am-
have. It wouldn't have occurred to them to put the flowers in the scene as a device to show that she doesn't care about them.
Well, I am the daughter of a counselor and constantly in her, in her
Poor eye.
shadow. I wish to I wish to have autonomy. Look, and this is my mechanism for doing so. This case.
And
So-
yeah, just I really love the conflict in this scene, being that he's desperately trying to fix the situation on his end. Like, it's such a huge security breach, and meanwhile, like, a friend of his has been injured, and her parents now don't want her to be an enforcer. At best, she can be like a secretary for Jace, and he's like just
Yeah.
telling her that that's the reality. And she's so fucking tired from her POV to not be taken seriously by anybody and to be controlled that she doesn't want anything to do with it. Meanwhile, he's stressed the fuck out with all of this happening. So they just, the chemistry is just off for them in this scene. It's
Yeah.
like deliberately, because he even announces it as like a plus. It's like, hey, you work for me, you know, that'll be great. And she's just like, fuck off. Like, I can do my own shit. And it's just like, oh.
How many
'Cause, yeah.
times she got offers like that in her time trying to become an enforcer?
Yeah.
Because
Like,
it's not
yeah.
a,
someone
it's not a
just going,
promotion.
hey,
It's a demotion.
Yeah.
Is there like lore information about what exactly involve like being an enforcer involves? Like, does she have autonomy to go like investigate stuff, or like I'm assuming so based on what she does.
I'm
Presumably,
assuming not because of what Marcus says.
I was going to say she probably needs to be sanctioned or at least approved of. Like, you know, it's probably the
Well,
standard
I
thing
think,
of the officers
and-
would be given missions or details.
Well,
Yeah,
I think it's just
given a case to
enforcers
handle.
are like enforcers are like vague cops, basically. Like
Yeah.
What-
of this world.
I'm kind of
Human
asking. It seems like they're more than cops. They're more like FBI agents or something.
Well, that's why I'm
No.
saying like vague cops. They're like law
Ah.
enforcement,
I
basically.
feel like they're more
We
cops
don't-
than
we
FBI
don't-
agents.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
what-
don't really.
what makes
This
you think
doesn't seem to be
federal?
like a. There doesn't seem to be an actual like. If they're not cops, then what are the cops, right? Then surely we would have been shown someone that they
mean-
like go up to and it's like, hey, we'll take it from here, kind of a
I
thing.
can't, like, they're the people in blue who stand on the street corners, man. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're cops. I guess, but I mean, she accepts the position right for the utility that it has, though, doesn't she?
Oh yeah. She
Because
uses it
like
because she's
she
a
is
smart lady.
operating as, yeah, like she's basically bending sort of what she's supposed to be doing so that she can do what she needs to be doing.
Just gonna do a
Yeah.
little bit of expression appreciation here. When Jace is explaining his offer, which he
She's
obviously
pouting.
understands, know what it
Yeah.
means. Well, just all the expressions she has. They even have one that's like blurred because the focus is on him. It's just like they just don't
Yeah.
care if you miss stuff like that.
Just the moment she takes the scroll thing from it, like it's not a look of like it's not a pleasant look. It's suspicion. Like
Mhm.
when she's looking
Well,
at
that's the
him.
thing that I think that's pretty cool as an underlying thing that seems to be happening throughout this season is that these two people grow apart. When they could have done any story they wanted, but it's just a matter of they're both running completely different plot lines.
Mhm.
And so when they come back, it's because this is the last time these two talk now for a while. Yeah, so she decides that it's worth trying to get to Stillwater so she can interview that guy that she was able to talk to briefly at the airship. When she gets there, I don't even know. Do you know what species he is, Theo?
I don't. He is large man.
He is a
That
large
his
man.
species.
I think when I was watching it with Free, I'd say that this guy feels like the fake American accent that you can hear sometimes. Sounds really put on, but I could be wrong. I don't know who voiced it, but it's just he talks like this. It's just like everything feels extended. It's something that Gary has said to me before with American impersonations that get on his nerves when they just drag out each word. But yeah, I don't know. It could just be that they're going
Like
for that
Cad
with the
Bane.
character. Hey, Cad Bane's awesome. Fuck you.
I liked the bit where he shot his gun and had a hat.
Oh, it was so fucking awesome. Anyway, she goes to speak to that guy. He's been beaten the fuck up. And he's in, like, the ICU or whatever. And then she says, oh, okay, can I speak to the person who did that to him? Because, obviously, they must have had some kind of motive. And, it was kind of neat for me. I don't know for everyone else. I kind of forgot about Vi. Because I was so interested in the story that was being told that I was like, oh, fuck, of course.
I
And,
didn't forget.
One of our main characters.
I feel like...
What?
Well, it's not even criticism. It's just so many people I'm interested in that I was like,
I know.
oh yeah, of course she exists as well. And I was quite happy to see her. I was like, hell
Yep.
yeah, let's get this shit started too, because that's so much as we've got going on. So yeah, she was taken away to prison, and she's been here since, which is gonna have done stuff, presumably. And Caitlin and her have met.
Plot hole. You shouldn't punch brick walls like that as a habit or for training. You'll screw your wrists.
I mean, yeah.
Bad way.
Yeah, I can't imagine punching a brick wall is going to be a very good thing
It's
to do.
kind of reminds me of the powder shooting thing as a kid. Just like,
Yeah.
all right, calm down. It's okay.
Yeah, like why you? Holy
get it.
fuck.
You can do this in so many other ways. You don't need to have it literally punching concrete apart. Like that's just you're right. Fucking, I had a friend who punched a brick once in a brick wall, and he really regretted it. Like it's...
Well, there was that video
Yeah.
on Reddit of the dude who punched the reinforced glass in his wrist.
broke.
Yeah, if you make
Yeah.
a habit of that, you're going to
Ah,
destroy
Jesus.
your wrists.
Because these are really hard surfaces, and your body
Yeah.
ain't as strong as you think it is.
You're supposed to even wear wrist support if you want to punch a punching bag. Like,
Yeah, it's
This
just
is
like
Like, I'm surrounded by walls. It's true.
Yeah. Stuff like that doesn't
I'm
bother
often
me that much.
surrounded by
but-
walls. Yeah.
I just
Four
it's
of
not
them.
even that.
it doesn't bother me. It's
For me, it's just a little bit cringe because I'm just like, have some restraint. I know you want me to think she's strong and
Yeah.
cool. You don't need to do it like this.
You don't need to work that hard.
just have her like
I'm
throwing
already pretty
punches at the
convinced.
air, and like practicing her
Mhm.
form or whatnot.
Well,
Like it doesn't have to be punching the wall directly. It's fine.
Yeah, the show otherwise has been pretty good about being restrained on certain things. Like characters that are strong and cool don't need to, like, they can still get their ass kicked, right? It doesn't have to
Absolutely,
be the
yeah.
most extreme version of whatever.
Well,
So.
Vi is the biggest brawler possibly in the whole show, and she's the one that probably takes the most damage out of everybody. She
I think
has,
that, yes.
other
I
than
think so,
people
yeah.
who've died, obviously. I just mean that she gets beaten to a pulp several times.
The real heroes are the ones who have to keep going on.
Mm. Dying is
Which
easy.
It's easier.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was episode 4.
And it only
Hey,
took us
we
half
did-
the
we
time
did it.
we have.
Yeah, we've
available.
lost half the time.
Yeah.
what can be said about episode 4? I think it reminds me a little bit of episode 1 and 2, where we're resetting again. We're setting the
Sort
table.
of, yeah. That's the vibe I
Um,
got.
I like it a lot. There's plenty to draw from it,
Yes.
but it's definitely one of them ones you finish and you're like, all right, when's
Where do we
the
go? Let's
explosions?
go.
When's the
Yeah.
people killing each other? When's the part with the giant lasers? Come on.
Where's the glorious evolution? I mean,
Where's the
what?
part where the cool cowboy shoots the other cool cowboy? You all
I mean,
didn't seem
where
to
is
be moved
that?
by that. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say it's in some of the best TV shows that I've seen, so I don't think it's a bad idea, you know.
And I'll put on my thumbnail face for that.
But yes, a little bit slow, but it's fine. I agree. Which, yeah, if there's nothing else anyone wants to say, we can just start with the next one because we
I
are.
just think,
Next.
just quickly, like we need to take that time because we have had a huge time skip, but also
Yeah.
we're not wasting time in just resetting the scene. We're also
Mhm.
like picking up threads and working with characters and moving them in directions to get the plot moving forward as well as just
Bro.
setting a baseline.
And
I think
then
Chat would prefer we
get-
go back and.
Hmm?
No, go ahead. I was gonna say I think Chat would prefer we go back and argue about progress, Dave, for another 2 hours. Just kidding.
We can do it. Don't test it.
No, I'm good.
The funny thing today is that we're only going to get through another episode, so there's still so many conversations that cannot be had. But I suppose next week we'll try and do 4 episodes. Okay, it'll be nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, by the
that's
way,
right.
this isn't just because Rags will need to go, but I would also argue that me and Fringy need the time to be able to finish up Boba Fett. We're
nearly there,
close.
though.
Yeah, we're close.
Yeah. You
Sentence
fuckers
is
better
almost
love
over,
it.
You can make it.
You better.
I'm excited.
You
Wow. I'm excited for it to be done, yes.
Oh, dude.
I'm excited for
Not understating that I've put as Fringy of course as well. A lot of effort in this one, so hopefully you guys
lots
enjoy
of
it.
fun little edits.
It's been non-stop since we recorded it, but
Yeah.
we can't talk about that yet. We got to talk about
gotta talk
episode
about
5. Now,
Episode 5 and
this isn't pointed at all, but we open on a great character building scene for Caitlyn because
Yes.
it's one of many.
a very great character building scene
It's
for Caitlyn.
kind of trite to bring up how pretty scenes are at this point, but this one especially to me, like,
Pretty good.
Look at this fucking image, Theo. It's not trite. Look at that. That's
Like-
in Arcane. That's not real.
yeah, that one especially was the one I was going to bring up. Holy fuck!
Oh, it's
man.
gorgeous. Look at those
Fucking hell.
leaves.
Look at the gun.
Sexy
Yeah.
gun. Rags, look at the gun.
I do see the gun. What a gun!
You like guns?
I do like guns.
Beautiful, insane, pretty, gorgeous, coom. Let's see, it's chatter on point today.
Yeah. Cool. Agree.
So, we see targets arising and getting shot by a younger Caitlyn. I actually think, Jay, was it you that you didn't realize this was a flashback until... I was just like, she's a lot younger, but I feel like that gives it away.
Yeah.
I think it was only when Grayson shows up that Jay was like, oh, okay.
Grayson shows up. Spoiler.
I'm sorry, yeah, Grayson's back. Somehow she returned.
This seems bizarre to me.
I really like that bit there where she like readjusts her like placing her chin against the gun like for aiming. They didn't need to do that, but they did.
I'm more curious
Because of
what Rags
attention
just
to
said,
detail.
that this scene is bizarre. What's that about? What's going on, Rags?
I guess the contest of how so I guess you and someone else are running through the woods, and there are places where targets pop up, and then you shoot the targets, and then you move to a next spot where I guess more targets pop up, and you're next to them, and they're next to you, and then you get to the end. It seems like a really odd.
My
That means you
assumption
gotta hit
is
the most targets.
my assumption is you're both released into the forest, there's a track to run, and the one who hits the most targets wins.
And also, there's some rate of fire. You gotta. These things seem to be single action, in the terms of their break action. They break open, you put one in, Martini Henry style. And sometimes she shoots these things damn fast. Or I'm wondering what are you doing off camera to shoot this gun that fast?
She's pulling the gun below camera and then back up again, GoldenEye style.
Hmm.
fine.
Oh, good.
Actually, I was just looking at the colors. I don't know if all the target colors are different, or if
there's a red one.
yours are green, opponents are yellows, and then there's red ones that mean both of you can shoot them. I don't know if that's what that is.
I think the red
I
one is
think that's
like,
score
I
based.
think-
Like
yeah, I think you have a course of your own. My assumption is, you each have a course of your own, which are color coded, and then the last one is free for all.
Or is it, yeah, just it's the first person to hit the red target. You can only hit the red target when you've hit all of your targets. That could be
Something
it.
like
I
that.
thought that the red target was when you're not supposed to shoot originally, and they were going to do this thing where she's maybe impulsive and learns a lesson, uh, something along those lines.
Oh, like Wonder
Because that
Woman.
happens a lot in Target. Yeah, it happens a lot in Target practice where, like in games and in stuff,
Mhm.
where there's a lot of targets to shoot, but there's some you don't shoot. So that
Yeah.
doesn't mean you just shoot everything that moves instinctively, which would be good practice for an enforcer. Um, but I guess it's just the target's red and you shoot it. Also, damn, those back sights are wide.
Like I said, she's got a green armband and she's shooting the green targets. I think that you have a color coded to yourself, and then red is just for both of you, and it's the first person to shoot it. And because she realizes that it wasn't that she shot it first, it was that Grayson gave her the win.
It's that look of elation she has on her face when she hits it, then looks to the side and sees Grayson there. It turns into a little bit of a frown.
Yeah, because she thought she'd won because she was good.
Yeah.
But then that
But
comes
then-
into the point that Grayson's making. Why are you shooting? What are you shooting for? Because Grayson says, which is almost upsetting because she's dead already, but Grayson's like, for me to miss is like, it represents like the inability to protect the people of this city.
Mhm.
She's like, I like her. She's neat.
Really cool
I like her a
character, used
lot.
sparingly.
Yeah. And compliment the voice actress again. Just so unique. Yeah, just the scene ends with Caitlin being asked, basically like, why are you doing what you're doing? And it just plays into a lot of what we already know about her. But I really like all of the flashback scenes for the characters as children. They're informative. Yeah, I think she says about winning the trophy that Grayson says, protecting this city, that's trophy enough, or something like that.
Yeah, this scene's actually, this is one that I didn't notice much on my first watch through, but it's actually like really good and important for Caitlin's character.
Agreed.
And this is basically the moment where she wants to become an enforcer, right?
Yeah, it's clearly that
Thank you,
Grayson's
Caitlin,
inspired her
for that.
quite a bit.
Yeah, and like it's hard to. It's another case where I can't give it the praise I want to because we'd have to mention things we can't mention, but it fits in really well with what happens later.
Grayson
gonna
has an
get there.
impact on multiple people who are enforcer or enforcer adjacent.
Yeah, even Penis Man liked her. And he liked nobody.
Just for clarification, who's Penis Man?
Yeah, who?
Marcus.
Marcus.
that's
Penis
me.
man.
Yes, of course. Yes.
I am Lord of the Penis. So yeah, which immediately the dialogue is just telling you everything you want to know. So Caitlin and Vi are talking to each other, and Vi's offering that she'd be able to help in some way, shape, or form. And then Caitlin's like, "Why would I trust someone like you?" And she's like, "You enforcers are all the same. Go find him yourself." Like, they both have preconceptions that are pretty significant about each other's station. And yeah,
Vi is particularly interesting given who she is in the game.
yeah, we can. I think that's something we should save to mention until the end of the show because that's it's big
Grayson in the
potatoes.
game? Or is it Caitlin?
Grayson
Are you
is
talking
not
about
in the
Caitlin?
game.
Okay.
Bye.
Caitlin.
So Caitlin decides to use the position she has to authorize the release of Vi under her supervision. And I think is there a line that's like, since when was Jade a counselor? And she's like, today. It's like, or yesterday or something like that. He's just like, this little,
Today, yeah.
like, yeah, it's just using the power she has. Why not? And then we have a really, 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 really good scene for keeping in mind when judging Penis Man. He's conducting like a funeral for all the people that have died in Jinx's explosion.
Are we just skipping past the like interrogation scene?
What do you want to mention? Go for it.
I mean, I feel like it's a bit convenient. I mean, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but
They don't kiss on the lips, just so we're clear.
They do not kiss on the lips in that scene.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Chad has been having a field day with that. But No, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem the fact that Caitlin's able to meet Vi and the fact that they cooperate the way that they do seems a bit convenient.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why?
Okay, so what motivation does Caitlin have to trust her?
Well, the reason
And-
why
and
that
why would-
she's
and
got
why-
to talk to her is because she's like the only real lead that she has. What choice does she have?
Yeah, I think
Vi
Caitlin's
makes
taking a
clear
risk.
Yeah,
Vi makes
Caitlin's not
clear she
averse to
knows
risk at this
things,
point.
No.
and Vi also makes clear that Caitlin will not be effective alone in the Undercity. Which Caitlin, you can see it in her face. She's like, "Damn
She
it,
knows
she has a
that's true.
point."
Yeah.
True, I'm like, is there a good reason that Caitlin thinks that there's anything like there's any reason to trust her, that she has something useful to add, or that she should
Her
take her
reaction
at her
to
word,
seeing
or
the image and her reference
Yeah,
to Silk.
the fact that she's pinning Silco as the leader, the fact she said she can prove it, and that she recognizes the crayon drawing.
Yeah, so she knows that Vi has some emotional attachment to the operation adjacent to hers, and she may not have exactly a good reason to trust Vi, but what other option does she had? Her lead just got his fucking job busted up by her, so she's taking a
And also,
risk.
Caitlin doesn't trust her.
Yeah, Caitlin doesn't have a heck of a lot of trust in her, but again, she's got to do what she's got to do. Clearly, she's not averse to risk at all. She got blown up, and she's already still on the case.
I'm on the case.
I mean,
died.
okay,
She just got back up.
like my problem isn't with being risk averse. It's just that like, if you compare this to a scene like Silence of the Lambs, it has very similar scenes. I just feel like a lot of what's happening doesn't really follow it. It seems
Why?
a bit convenient. I mean,
Why?
she just randomly she doesn't have any okay. I actually know what it's like to be in a prison. I'm imagining going up and just talking to a random person, and they're like selling you a line, and then actually like believing them and letting them out of prison, and just like, oh yeah, come with me, we'll go sort it out. It's like it's a stretch.
I feel
it's
like
a bit of a
that's a
stretch.
really
Sure, but did you not-
uncharitable way to paint the scene.
Exactly. Did you not see Vi's reaction to merely looking at a drawing? How do you fake that?
Lunges at the
You
bars. Where did you
easily.
get
I mean,
this?
Well, yeah, I'm not going to
Like-
say it's impossible to fake that, but I think that's Caitlin's reasoning, is
That's
that
an
this girl
awfully
knows...
specific thing to fake.
And she knows she's lied to her as well. She's like, why did you... Like, the beating up the guy who's directly involved with all of this, and she's already claimed that he works for Silco. Everyone does. Which is, if you remember, with a little bit of future knowledge, that Silco's been cleared again and again. So that's definitely interesting information.
yeah, I understand that.
I think there's more than enough here for... And if you remember, Caitlin regrets this decision soon,
Pretty
but then
quickly,
realizes that it was
Well,
actually
that's-
the right choice.
I mean, that's kind of my point. Is that there's a substantial reason for them to be very skeptical of or hostile to each other, and that
So
doesn't
what-
seem to manifest
well,
very
so-
much.
What do you
question
mean?
then I
It
would have
totally
is-
does.
I think it definitely
does.
does. I think
It
I think they're quite hostile, antagonistic to each other.
But
Yeah.
I guess the second question would be, what should she have done instead? What is Caitlin's alternative to getting Vi out and then working with her? What does she do?
I mean, the alternative is to leave and continue investigating elsewhere. I
So
mean,
this is her
like,
only
What is
lead.
that?
This is
what
her
is
only
that,
lead.
considering-
I'm not convinced it's a lead. like, okay,
It is a lead.
okay, hold on. So let's back up. Okay, Caitlin is there talking to the dude at the front, and she's like, "Okay, I'm here to see this dude with these tattoos. He was on a blimp. He got beat. He got beat up, sent here to prison. I want to see this dude. Okay, his face got crushed in. Okay, that sucks. When can I talk to him? I don't know. When his face gets patched up. All right, later. Like, why do you even make the assumption? Oh, the person who beat him up in prison. Like, I should definitely go talk to this person.
Why did they do it?
Yeah,
Why?
They might have a
Why
did
did
they
they
do it?
do it?
I that's what I'm saying.
And
I
also,
don't.
this person, it could be months before their face is fucking.
Doom, if
working
you and I were
But why-
investigating this, I would suggest we talk to the person who beat him up because there might be a reason. That's our only
There's no
lead.
reason not to talk to them.
There's no reason not to. You're there.
There
And,
is a
and
reason
then when
not
she
to-
does
there-
talk to,
What's the reason
What?
not to talk to them?
Prisoners
at all?
are heavily in like the reason not to talk to them is that first of all you can't trust them. They're heavily incentivized to lie to you.
Then why talk to the first person?
so
Then why talk to the first person?
I mean,
I don't like that
maybe-
logic at all. Never talk to prisoners 'cause you can't trust them. Yeah, you can't trust a lot of people.
This is the
You can
exact.
offer them
This
things
is the
as
exact
well.
attitude that created the divisive tension between Caitlyn and Vi. The unwillingness to trust other people that are not
Mhm.
from a similar place than you. Doom, you should be ashamed of
well,
yourself.
but they do. What are you talking about? they do trust each other like an inordinate amount, seemingly.
Okay,
they don't.
they definitely
That's just
struggled
wrong.
before getting to that point. I don't know why it's not enough that this is a person who had specific interest. The guy was there for what, like an hour, and he was beaten to death almost. That's very interesting. And then the fact that she recognizes the drawings, she has someone that she can pin it on, and she's offering, I can prove it. You can't on your own. Caitlyn can take it or leave
And
it.
you will not last on your own in the Undersea.
And
Okay,
Caitlyn has
so
the power.
just to walk through this, because I caved on other stuff where I still disagreed, but I feel like there's a good point here. Okay, first of all, one of my objections is that it's very convenient. It is very convenient that the person who beat up the person she's going to see, that she has no idea about, just happens to be like the only person we know in the world that can like help her
You've
out,
not described
and then
convenient.
she trusts her.
That's not convenience.
How is that not
That's
convenient?
cause and effect. Who's going to beat
That's
up
cause
that
and
guy?
effect.
The person who helped destroy her life. Or his,
Wait, why?
their life. Vi
Why?
fucking hates... Do you not remember that Vi knows that guy?
I remember
No,
from episode 3.
that isn't the point. Isn't that Vi knows the person? It's that Caitlyn wouldn't have any understanding of this. It's like you got beat up
Why
in a
does it
prison.
matter?
There's
No,
any number of
we've been
reasons
over
for a
this.
person to be beat up in a
It's
prison.
interesting to explore that someone within hours of him arriving at the prison nearly killed him. Why did they do that?
Yeah.
Who is this person?
Yeah, I'm saying it's convenient that it's Vi. Vi is like the one person
That's
in the
not-
best position
that's
to help
not
out.
what
Caitlyn.
convenience
Why is
is.
it convenient?
She has a reason to do
She
it.
did
so
it
it's not
for a
convenient,
reason.
It follows.
She is
The only reason
compelled
that I
to
could-
do that to him.
The only reason I would see anybody saying that it's convenient is like meta, because she's Vi and she's the main character of the show. But like, that doesn't mean anything. Like in
Not-
universe, it all follows.
Not to mention, we're about to find out that she does this regularly to the people
She
that
regular-
have
yeah.
fucked her over.
She
and
has...
she doesn't have and she is impulsive about it.
If you're
This
trying
is
to argue
outside
that she
Vi?
has no more motive than anyone in the prison to beat him, I don't understand at all.
I like it's okay. It doesn't I whatever. I see there's like multiple problems here. It's convenient that she talks to. It's convenient that Vi's the one who beats them up. It's convenient that
It's
she
not.
thinks to go talk to the person.
You need to
and trust
justify
them.
why it's
convenient that I'm telling you like a bunch of different reasons.
No,
Well,
you're
yeah,
not.
so-
You're just saying it is.
We've taken them one by one and said no to each of them, but now you're concluding that they're all
Then you
valid.
default back to convenient.
I don't accept your rebuttals. It still
So
seems
okay,
very
you need to
wrong
be
with them?
alright. Be more specific. What about her? She has a motive to beat that man. What do you disagree with on that?
okay. From Caitlyn's perspective, there's no reason to think that the person who is beating this person up is going to be the person who is going to like help solve the case.
True.
I mean, they got
That
beat
doesn't
up in
make sense,
prison.
but she
True.
needs to
Caitlyn
draw-
knows
she needs-
this. True. What's your criticism?
Caitlyn knows that.
Again, this is very convenient. Okay, Caitlyn doesn't have a reason to believe that this person is going to be the person to help her solve the case.
True.
Is a person like the prisoner got beat up in prison. There's not any particular reason to think
True.
that there's any like necessary connection to anything.
True.
So I can buy. Okay, she's going to go talk to her because I mean the reason you guys are giving is she'll go talk to her because she doesn't have anything else to do. Well, I mean, she certainly has other things she can do, but okay, she's just going to go talk to people. It's convenient that the person who happens to have beaten them up is also the person who is in the best position of like anybody, presumably in the universe, to help her solve the case, right?
Okay, I don't know
Okay.
why you've concluded
no-
that. That
Why?
she's the best person to help. No, probably Marcus would be the best person ever. Like, he's got all the information and access, and he could also facilitate her on Piltover's side. Vi is very
Well, Marcus-
useful, but there is a reason that she ends up with Vi beyond, oh, it's convenient that Vi is the one that's helping her. You understand, like, if we're going by what would be, what would happen, the show is telling us Vi fucking hates all of Silco's henchmen. Any of them that are sent in, she probably beats the fuck out of and then ends up in solitary. That is a thing that happens. Now, Caitlyn comes to the prison looking for him, and that event has happened, which draws her to Vi. These are like, I would argue it's the complete opposite of convenience. It's almost like you're locked into those events.
Okay, really quickly, Marcus wouldn't help her. So
You haven't understood
Like-
at all what I was trying to say. I'm talking about convenience. Marcus, of course, wouldn't help
sure,
her.
but well, you're saying that Vi isn't the person, like the best person to run into. Well, Vi helps her. Marcus wouldn't. So
I'm
like,
just saying with the potential power agency of the characters and what they know. Vi is one of
oh,
many
sure,
people. But the problem is, who are the people that Caitlyn could bump into? And you're like, when going to that prison regarding a Silco goon, it's like, it's probably the Silco goon or maybe Vi. Because
Well,
Vi
again,
would beat the fuck out of him. I don't know
why are we taking why is it like just randomly bumping into someone is the way that
That's not
the plots are
random.
done?
Random.
It's not random. It's very well structured.
It's like you said, it's cause and effect.
I literally don't understand where you've detected randomness.
Caitlyn is drawn to the prison by Silco henchman. Silco henchman is beaten up by Vi because Vi
Who
beats
is in
up all the
prison.
Silco henchmen.
Yeah.
Who's in the prison because she
If-
beats up all of the Silco henchmen that go there.
Vi's personal journey payoff in this show is defeating Savika. That's like her big thing outside of Powder or Jinx, that dynamic. If you remember, she has a huge moment of elation when that fight completes. Because she
Yeah, I
fucking
understand she
hates
does not like
all the
Silco
people
henchmen, yeah.
who betrayed Vanda, which includes Chungus Boy. Or at least he works for the Silco.
Yeah.
Doesn't fucking matter. She fucking hates those people. She beats them to a pulp every time she gets a chance to.
So
Hey,
Caitlyn,
Yeah,
Without
I'm not.
even
I'm not contesting that Vi wouldn't attack the henchmen.
That's our argument for why it's not random.
Yeah, okay.
What part of it is random?
Okay. From Caitlyn's perspective, there isn't there isn't a reason to think that there's like this person is going to be useful or that this person is going to help you. In fact,
But
that there's
they
probably pretty good reasons to be dubious of both of those assertions. What I'm
I
saying
mean,
is
if you-
random is that like
Well,
even though without the again from Caitlyn's perspective, without foreknowledge of all this other stuff that's been going on, she has very good reasons to be skeptical of this person, and yet
But
she
if you've
isn't
got-
skeptical of this person, and this
So-
happens to be the person that can help her out.
So
I'm
she
saying
is skeptical. She absolutely is. That's just categorical. But also, if you've got no other leads, what choice do you have? Like, she's got nothing. This is the best that she's got.
There are lots of other things that could happen because this is what happened in the show. In the show, she releases her and then it ends up fine. That doesn't mean that in the moment it's like a necessarily great
Okay,
decision.
so
That's
she
going to
goes,
take someone who's been locked up and like literally had the key thrown away, or someone who's so dangerous they don't even keep proper records on them. And it's like, oh, well,
that's not
just
necessarily
I'll just-
that's not what you
means.
conclude from that, no. But let's pretend for a second that Vi didn't tell her anything. She even ignores it. She just doesn't speak at all. Caitlyn would check and she would have to resort to something else. That's a dead end. Simple as
Yeah.
that. But it's not a
But
dead
she
end.
gave it a shot.
What would the character Vi say to this person in this scenario? I think everything she says is entirely in line. She fucking hates enforcers. She knows that Silco's behind everything and no one believes her. And she thinks that this is definitely an opportunity. She wants Caitlyn to get her out of there so that she can get to Powder.
because she sees an image that looks like something Powder would have drawn.
Yep.
Mhm.
But that's just a goal
She's
anyway.
quite invested. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Caitlyn, gets given all the information that she would need to believe this person might be able to do something to help her with this case. And that's good enough. Good enough for any
But did-
detective.
do you think that Vi thinks there's a reasonable chance she'll be let out when she's in the prison?
I mean, I'd give it a shot if I were her.
Yeah,
like,
as-
otherwise, I'm just going to stay
As
in
long as
prison
she
forever.
thinks there's even a 1% chance, as Batman would say.
She should take it as an absolute.
Ah, you beat me to it.
Yeah, I don't know why she wouldn't take that opportunity. Her only other choice is stay in prison forever.
I'd certainly
if-
try.
again,
Yeah.
so if the premise
Especially
is she's
if I've
trying
got
she's trying
grudges
to
to
use
settle.
Caitlyn to get out of prison, then why would she insult Caitlyn a bunch of times?
Because she fucking hates her.
Because that's
Impulses.
just
She's not,
Vi.
she's not meticulously planning everything out and acting.
Vi is not.
isn't-
Why is an
Um,
Vi's
emotional
not a
person?
manipulator. She's
Yeah,
not a
she's
manipulator.
Vi ain't
She's more
Silco. She's
emotionally
not.
driven than to.
Yeah, she's not
do
hyper
that.
intelligent or anything. She's pretty normal in that regard. Very emotionally driven.
She probably is intelligent enough to, if she sat down, and think about everything that
I
she's
definitely
doing,
don't think she's
figure
dumb.
out that.
Yeah.
Figure out that that would probably be counter to her goals. But she's not doing that. She's not sitting down and figuring out exactly the best course
It's
of action
all-
here.
It's all done
because
in real
she's much
time.
more emotionally driven than that.
Because
Yeah,
she only
exactly.
realizes there's opportunities here in real time.
As it rises.
Yeah.
She had no
I mean,
time
I-
to prep a strategy to get out of jail.
Well, so I had assumed that Vi did not think there was any chance she was going to get let out of prison, so I didn't even have a problem with that. But you guys were saying that this was like a realistic expectation, in which case, well, then why would you be like insulting Caitlyn? And,
So
like,
when
making
she's
this
telling her
happen?
you're not going to make
Didn't
it
we
on your own, I obviously thought that she was aiming to get her to use Vi as a guide.
Mhm.
Like, it is an insult, but it's also an insult that has an implication of, but
Yeah.
I could help you to get me out of here.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's an
it's
insult
actually
that
pretty-
says you can't do this on your own. You're gonna need me.
Yeah.
Okay, again, there's no contradiction between like viciously attacking her and then trying to get her to get you let out of prison so that you can hang out.
No.
I
No,
don't know why.
I don't think so, no. Because
No.
whether or not you insult somebody, whether or not you insult them, if they need you, you know,
They
like,
need you.
it's-
Yeah, you're not exactly gonna put your fifis ahead if you're trying
yeah,
to really
exactly.
solve this
Caitlyn's
thing.
not going to be like, just for that,
But, like,
fuck
why-
you,
doesn't-
and fuck me
doesn't
too,
make
because I
sense.
don't have a
Doesn't
case that I can solve now.
necessarily,
Can I just?
Don't
did-
have a
Well,
toilet.
it-
Okay, so
now.
we're going into a
Oh.
prison to talk to somebody that's been fucking thrown into maximum confinement, had the fucking key thrown away. They beat the fucking shit out of somebody. I go to talk to this fucking person, okay? And now they're fucking screaming at me about how they fucking hate enforcers. So I'm gonna go and use my power
wait.
on the first day that Jason's made a counselor to go
I
get
gotta
them
tone
let out of
police
prison
here.
and then go
You're,
walk around with them.
Kinda seems
There's
to
no
me
problems
like
with this.
anything
You've
that leads to a
described-
solution is convenient.
Distorting the
You've
scene.
described it as screaming and viciously attacking. You're insane. Watch the scene.
No, I said she viciously attacked the
even
dude.
then, it's like,
she,
okay,
no,
so
she broke the dude's like jaw.
I'm sorry,
She
can I-
absolutely
can I-
viciously attacked
No,
the
you-
dude.
I want to take us through the scene in a different tone, okay? So Caitlin's going, "Oh, there's this criminal in like solitary confinement because they assaulted another inmate. But maybe, last resort, maybe she's got the information I need. Oh, never mind, she insulted me. I'm gonna leave."
Yeah, I actually
Have a
think
lot of
that
stuff
Vi
like that.
believes that there's enough leverage that she can insult Caitlyn. I don't
She
know why
also
that would
wasn't
be.
prepared for this, by the way. Like, I didn't know
No.
Caitlyn was
And
coming.
I just want to. Vi fucking hates enforcers. It's a core element.
Well, and just Vi is emotional. She is an emotional person. She's very much driven by how she feels. And
And she only cares about the
She's a
feelings of
woman.
one person.
Well, I,
Yeah,
No,
that's
so
pretty
I just don't
womany,
I mean, if you
understand-
want to take it to that level, Jay, that's a you problem. I'm
so,
just saying,
so we're not caving on anything. There's no level of convenience. There's no
No,
oddness
no,
there is
about the
none.
fact that there's like very conflicting reasons for people.
I
to
feel
act
like we
certain
provided
ways.
all of the counter arguments.
Yeah, it just kind of seems to me at this point like anything that that resulted in the plot progressing was convenient and random to you. I just don't get it.
No,
Yeah.
it's because there are very good reasons to not do the things that they do, and
Give me
it
one,
happens
though.
anyway.
Give me
Okay,
one.
yeah, but we could just play this
Exactly
out. Like,
one,
Doomer, if
though.
you and I
Sure,
were the
so-
detectives,
So give me one. Hold
Well,
on,
so-
let's go from we can go from every different perspective. From Caitlin's perspective, because this person is potentially really, really dangerous.
yeah,
Okay. From Vi's perspective, again, you have to figure out whether or not it is that she is trying to use Caitlyn as a vessel to get out of prison.
she is.
Now, if you are, if she is, then it's quite weird to antagonize Caitlyn as much as
no,
she
it's
did.
not.
That's
No,
why.
No, it isn't.
Why?
We've gone over it because whether or not you antagonize someone, if you have leverage, you can do that. And
And
she
then-
would do that because that's the kind of person that she is. She
And
doesn't
we've-
like enforcement. She's
Yep.
a brash, emotional person.
Yeah, she's not gonna go. She's gonna
She's not
try
gonna-
this, but she's not gonna do it with her tail
it's
between
only-
her
And in
legs.
fact,
That wouldn't be within
Did
her
it's
you,
only-
not
character.
say, did you not say that it would be incredibly suspicious if somebody who hates enforcers is like, oh no, hey friend, let me help you out, buddy? Like I could be so useful.
Well, I
to
don't.
you,
I don't think
friend.
that. I don't
Like,
think that
isn't that
Vi's
a
even
little
thinking on that
suspicious?
level. I
Okay.
don't think that Vi's
No, she's
thinking, "What's
not.
the best
She's
way I
not.
can
What I'm
present
saying
myself
is
to this
if she's
I mean, like
enforcer?"
I can give you like a direct like 1-to-1 real world parallel, right?
Do it.
So like when I was younger, I was not fond of the police. Okay, not fond of the police at all. But when I get pulled over by the police, I'm very incentivized to try and be cooperative and calm and cordial.
You don't
and
have
you know,
leverage.
Vi's literally in
You don't
prison,
have
man.
leverage.
it-
And she's
okay,
already
exactly.
Like,
I have something I want
as
to.
a kid.
I have
Like-
something I want to get out of the police that are pulling me over or whatever, which is that I want to get the minimum possible level of enforcement on me of whatever. In Vi's case, she has something she wants to get out of Caitlyn, which is she wants Caitlyn to cooperate. But the idea that like being rude to them isn't going to influence the outcome, I don't understand how you can make that argument.
It
She
might, but
doesn't-
she's an emotional person who has a backstory with enforcers that leads her to be very antagonistic towards them.
yeah,
and
like,
she understands she has leverage.
I guess to maybe make
It's
the
so-
point clearer,
it's
like
very
it's
parallel.
not.
I want to emphasize what Rag just said, though. Like, the enforcers executed her parents. This is a bit different than I don't like the police.
But I
Okay,
guess to
exactly.
to-
But then she's cooperating with her. This is what I'm telling you. There's like very, very strong reasons from both of their perspectives to not cooperate with each other and to not trust each other.
And
no,
that,
like
and
Vi
that
has
tension
very,
is there.
so
That
I would
tension
say
is
that
totally
Vi
there.
has very, very good reasons to like try and cooperate to get out.
I
But
just
that's not
want to
necessarily.
bring, I
Yeah,
want to
go
bring us
for it.
back to the
Go, go,
start
go.
of the scene real quickly. It opens with Vi, being non-cooperative because she doesn't know why Caitlyn is there.
Nope.
She has no idea why Caitlyn is there, what Caitlyn wants. So Caitlyn just mentions, witnessing an ongoing investigation and stuff. And then Caitlyn turns to leave after Vi continues to say nothing until Vi gives her the lead of, give Silco a kiss on that winning eye of his. That gets her attention back, and the dialogue resumes from
Why
there.
mention Silco?
Now that
It's like-
Vi has leverage.
Silco's in charge, and it's like Silco's in charge of who? Fucking everyone, because this is a relative conspiracy at this point because Marcus has hidden it. This
Yeah.
conversation is very natural, and it's only at a certain point that Vi even realizes she has the power to be able to get out of prison if she plays this right. But she also, I would argue, uses reverse psychology. It's like, you ain't gonna make it without me. Maybe Caitlyn could, but telling her she can't.
Caitlyn was gone until she got a lead out of Vi unprompted. Like, she was leaving.
Yeah.
That's true. She was going to leave. Yeah.
I mean,
So, like,
again,
what?
that's okay. I mean, doesn't that seem a bit convenient? Like you're leaving.
What's
my God,
convenient
I
about
can't
it,
take it
though?
anymore.
What is convenient about it? I don't understand. Like what you mean when you
So,
say that it's convenient.
I don't know if maybe you're asking why would she mention Silco, and it's like because she believes the enforcers are in Silco's pocket, and so
she
she's
wants to taunt
telling
them.
this enforcer go give Silco a kiss on his winning eye.
I mean, okay, we don't have to stay unlocked on this, but I
appreciate that.
Also, what I look for is reasoning for these things to happen more so than any of the million things, and it seems like these are all the most likely events that would happen as a result of the variables we're aware of. That's why I like this a lot.
I find it very, very unlikely from Caitlyn's position that she would trust Vi and let her out.
She doesn't trust her.
She doesn't
doesn't
trust her, and
trust
it's
her.
Okay,
it's a huge risk.
Wait, so it sounded like you were about to run down the line of, well, oh wait, she doesn't trust her. Therefore, like you can't make like two contradictory. Like you can't take both positions simultaneously. You have to pick one.
I mean, I've argued like 6 different positions as to why this doesn't make sense. I mean, the strongest one is
They're
that
all wrong.
Caitlyn. You're free to think that Caitlyn.
No, I'm
for-
right. They're all wrong.
Yeah, Caitlyn. Yeah, it makes complete perfect sense for Caitlyn to trust this person who she has
doesn't trust
every
her.
reason-
Stop saying that.
Then why?
trust
Okay,
her.
then if she doesn't trust her, then why are you letting her out of
What-
prison
so
and walking
you-
around?
Because
Because
that's
you
what a
have
risk
no-
is.
Wait,
Welcome to
sorry,
storytelling.
Eye on them.
Like, again, it's
sorry. You've just done the thing. You've taken two contradictory positions. You've said that she trusts her, and then when we say she doesn't, you say that that's wrong too. Pick one.
I'm saying
Which
no.
is the
What I'm
problem?
saying is that the way that Caitlyn behaves with Vi implies a level of trust. If she distrusts her, then
Well, a
doing this
level of
doesn't make any
trust.
sense.
a level
a
of
tool.
trust. There are
Vi is
different.
a Fool.
There are different levels of trust. Like it's not. You can trust that she will act in her self-interest, but so long as they align with yours, then you can work with that.
How the first thing that happens is that Vi doesn't cooperate with her self-interest. I mean, I guess we aren't
Well,
to that
sure,
point
but,
yet.
but that's what I'm
like,
saying.
why?
right, is
Why
that
would you make that assumption that she's just going to cooperate with your self-interest?
Well,
Why?
you don't necessarily know that she is going to always cooperate. You run the risk. Like
You have
that's
been
the
given
chance
reason
you
to
take.
believe that she has an interest in what you're doing. It is still
Yeah.
a risk.
It's still a risk. But like,
Like
just because
saying it's a
character
risk
takes
is like a substantial
Well-
understatement. Like you're letting out someone who you have like
what
every
what
reason
else
to
are you
believe
gonna
is
do?
dangerous.
What-
You want us
What?
to say
There's
big
lots
risk?
of other
I-
things you could do.
So
They are using each other. They're not trusting each other.
yeah, it's only later that they start to trust each other.
yeah, when
I
they
don't
learn a bit.
get it at all. I really don't. Like, if you and
This
I were
sounds odd,
there,
yeah, this seems odd to me.
and I was like, "Dude, we should use them." They seem to know their way around. They seem very invested in the evidence that we've collected so far. And to be honest with you, we haven't got a strong amount of stuff behind us. Like, this isn't even sanctioned, through Marcus or anything. I reckon that maybe if we just pull her out, she's a nobody. Nobody cares about her. We can maybe get that proof she's talking about related to Silk. Okay, if we can at least get that, that'll be a great lead. And if you were like, "We can't trust it," I'd be like, "Yeah."
But this is what we've
The
got.
best we got. Our first
Okay,
lead just got
here's-
his jaw
okay.
bust.
I mean,
Look, we can.
when we get
Okay.
actually, hold on. Just when we talk about these real world examples, police talk to people who may or may not be telling them the truth, and they still
What?
talk to them, and they still like try to figure out ways that they
That-
can use them to help advance their case.
That-
Like
that
it's
isn't
not
the-
everybody.
The problem isn't
honest.
talking to someone. The problem is finding someone that you have every reason to believe is dangerous and letting them out of prison and then walking around with them. It's a very
The
different
problem was
situation.
talking to them before.
You
It-
said
that
yeah,
is
like,
yes.
you-
There are many different. I have many different problems with this scene. One of them is going to talk
Okay,
to them in the
so-
first place. The one we're
so
talking about
we-
right now
well,
is
we've
that
addressed
Caitlin-
that one. Police
Talking to
will
her in the
talk to
first place
people
is
who
fine.
may
It's
well
fine to
not
talk
be
to
telling
people.
them the truth. You don't.
I don't
lose
even know why that's a
anything by talking
point.
to someone.
Like,
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
That's a bad one. Just talking to him, I don't see how.
There's
that-
nothing
that's a
wrong with that.
mistake.
I would absolutely give up that position.
I'm not still arguing that. You guys just brought that up. We were talking
No,
about
you
something
just
completely
said
different.
it. You
haven't
just
touched
restated
on
it.
it.
No, I did. Okay.
You haven't
just
touched
restated
on
it.
No, I didn't. Okay, I'm pretty sure Theo did, and I responded to it. I did not just bring that up. I'm
correct me
talking
if
about.
I'm no.
you
Wait,
haven't
wait,
touched on
wait.
it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Fringy brought up a counter argument to it, and you said you're more interested in talking about taking her out and stuff. I said okay, but you brought it up earlier, and you went, yeah, there are many things I take issue with. That's a restatement of the problem. We're saying it doesn't exist.
Okay. What I was trying to focus on right now was the fact that Vi is a dangerous person, and Caitlin has a lot of reasons to not be around her. Okay, and the level of trust that's implied by the actions that Vi is taking, or the actions that Caitlin is taking right now, are out of touch with the level of risk for the situation. Okay, the idea that it's weird that she went, that Caitlin went and talked to Vi is a completely separate issue that I wasn't talking about. Okay, again, it's
but
a
it
bit
is an
weird.
issue.
Yeah, do you still
I-
think it's an
You're
issue
calling
or
it an
not
issue.
that she spoke to her?
I mean, it's a bit weird, but it's like forgivable. I don't feel any reason to
Forgivable.
like, belabor the
So,
point.
forgivable is no. I would just say that it follows. You don't lose anything by talking to her. You might as well.
There is literally no reason not to.
Like, why would she not talk to her? Would be my question.
Like, if you're worried
I
about
mean-
someone lying to you, it's like, yes, welcome to talking to human beings. I don't know why
Yeah,
you would think
he's
that, well,
skeptical
she's a
of them.
prisoner, so she might lie more. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Because whether or not she's going to be dishonest, you can get something out of a dishonest person.
Yep.
They might say something unwittingly. They might the fact that they're trying to misdirect you might focus your attention on something else. Like
And
even if someone's not being honest with you, you can still learn things from them. So I don't see why you would never talk. I totally
would-
do not understand that one. Like that one.
I
I'm
would hasten
lost
to
on.
remind just quickly that Caitlin was going to leave when
She
Vi
was
was
going to leave.
stonewalling
True.
her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When
Until
Vi
she-
gave her nothing, she
That's
was
unrelated.
leaving.
That's unrelated
Until
to
a
what we're
window
discussing
opened.
right now. We're discussing the decision to talk to her in the first place.
Discussing
Yeah,
all of
which
your
is-
problems.
But also we've addressed that one. There is no reason why she wouldn't talk to her. You have to give that one up. That one is ridiculous.
Is to which the decision to talk to her in the first place?
Yeah, that one's absurd. Like you have to give that one up.
Okay, what is the? Why would Vi think naturally that because someone got beat up, that going to talk to the person is going to help her solve like a grand conspiracy?
So
got nothing else to do.
wait. We'll just
Yeah, go for it.
You are
Go,
correct, Duma. There is no reason to think that's a guarantee.
Yes.
Why not
what
try?
reason-
What's
okay.
you gonna say? I got nothing, and then that's it.
Okay,
well,
you
at
could
least
just
tried.
talk. You could just randomly talk to everyone in the prison. Okay, you don't just do
That is
everything
true.
you can.
You are
possibly
once again, you are completely correct. Though, if say I was brainstorming with us lot here, but like, who should we speak to first? Maybe the guy who beat the fuck out of our suspect. That seems like a good
Yeah.
start.
I wonder what his
maybe,
beef is.
maybe that motivation might tell us something. Maybe it won't. It's worth checking.
Mhm.
That's what
I mean,
detectives
maybe
do.
it was
We've
Five
come all the
minutes
way
out of
here,
my
you
way.
know.
It's 5 minutes out of my way.
Yeah, while she's
I'm
here,
here.
certainly.
I might as well. So
There
you're
is
happy to
zero
concede that
reason
one?
not to.
I mean, again, I don't feel a need to argue about it, but I don't see a reason that
Well,
she would
what are we doing here?
expect.
Would
You guys,
brought it
okay?
up.
I am not the one who is getting stun locked on this, right? You guys keep bringing it up. Well, what
Hey.
about that point? Do you want to concede that point?
He's not to
Don't
acknowledge
act
it.
like I'm the one who's getting us stuck here. I keep saying I don't feel like arguing about it. Okay, like the Caitlyn's
Me neither. Let's
motivation
go.
to not let Vi out of jail. I'm actually flabbergasted. You guys don't understand like how potentially dangerous that is. I
I feel like we've
can't
conceded
understand
it several times. We just don't even like. For some reason, you think that means she should never use her as an opportunity.
It's like there's an immediate danger of being around this person.
Like, do you actually believe for a second there that we think there's no danger in bringing Vi out of the prison? Do you think that's a position we
If-
hold?
If
Maybe
okay,
we should tell him that we think
what,
it's a
okay,
risk
what is
again.
what is the level of risk?
High.
Well, it's
High?
yeah, it's a risk.
It's a
Hi.
big risk.
Okay,
It's a big risk, but
You've
your
said that.
alternative is nothing.
we don't know that
At
the
least so
alternative
far
is
as we can
nothing.
tell. Well, she certainly feels like that's her only choice, which is an important part. Whether or not
Which
she
is more
that isn't
important
established. She's got a whole board with a bunch of stuff. I mean, presumably there's more
And
that
it led
she's
her to
looking into than
Stillwater.
just this one exact thing.
But
It,
that
it
was-
led
that
her
was
to
at Wolf
Stillwater because of a person she can't talk to.
Well, I guess
Is that a problem? That makes sense.
No, but I'm saying like there isn't. It's not like well, the person that I wanted to talk to was here, so I'll just talk to everyone else who's here. I mean, it's not a video game. It's not like there have to be NPCs.
No, but
in
she
this area
had
that I
a
need
reason to
progress
talk to
the
this
plot.
person.
she had reason to talk to Vi. She definitely had a reason. More so than like what reason does she have to talk to the guy who's never interacted with that man before in his life versus the one who beat the shit out of him as soon as he came to prison? Like,
Well,
there's
the
something
thug.
there.
I mean, the thug is like a Silco henchman. She knows that, so there's like a very
Yeah.
obvious reason to talk to them.
Yeah, and he got beat up.
He's
so
currently unavailable. She can't talk to him. And now, this is the thing. If she went to Vi and Vi said, "Oh, that's fucking Chuck. I hate him. He fucking stole my money when we gambled once. That's why I beat him up." Caitlin would be like, "Oh,
okay.
anything
yeah,
you can
all
tell
right,
me
well,
about Chuck?" He'd be like, "No, he's an asshole." Okay.
He's like,
Okay.
"Nope, all right, well,
Well, at least I tried.
mhm.
And then you have to try and figure something else out. But when you meet someone who apparently has some sort of understanding of the drawing and seems to be emotionally invested in that, they might be able to help you guide you through an area that you've never been to before. It is a risk that she might just run off or beat the shit out of you.
And she's
but
given
you
her
got no other
Silco
choice.
as a conspiracy format without prompting as well.
Exactly. Yeah. When you're presented with that, you might as well take the chance. And Caitlin is not risk averse. We know that she's not risk averse.
I mean,
Like it was,
okay.
it was a little bit risky
Not
for
risky-
her to sneak into the. Well, I guess to just give examples, right? It's a little bit risky to sneak into the crime scene to investigate it, and she gets penalized for it.
Yep.
But she did it anyway. And even though she got injured and now is kind of getting pushed to the side, she still wants. Like she is very invested in this case. It's
Well,
really
I think
important.
She's
even
to her.
desperate to not
realizes
get this
this.
fucking desk job, right?
Yep.
I'm not risk averse. That doesn't mean that I'm like going to do something that has a
Well,
tangible
sure,
like chance
But
of killing
Caitlin's
me.
not you. Caitlin's Caitlin, and she has
Yeah.
different.
I don't think that
priorities.
I think that Caitlin believes that she can handle herself in a
She does,
combat situation. I
And
don't
she
think
has
she
reason to.
considers her death a
Well,
considerable risk.
Who ends up saving whose
I think-
life?
Yeah, I'm an excellent shot, and she is. She's a very good shot.
But
'Cause
I
Caitlin's
think
a
she
pretty cool
considers.
character.
I think that she considers the physical threat that Vi presents to be one that she can deal with her own set of skills.
Yeah, or at least just give it a shot.
Like she has weapons that she is incredibly proficient with her. Vi doesn't.
Because her fists.
Fringa just proved logic is subjective. Well, no, logic, like
What?
your internal logic is going to be different from someone else's. That's all there is to
Well,
it.
just
No, yeah,
your willingness
so-
to take a risk is different for everyone's
It's
here is
different.
different.
Your
Okay,
Who
chat-
has
priorities
chat
logic in
really quickly.
accordance with their own motives.
Well, everybody is logical in their own head. Like everybody believes that they're making the right decisions, or that they're, people act in what they believe to be their self-interest. Whether or not it actually is, that's a different thing. But like, when we're trying to talk about characters, all that matters is it makes sense to them that they would do it. That's all. That's all that matters. It doesn't
Yeah,
need to
so,
be like
like-
the most optimal decision ever.
Yeah, so like
It-
if
like, it-
if a
yeah.
guy believes that like the sky is made of jelly, so if he like gets in a plane, he can like put his head out the window and eat some jelly, and he gets on a plane because he wants to eat some jelly. That is within his character because it's logical to him, not because it actually makes sense logically.
Jelly.
Okay, should Caitlin ask Vi any more questions before letting her out?
I'm assuming
Make
they
sure
asked she asked a whole bunch of questions in between the time they get from here to the next scene. Just about her and what her stuff is about. Things that would probably... And Vi at that point would have a big motive to calm her down as to what she's dealing with.
I actually really wish
why?
we could see that.
Why
It'd be
was?
cool.
I just want
Why
more of
would we
those two.
assume that?
Because I doubt they were
You think they're
silent.
just
walking from there
quietly
to-
walking
Nothing.
for the
Yeah, they
entire
said
thing and
nothing,
not-
nothing to each other.
I mean, is the reason that we're assuming that something has to be there is because it's kind of weird, just given the
No.
information that we have?
No.
No.
It's
Well, then why are
specifically
they making
assumed.
a mention?
So two human
Well-
beings walking from one area to another that's a long distance, they will typically talk about something. That's my guess.
Oh no, so,
Well, I feel
sorry.
like,
We're miscommunicating. I mean, shouldn't Caitlyn ask more questions before letting her out of prison? Like Caitlyn has her in a position where she's compromised.
Well,
Caitlyn
so-
can ask her questions and get whatever information that she
She
wants.
wants to get her out closer rather than later for many. You got to remember all the urgency elements as well. One being that this is something that Caitlyn's not supposed to be doing. Secondly, the clock is ticking on whatever is happening, and she's just dealt with many Enforcer friends being killed. So she just wants to get on with this job. And then thirdly, the fact that Vi gets beaten on the regular is probably worth getting her out as well.
The most recent chat just says, "I've become so numb."
I've become
Come so no.
I can feel you there.
How does it feel?
I
Feels
don't
numb.
know, actually.
I don't know how it feels. I've become so numb.
I thought it
I
was
mean,
I can see
are
you
we,
there, but I've not listened to that song in, well, ever actually. But you know,
But yeah,
We are running out of time. Are we happy to move
Yeah,
on?
we
we really
really
are.
got to
It's
get
true.
through this shit.
Yeah.
wait, how long have we been going?
we're at
a
3.5.
Too long.
We got 5 as
Yeah,
our
we only
cap.
got an hour and a half to finish this episode, and we're still on the first scene. Or the second scene, I guess.
Well, okay then. Yeah, then we get the intro, everyone's favorite. And I was just
Misery.
I was going to talk about the so this the funeral scene, and Marcus is talking about all the people who've died, those enforcers, which is nice because it could have been that they were just killed and nobody really cares because they were just representative of an action scene, you know. But it's like no, they care very much about this. And it's going to have big repercussions on both sides. But yeah, he takes his daughter to Grayson's tombstone. Yeah, I think it's just a tomb in general.
Yep.
And he says she was a good woman, which is just 7 years later, and it's still weighing on him heavily because he's honestly kind of the reason she's dead.
This is real important.
This is a really good
in
scene,
terms of
one of my
making
favorites.
this guy a lot more. I guess no, I don't know if
It's
I'd
just
say
keep it in
sympathetic,
mind,
it's
you
just
know?
more understandable.
Yeah, he's very
He's
much
not
so.
a cartoon character.
So yeah, he comes to Silco to talk about the Firelights, which are the guys on the boards, and they're like, "What a fucking frustrating disaster because they're fucking up Piltover and they're fucking up Silco." Like, there's almost an interesting irony that they're trying to conduct business under the table, and there's these people who are screwing them both up, like as a faction that's against them, but it's also potentially going to reveal their dealings as well. So it's just a big disaster, the Firelights. And I think Silco is just like, you know, you can blame them, and so it's like killing two problems at once, in that it gives you a person responsible for the enforcers that are dead, and it'll get rid of the Firelights hopefully, which are causing problems for us. And it's cool to see because that's actually pretty clever from Silco, and it'll work perfectly fine for somebody who is just, you know, fucking dirty ass cop type of stereotype. But Marcus is like, that's like, it's not good enough. Because, like, you can tell there's a bit of a conflict here in that that's so unjust. The Firelights didn't even kill the Enforcers, that they're conducting all this business that actually got them killed with a shimmer. Explosion, then Jinx is responsible, not the Firelights. Like, Marcus isn't satisfied, is my point. Even though Silco's plan would actually solve the problem.
I think you can tell in just these short two scenes quite a lot about how Marcus is really not pleased having stumbled into this position.
Yeah.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I really
he-
like a lot of the Marcus stuff in
a
this.
lot.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Well, I was saying, first time through I thought he was a penis man, but second time through I was like, he's not a penis man, he's complicated.
there's a lot of
Like,
deets here.
I think if he had a way out, you think Marcus would be out, you know? Like he wouldn't be in with Silco anymore, if such a
Oh,
thing
yeah.
were possible. But right now, it feels to me like he's trying to make things work like Grayson and Vanda did, but he's not Grayson, Silco's not Vanda.
Yeah, and just with
No.
that one scene, you can tell he's got a lot of admiration for Grayson, and
Good one.
but yeah, they hand him his money, and he very frustratingly walks off because there's this sense as well that it's like, take the money or something worse might happen in this, because he's surrounded by these fucking like huge dudes.
Yeah.
And I also
He's
like
in
just
deep.
it's pretty much made clear that his role as sheriff was given to him thanks to his relationship with Silco. Which
I like the jab that Silco gives him. Like, we've accomplished a lot together, Marcus. Sheriff. Like,
Yeah.
right in the gut.
Glances down to the badge.
And that's the thing,
Glances
just with that line, my brain is like, ooh, is that like referencing that maybe Silco has given people up for Marcus to arrest? And like even make like really great progress here and there with different busts or something, but at the same time making it look like that's what's happening when, you know, other things are... Who knows what their history has been? It's just that Marcus is in way too
Definitely
deep.
an uneasy one.
Yeah. And then we jump over to good old Victor and Jace, who are in... I don't even know. It's like a room filled with all kinds of Hextech stuff. I'm assuming it powers the Hex Gate. I'm not sure.
I would
that's
imagine.
That's what we call a science room.
Yes.
I assume the power
Science
Hex Gate,
room.
yeah.
Vague
Welcome
science room.
to the science room.
We do science here. We have fun.
Do
We
they
have
do
fun.
science here, or does science happen here?
It just is an emergent
Science happens
aspect of
everywhere.
this room is science just happening.
And yeah, it's just this fun moment where Jace is like, have you seen the fucking reports about like this, that, and the other? And then Marcus is like, oh, yeah, it's just, you know. And he's like, there's corruption here, and I'm gonna root it out. And Marcus is like, oh.
Isn't that, aren't you kind of wasting your time, man? It's like, Jay's like, no!
Yeah, it's just, and it's a worry for Marcus. Jace is fucking driven, and his goals would definitely get in the way. It's just something to keep in mind for him.
Uh-oh.
Also, a fucking little line I love. It's like Marcus says to him, with all due respect, Counselor, you've only been in office like a day or something, and he's like, 2 days.
You should take it
This is my
easy.
second
He's like,
day,
no!
actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have double the
My
experience.
fucking
you thought I
second
was.
day,
I had,
bitch.
yeah.
My powers have doubled since the last time.
Yeah, damn it!
That's a good meme.
Prequel meme, man. They're top notch. But yeah, once again, watching Victor cough and then blood comes out, I was like, no!
No!
Not
He's
you.
not doing well.
I mean,
Happy
you
progress,
already
Jay.
knew
2001: A
something
Space
was going to
Odyssey.
go wrong.
Yeah, but
He already had plot cough. You knew this was coming.
he's such a nice boy. Don't
Yeah.
let him
Yeah, well,
bloom.
Don't let him flume.
And then he looks
Glorious
down
evolution.
at the stuff. Look at him. He's looking at all the science.
He's looking
Damn.
at the science.
and then he
That's
says,
it,
I need to go and do
science.
more science. And then
Yeah.
he walks off.
He did, yeah, literally word for word says I need to do science.
Mhm.
And then,
And then we got the Jinx scene, right?
we got a Jinx scene. I'm not biased toward these things. What are you talking about?
Hey, look, all right, they're cool scenes. She's working on a little tech.
She's
I'm biased towards all
created
the scenes.
a rudimentary like little device that is capable of making use of the gemstone through what she's read in all of the books and stuff. Seriously, look at that image. It's just like a moment in the scene that's passing by, and it's just like, the amount of
Yeah.
depth. It's gorgeous, and the lighting. Oh,
Colors.
Nice image.
All the neon aesthetic scenes are pretty sweet.
So yeah, again, just because at this point in the show I was still like, what are we up to with here? I'm not entirely sure, but it basically explains to Milo and Clagger how the machine works and how she's excited to get it using. She's gonna have to pop the gemstone in and see what happens. And of course, because it's just like a first attempt, it's not working out perfectly. Kind of makes a little explosion. And my
And she
God,
doesn't have access to the full notes.
they do a thing that is so hard not to compare once again to Boba Fett. I'm gonna do it. So, in episode 7 of Book of Boba Fett, Cad Bane says, because I think it's someone the Pikes referenced, and then Cad Bane's like, "Oh yeah, the ones that killed your friends," and then it's like it flashes back to when he saw the Tusken Raider bodies, just the scene,
In
and
case
then,
you forgot.
and then
Yeah,
it
it's
just
literally
shows
just, hey,
Boba
did you-
Fett being
did you forget?
sad. It's like, fucking hell. Like, yeah, I know.
I wish it flashed back to him
Hey.
smiling at them chasing the cricket creature.
Just a little.
That was the flashback image. it
Just a
showed.
little side, just so you remember, right? Okay, Boba Fett's friends, they died, and this makes him sad.
This is a sad thing.
Yeah.
And
He's
there's no
not
reason
sad
for
about
Cad
all
Bane
of-
to be bringing this up, you know.
Yeah,
But
well,
he's not sad about all of the innocent bikers he killed.
so
for
yeah,
no
we don't
reason.
acknowledge that, and the fact that
Well, yeah,
what Jay
that
said,
never
there's,
comes up again.
there's
It's
no
never
like
acknowledged.
the retribution, the anger is going to be toward the Pikes. Like, who the fuck cares about Cad Bane right now? Like, Cad Bane bringing it up. Apparently, his goal was to make Boba angry enough to try and shoot him. It's like, okay, there's so much about that fucking scene. If Cad Bane just wants to kill him, just kill him. You don't need him to shoot at you before you can shoot at him, especially if you're hired to kill him.
Especially when you ambush everybody else, like, without giving them any fair warning.
Yeah,
Like,
so
why'd you let Boba live? He's the leader.
as you can see, many issues are taken.
We have a history
with that
Fringy.
scene.
This is very important.
This
Oh,
scene,
Yeah, right.
she corrects the tech, but it doesn't quite work in terms of it's a little bit uncontrolled and does a little explosion on it. It blows it back. And then we flash. She's staring at the device. And if you look at it, it's kind of reminiscent. Certain colors, actions, animations.
And it makes the sound. It makes the exact sound as
And
well.
I've skipped past it, and I don't want to skip back because Fielcy's a dick. But Clagger, his face appears on the Clagger doll temporarily.
Yeah.
Her face is just staring at this shit, and then she sees the monkey device that she built blowing up. Just explosions, everything's messed up, and then it's flashing to the deaths of Clagger and Milo. Panics, of course, until it kind of peters out, because this is what she's done here is essentially what we were seeing Jace and Victor do in episode like 2 and 3, just sort of playing with it to see if it can work, understanding control of it, sort of thing. And then once it all ends and calms down, she says, "No, it was a mistake. It was a mistake," and she just runs off. Which
Yeah.
I was just
Do I see it?
surprised. I was like,
Mhm.
"Fucking hell, nice work, guys."
Taking it seriously. You're not turning it into, like, a joke.
Very much on her mind.
And we got to this moment organically through things that, she would have and
Follow,
should have been
yeah.
doing.
Exactly.
And there's the thing, like, she tries to purport herself as
The voice
fun-loving
acting is fantastic.
and confident and stuff, but she is not. She is completely broken and held together by strings.
Yeah.
Yeah, this imagery is I really like sort of her character psychologically. Like we haven't fully explored what she experiences, but like intense childhood trauma is what causes stuff like this. So particularly when you see scenes like this and you see like flashbacks of it, it's really quite realistic. Seeing her character development, I mean, obviously the magical elements of it aren't very realistic, but if something similar happened, the way that she's behaving isn't out of what you would expect, in the real world.
Yeah, well, I argue that's why a lot of people find it so compelling. And to just strip her down, like, she's this psycho killer who's really confident about everything she's doing, but in this moment, she's reverted back, and to this day is desperate to explain that what happened with that in episode 3 was a mistake. She didn't mean for that to happen.
She has
Yeah.
not gotten over it, and she wouldn't have ever really gotten over it. There's no reason for her to have gotten over this.
It's pretty
Still
intense.
mad.
You don't get over that, especially
Still
not
molding.
after what happened after.
And
Yeah, exactly.
that last frame as well, just showing that she's still got the bunny.
Mm.
Yep. Rags, what do you think of this scene?
I'm kind of just sort of letting you guys take this one. I just carry on. Just carry on. I carry on.
Fair
I've
enough.
nothing to say.
Well, that puts us to the next scene, which is Vi and Caitlin having a little quick discussion at the top, and then Vi basically just jumps the fuck down to the lanes. I do take issue with this bit. I think it's pretty dumb that Vi would assume Caitlin's going to be able to easily catch up with her with how far and fast she goes.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I
not
feel
even
like
about.
she might even be trying to lose her. I don't know.
Well, I mean, she seems to be on board with There's a lot of thought to that, actually, because I'm not sure. I really don't know exactly. Caitlyn seems to believe from the second that she's ran off that she may very well just be abandoning her, but Caitlyn manages to follow her. The only thing I can really say, I suppose, about that is just that it seems a little lucky, because it shows us what Vi does, which, by the way, is cool. It's like she's heading back home. She's talented as fuck at all the parkour. Yeah. It's just that the Caitlyn is struggling on like the first beam, while Vi has gone so far that I don't even know if they're in like earshot of screaming at each other at this point. Like
that's the problem I would like arrive at, is how the hell is Caitlyn supposed to follow? Like,
Yeah,
she gets
I
to a
feel
certain
like
point where Vi's just gone, and there's a million different routes down that she could take, and
Yeah.
the scene wants you to think she's just right behind her, but logistically that doesn't work. So as we're shown, it should be more of a situation. Can you hear my robot vacuum just came in the room? Sorry if that's loud.
it's all right.
Your
Um,
robot
good.
vacuum, does he have a name?
Duncan.
I'm glad that you've given it a name. That makes me really happy.
You
Is
take
he
care of
working
Duncan,
hard?
okay? Yeah.
He is working hard. It's actually really adorable because when he like gets low on battery, he just like stops and he goes really slowly back to his charger. And it's like, oh, he's tired.
He's going to sleep. They should make a video game called Duncan the Vacuum Cleaner, where you just go on adventures with Duncan and cleaning up places, and he starts moving up. He gets like promotions because he's so good at cleaning. Like, he takes the most efficient routes and stuff. And
He
then
does. He doesn't. I've seen him working.
And then
He doesn't know his way around, but
He's
no,
a
he's
good
new.
man.
It's only his second day.
He's a good Duncan.
it's only his second day. Wow.
Mm.
Oh wow, his powers have. Oh.
His
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome shot. Not sure about this for her health.
But yeah, as in
Yeah, some of these are
So
Mm.
the whole thing is that like as we're shown, I believe that what we're supposed to think is that like Caitlyn is just behind her, even though logistically that doesn't work. But as shown, Caitlyn should really just be like in accordance with the motivation. She should be essentially threatening Vi to slow down, like keeping a gun trained on her. Like, you can't leave my sight. Sorry, sorry, not sorry.
Although wouldn't
I think
wouldn't
that's fair,
that,
but she's currently trying to even find a way of keeping, like, her arms and focus are on just being alive right now, because this is incredibly dangerous.
Plus, I don't think she's trying to call too much attention to herself. If she started shouting orders, she's going to draw a little too much attention to herself. I mean, I know she's climbing and everything, but shouting is going to do way more, especially when you're up high.
So really quickly, this is doing something like this is necessary because there's like some sort of security on the bridge or something, right? Like,
I assume-
is there an option of them just walking home?
Well, so I don't think we have to believe what Vi says. I think Vi just wants to do it this way. 'Cause this is something she enjoys doing, has always possibly
She's
done.
been in
but she
prison
says,
for years, and she wants to do this again.
She says we need to
Should
lay
she be
low, but I
rusty?
don't know that that's like the actual reason she does this.
I think
I
that
can
it would
believe
be...
that Silco has eyes all around, and that's a thing she wants to avoid.
Yeah, not in his face though.
He's got
Well,
one.
actually, still
I
has.
think-
Got him.
There is a small change in
He was
Ju-
injured.
there
fucker.
is a small change in
forgot.
Silco's face. You notice that his pupil is more deformed than it used to be,
It is. You're right.
which
I didn't
shows
notice
that
that
he's
at first.
he's been shooting it in his eye a lot
I
lately.
was curious to see if, because I didn't compare it myself, but I was curious if the scarring had expanded or not from when we saw him in the first three. Like, it got further across his face or not. I don't know if it's easy to tell because he's obviously got foundation on it.
Can't confirm.
It would be neat
Just
if it were.
notice that the eye was significantly less smoother than it used to be.
Mm.
Also, an interesting little take that I noticed. Vi's running around on the rooftops and everything, like she knows the place like the back of her hand. It's kind of interesting how Piltover made all this progress and everything like that, but by Vi getting around the city so easily, like it was only yesterday that she had done this, would show that the Undercity has barely changed at all.
Yeah, like structurally it's mostly the same, but obviously the inhabitants and the exports have changed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I think
sure.
you're right.
I was talking about why she has a tattoo of her name on her face.
That's a Roman numeral 4.
Well,
Six.
yeah,
It's a
but I,
6, not a 4.
It's a 6. Sorry.
why did
Got
she have
the
a
I
6
and the
on
B
her
mixed
face
up.
then?
I think that was the amount of time she's been in prison.
Ah,
A year?
6.
Maybe
She's been in there for 6 years.
Well, then it wouldn't be a VI. It would be like an
1,
either
2,
the
3, 4,
slash and then
5.
the
Yeah,
one.
you're right.
Yeah,
But
it'd
then
be
it
Italian,
probably wouldn't
not
put it on your
Roman
face,
unless
right? Or
unless
maybe
she
you
was
would, I don't
really
know.
removing and then adding and removing to make the Roman numeral. Like,
Yeah, when they got to 4, they're like, "Uh-oh."
Someone-
Someone
someone-
got to make some decisions here.
someone in chat, several people in chat have pointed out it's her name. Guys, we were trying to find a cooler reason than that.
Well, no, if you look at it,
Okay,
it is still
okay.
a Roman numeral 6. That's what it is.
Well, I think in terms of characterization, it damages her if we are to believe that at some point she went, you know what? I'm gonna get a tattoo of my name on my face.
I'll be honest with
I
you, Jay,
don't-
I had never actually thought to ask. I just, like, I never have, so yeah, I hope that's not the reason. I just want my name on my face.
assumption
I just
would be
think
that
it's
the 6
coincidence. I think it's a
correlates to
Roman numeral
something that
6, and it
happens
just
in
so
prison.
happens that her name is Vi. I think that's just coincidence.
Someone put
But I
damage
guess
to
the
the
thing
chat.
What
would
if
be-
Vi is
But
a
it's- but it's like a
nickname?
cool
Or...
Wait, so
coincidence.
it's a prison tattoo, right? Because she didn't have it when she was a kid.
All
No,
of her
she-
tattoos she got while in prison, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm the one. I'm
nice that they
the
can
the,
let
the
the
Vi hater
prison
is logged on, right?
tattoos.
But I mean, I'll forget that. That's what I mean. Prison tattoo is okay.
I assume she got it for reasons that aren't, I want my name on my face. Like that.
Right.
But I love this shot. It's fucking great.
I know who you are.
This is
How
a
can
very
you
pretty
tell? It's
shot.
written all over your face.
Upon entry, some gross alleyway thugs try to give Vi the old "I'm gonna take your money" thing. Unfortunately
Take
for
your
them,
money.
she's a fucking psycho, and she beats them up and takes one of their jackets. Well, she takes both of their clothes 'cause she gives the others to Caitlin. Then I think.
Yeah, I like how her response is just, "I like your jacket," and then she just has the jacket now.
By the way, Jay, do you remember when I said there are other things that have done that payoff that you said you liked?
Yeah.
I remembered one of them is from Buffy, so you'll see it
Ooh.
again.
I think you remembered that as we were watching it because I'm pretty sure you told me that actually when we were first watching.
I said I
it.
couldn't remember what it was from, though, right?
I
Because
swear, I don't know. This it being from Buffy feels familiar to me. So my guess is that you said of like just me putting my memories together. You said you couldn't remember where it was from, and then like a little bit later you're like, oh, it's from Buffy. I
well,
remember.
it could also be that you're just so used to me saying that reference I have is from Buffy. It could be that.
Maybe.
But yeah, they to show passage of time as well. They have how long it took Caitlin to get down there was the same amount it took for the old man to get into the little tram and get delivered down here as well. But yeah, it's a little bit strange. She ends up in pretty much the exact same place that Vi landed. It's just like, oh, okay.
That's
And
convenient.
she did manage
I want
to
to
keep
I
up.
want to point out a funny little detail too. You see that little goat person walking behind her?
Oh, you can't call them goat
Yeah,
people.
Person of goat.
Yeah.
A pog,
Person
if
of
you
goat.
will.
Yes. So the person
Pog.
of goat, as she's like catching her breath and everything, little goat man's walking behind her. Bring it back to where Caitlin says that she wants to use the lift, and Vi says, "No, we're not doing that. We're going to fucking run this shit."
I'm not insane, right? Has anyone else noticed what's just happened, or is it just me?
What's happened?
What?
In the
What has
conversation? So I literally pointed all of that out as a fun payoff.
How about the goat man?
Did anyone else hear me say that, or am I insane?
No, I
don't-
did.
no, I didn't hear you say that.
I did. You definitely
don't-
said
I
it.
did.
For a second there, I was like, "Wait, am I having
I-
deja vu?" But like,
What I think
amnesia.
is, I guess that was the weird part. I thought that was it was super overt and obvious. The goat man. It was very.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
That's why.
well,
I
sorry.
said it's an indication that that's how long it took Caitlin to get down there.
Yeah. Okay. No, my bad. I guess I don't know. I guess I must have missed it. Never mind.
It's all right. You don't like listening to me. That's fine. You know,
It was-
everyone's allowed to just ignore me.
It was
if
a
they
funny
want.
bit that I missed on my first time over, and then when I saw it the second time, I'm like, "Oh, that's funny."
Mhm. But yeah, I think Victor is now fiddling with the hex core, and I think it's a bit of a progression in terms of dialogue. Back in episode 3, I think didn't Jace say something like, "You sure this is gonna work?" And Victor was just like, he like bit of a shrug with like an okay, but then this time Jace says, "You sure like you know what you're doing, or you sure this is safe?" And Victor's just like, "No."
Of course not.
yeah, like it just seems to be the dynamic has changed a little bit where Victor's becoming more desperate.
Yeah.
He seems to not only is he more desperate, he seems to have accepted that other people know this, and he the way he says "of course not" establishes that not only is he desperate, but he is aware that the people around him are aware that he is desperate. So he's been desperate for long enough that people
It's
know it
normal.
about him. Yeah, that it's been normalized.
And then we're introduced to the best character in the whole show. Wouldn't you agree, Frank?
Selko, Vi.
He is this guy. He fills my heart with joy. I love
Apparently
this man.
his-
He's such a good boy. He's my
Apparently,
favorite.
his name is
species name?
Jericho.
Yeah, Jericho.
What is he
He's-
called?
he's
He's
so-
League with Jericho Swain.
Legend.
Somebody super
He's
chatted
such
that
a
they
happy guy.
helped animate him. Someone in chat as well as
Oh, that's awesome.
the guard. So yeah, that person will get to the super chats at some point. But that's great.
You're cool.
He's so full of life. Instantly
Yeah.
fell in love with him when she complimented his food, and he just he's just like,
Yeah.
It's like slams his cleaver into his own shoulder where he's got like a cleaver board and everything. He's a great guy.
yeah,
He's so happy. He just takes pride in his work and
Yeah,
makes
he's-
people smile. And
he's
cooking
doing
delicious
good work, and he's happy while doing it. The best kind.
Food. He really is so great.
And he helps her
Well-
out as well with what she's looking for.
He
Yeah,
does.
and even
But
toward the
Caitlin-
end of the scene, like he even just kind of stares at Caitlin for a moment in this
Really
Yeah.
happily,
funny,
yeah.
awkward way.
He's smiling.
And the way he looked at her, and the way the camera just kind of hung on that for a little bit, I thought maybe he was a League of Legends character that I wasn't aware of. But
Right.
nope, he's
He
just his
should
own
be.
guy.
He should be a League of Legends
Yeah,
character.
He should
put him
be,
in the
yeah.
game.
Well, then
Like,
again,
it's-
if they add him, he'd be too overpowered. He'd just be.
Someone should be overpowered.
Nobody
The
can stop
problem
him.
with
You wanna buy stuff?
adding him would be if you were on the other team, you wouldn't want to kill him. you'd
Well, his
kill him.
No,
ulti,
you wouldn't.
his ulti would be a global taunt where everybody just loves him and hugs him.
And then they all
You're
jump
right.
off the side of the cliffs of the rift. Just like, I can't bring myself to hurt such a charming, wonderful man. And then they all kill themselves.
He just when Vi walks
Wow,
off, he
jeez.
turns to Caitlin, and just smiles like,
Yeah,
"Anything
he's
I can
like,
help
"Do
you
you
with?"
want him?"
sort of thing.
Yeah, he's so happy. Look at him.
What a legend.
I think we could. I think
Guess
we
it's
could
worth-
all.
That's a legend. He belongs in some kind of league.
Okay.
Yeah.
We could all learn something from this. If the world was filled with just him, the world would be heaven. It would exist, and it would be where he is
He would run
everywhere. All
There is a reason why he is in the thumbnail. Okay, he earned it.
Yeah,
I was in the
absolutely.
thumbnail. Ah, that's funny. I didn't notice that.
So yeah, she gets some food, and they're having they're having some trouble. These two. Caitlin's like, "You're not doing fucking work, research, explaining things. You're not doing anything. You're just eating food." And then Vi is just like talking about how awesome it is to eat food because she wouldn't have had food this good in a long time. Which I
Caitlin
think
gets some points docked for calling Jericho's food slop, bitch.
fucking rude. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that tension is always around as well, because I can't remember, is it this scene? It's also the one where she has with Jace a bit later, but about like you don't even know what happens in the prisons, do you? Because the enforcers are a little
Yeah.
bit unaware
course you
stuff like that. But yeah, the Vi is basically ignoring her and looks to be messing around, but she actually gets something from Jericho that's important. And it is gonna take her to the brothel. So I guess the I don't know, the icon for the brothel. It's like a little circle
That'd
with
be
some
my
lines.
guess.
I'm not sure. Yeah. And so we get the politics scene.
Ooh.
Lots of politicking happens here.
And violin playing.
Well, yeah, we could talk about that. What's probably going on with that in the background in a sec. But so the idea is Jace is becoming much less popular because of his goals of trying to shore up security. It's screwing up a bunch of the councillors' interests. And Mel is like, you should probably do something about that. For example, talk to them about how you're going to be innovating hex tech and ask them to support you and work with you, and they can have, you know, first entry into like whatever it is you may come up with. bait them, bribe them, whatever you want. Just try and get them on your side so that your endeavors don't get screwed up by accidentally sort of butting heads with them. And of course, it's just like, as far as I'm concerned, this show was never going to be as like politically focused as TV shows that are all about politics. But I think it does a pretty decent job of trying to do a simplified version.
Yeah.
You have
Well, the time they give it, yeah.
Mel is like this. She's almost a puppeteer that's trying to manipulate politics in the same way that you could argue Frank is in House of Cards, except she's a good person, both in universe and out. But the idea with this is that Jace is her main puppet, and she's going to get him to puppeteer the other counselors. Very clever lady. I figure because we go back and forth, I think, between a Jinx scene and the politicking one. So I think I might just try and go through the conclusion of the politics one now instead of doing it piece by piece.
I want to mention something that people were theorizing about quickly when the show was coming out, like before Act 3 was
Go right
out.
ahead.
Didn't end up going through, but people thought that Mel might be LeBlanc.
Oh. What's the connection?
The connection being LeBlanc is able to shapeshift into other people and, take on other guises and stuff, and she might be, and she's a manipulator, of course, and we see Mel manipulating people, and she has connections to Noxus because we see her painting the Immortal Bastion.
Well, I guess you're saying her connection to Noxus in just Act 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they could still... This is the thing. We'll get to that. That's
I
episode
would
9
consider
stuff.
that. I would consider that rebuke, like,
debunked. Yeah.
I'd say no to that, but like, I just thought that was interesting to talk about.
So Jace is like unsure, and then he starts to like build up a conversation. I think Mel talks to one of the counselors or someone of influence. I can't quite remember what her name is, but halfway through her conversation with that woman who's like kind of implying that Jace is annoying and kind of getting in the way, he like turns around and starts giving off a really charismatic and just a speech.
Puts his game face on.
The older woman with the white hair?
Yeah, who has a shockingly young voice.
Yes. It was disturbing watching her that she sounded hot.
Disturbing.
She sounded hot. And then we have like a little montage combined with... I'm going to go back to this scene. It'll be fun. Where's the other politicking scene? There we go. So, he starts talking to each of them, shaking hands and making alliances.
Meanwhile, you boy... Oh.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Meanwhile, your boy Heimerdinger, he's just sitting there enjoying the show. He completely oblivious to what's going on around him.
Which felt to me and Free when we were watching it as just foreshadowing. All the counselors
He's over there by himself.
Up to their own interests while he is just enjoying life.
Yep.
I'll see if I can get a shot of it actually.
I just said, my only issue with the politics scenes is there aren't more of them because I think they're quite good.
I enjoyed watching this play out. I've seen many people describe it as boring, which is disappointing, but what can you do?
Oh, man.
Hate it. Hate it.
If they think it's boring, then I mean, maybe I would be curious if anyone thought it was boring after seeing it twice, because like the second watch through for me, all the different pieces sort of clicked, and I understood, everything that was going on in the scenes, right? And I mean, from that point on, I really like these scenes. Did you say you actually don't like them, Rex?
No, I do.
Oh, okay.
I would say, like, the first time around, as soon as I saw Heimerdinger there just happily watching, I was immediately like, I know where this is going. Like,
He's
it's pretty...
not like them.
He is not like them, and and I wonder if that's gonna cause problems for him in the future. To me, it was immediately clear what we were doing.
I'm pretty sure you and I...
that like it's a problem.
You and I discussed what happens eventually.
Exactly what we thought was going to happen. And to be clear, that's not like a bad thing at all.
No, it's a great thing.
I'm really glad that it was so clear that what direction we're heading in.
Because and the show itself as well, just gradually becoming darker and more chaotic with lightning and more intense strings and stuff.
Yeah.
Just a quick thing about the...
Go ahead.
Go. Oh, just a quick thing about the show as well. The violinist is a cameo of Ray Chen, the guy who guy was involved in the song for the last episode for the finale.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, like he looks like this in real life, sort of thing. Or you saying because the model would have
Or
been
did
built
he
after him, but
play it?
also that he played. Well, I'm assuming he played it as well. When you say cameo, do you mean visually or just audio?
I guess it's the same as the Imagine Dragons people, right? Like they
Yeah, I'm assuming
cameoed
so.
in like for real.
Theo, did you die?
Yeah, he's
Yes.
not thought.
Oh.
Am I back now?
Yes.
Yeah.
My internet
we can
connection
hear you.
went down. Sorry.
Was it just an audio cameo, or is it visual as well?
Visual. I think it's supposed to be based on him.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's cool.
I like this scene because it reminds me of the Darth Plagueis the Wise scene.
Yeah. Only the best.
I mean, it does, I guess, but yeah.
I mean, but it absolutely does. It's basically the exact same.
I was gonna
scene.
say it's kind of a ripoff, if anything. I'm just saying.
It's
But
an
you know,
own-
what do they say? Greatest artists steal from the best and stuff like that. Then we get another awesome scene. What? No, it just happens to have Jinx in it. I don't know what you're talking about. Remember this area from back in episode 2? This is where they used to hang out as friends. Where we didn't get to do it much in the past 7 years, if at all. So Jinx is giving it a little visit. And she even steps on the plate that Vi would have thrown at the Enforcer back then. Which has the image of Milo on it, which again just... Man, does that seem familiar now compared to when we first ever saw it. Look at that boy. Yeah, there you go. Quite a distinctive head shape.
Could say that.
Give him a goofy ass looking head so it's easy to emulate it.
And yeah, she looks at the leaderboard and it's all Vi except for the 2 Clagger ones.
As we hear Clagger saying, "What's wrong? Are you worried? Powder's going to beat you again."
Yeah.
So, which is just an indicator of what's going through her head.
The thing about Clagger is that he clags quite a lot.
So I got his name. He's always
Yeah.
clagging. They said, "Your name shall be one who clags," and they're like, "It's a bit on the tongue. Just clagger."
The one who clags. That
The one who clags.
Man
That's
with
pretty
some
great.
clag-like features.
Pretty sure that's a Dark Souls boss fight. I thought.
Quagmire.
Would you say
You played the boss
Clagmire?
One who clags.
Yeah, Quagmire.
So she's nice.
Oh my god.
She
good
spots
move.
a crow and it freaks her out temporarily, and then she considers it for a little bit and then shoots it. This
That was
upset
pretty mean.
a lot of people. Shooting a crow. She has killed several people at this point, but shooting a crow I think crosses a different line. You know, it's
It
just,
does cross
Yeah.
a different line.
I don't like her anymore.
Well, because the important aspect of her character is that she has to essentially to. Actually, I might have said this on the last stream. Stop me if I did. I'm not sure if I said this in private or on the stream. That to deal with what's happened to her, she almost has to, as a necessity, see killing as not a big deal. Ending the life of another individual has to, for her, not be something particularly serious, so that she can dismiss what she did.
her biggest trauma is related
So she can better
entirely
deal with it. Yeah.
to taking lives. If that can become a trivial event, then maybe that can help her deal with the entire trauma.
Ideologically, her viewing killing as something trivial makes a lot of sense, considering what she's had to deal with and how that might have led her to think.
I would even
And
argue that
how it has led her to think.
she might even pursue it because she can then make killing trivial. Like it would
Exactly.
be, yeah. So it's a lot going on for her. She reassembles the machine and she starts up around with it.
Just want to point out the scratchy writing at the start, just before things starts. While it says Vi.
Someone just said this. I don't know the context, but
Hang on.
Oh, that's really good.
You gotta get that up.
Oh my god.
Pretty great. Not gonna
That's
lie.
funny.
Also, shot appreciation. Look at that shit.
It's not up yet. Hold on.
yeah, I'm still just
Very nice.
seeing the meme.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
grand.
Oh, that's great. That's gorgeous, actually. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's one of those shots that doesn't draw focus if you're engaged in the story, but you can appreciate it as it's just generally gorgeous anyway. Like it's not gonna
Yeah,
it's not in the face with how beautiful it is. It's just beautiful on its own.
as Theo was pointing out, just seeing Vi scratched all over the screen. Come across as lines just in general when viewed fast enough. But yes, there is a deep-seated insecurity that relates to Jinx comparing herself to Vi. Quite a bit, especially being that Vi was her source of like validation for basically everything.
And all sorts of pent-up feelings that probably haven't been processed very well about exactly how she feels about Vi now.
Well, yeah, illustrated perfectly by, look at these two flashbacks. First one is Vi holding her and little hearts, and then punching her in the face. Bit of a conflict there.
And it's like communicating
With an
mental
evil
distress.
face.
Well,
Yeah, like,
and
it's-
to mention, what does she think of Vi? She doesn't know what she thinks of Vi.
Mm-hmm. She was my sister and she was nice to me, but she also punched me in the face and abandoned me.
Oh man, this fucking part. With the,
Yeah.
It's to, like,
Mhm.
what can... I feel like just playing it in slow motion and just going, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Really great keyframes in this sequence. Lots of strong poses.
Yeah, look how quickly she goes from Jinx to Vi. It's just like...
It's really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about style, too. But yeah, we've got to be careful for copyright, which, by the way, I was so careful in our last stream. Not a single trouble with copyright. I was blown away.
Wow.
The work pays off because YouTube's a twat. Don't tell YouTube I said that.
Now it just copyrights you out of spite.
Removed for community guideline
Look at-
violations.
Like, seriously, look at the way that she moves here, right? So she's dodging the two first strikes from the machine. Oh, fucking, like, dodge, and then she goes to spin, and then it lines up with Vi in the memory, grabbing her.
Mm.
It's fucking great. And then as she's engaging with the machine, she just starts switching into Vi doing it as well. YouTube is
And
indeed a twat.
some feelings start coming to the surface.
Yeah, she's getting pretty angry.
And this is the sort of scene that in most shows would just never show up because it doesn't have like there isn't like a discrete plot reason for it to be here, but it's so good for character. Like it communicates a tremendous amount, like almost, I mean, basically exclusively visually in a very short period of time. I really love this scene.
Fucking excellent. And yeah, and she finishes out not at the top of the leaderboard,
Nope.
which frustrates her quite a bit.
Expressions.
That is what would happen. She wouldn't win, and that would annoy her.
Yeah.
You could say she's having
But
trouble
she
here.
has a gun.
You could say you could say she's dealing with a lot in this moment.
Yeah.
And again, there's just like so many shots that could have just been meh. Like they don't waste their
Could
opportunities.
have just been meh, yeah. But
Plus, I
instead,
feel
they're
like the
lovely.
2D
There's lots going
animation-
on.
Whoever's doing the 2D animation or the team or whatever, they got to be having a lot of fun whenever it's time to start fighting shit. Because like you can see all these cool streaks and motion blurs and cool particle trails and all that shit. Looks fun.
Jesus, I just had deja vu. Unless you've said something incredibly similar to that before, that was deja vu.
No, I just want to repeat,
You're
just
clairvoyant.
appreciate it again. I've said it before, but I just want to say it again. It's just great. I love
I
it.
just remembered that exact phrasing. Like it was like I've heard these
Welcome-
exact words
welcome to the
before in
clav-
this order.
Jay, welcome to the clairvoyant club.
All right, well, use your powers for good. Fuck. What's gonna
No.
happen tomorrow?
No, it doesn't work like that.
That's
Give me
not.
money.
I don't care. I want it to work like that.
I said it. Yeah, I mean, I said
Well,
it
it
last
should.
episode. I don't care. I'll say it again.
Well, if
Fuck
you did say it last episode, then it wasn't deja vu, and if you said that exactly the same way last episode, then I was just remembering, and Fringy's just got me thinking about deja vu, and he's poisoned my brain.
No, I haven't.
You turned her against me.
Hey, look at this scene transition. Ba-boom.
Yeah, it's like I'm watching Archer here.
Yes.
Yes.
Archer has good scene transitions.
No,
what can
Archer
I
has
say?
really good scene transitions. The scene transitions in Archer are often fucking jokes. Like you don't get that any other show.
So they walk up to, well, they're on like just a higher up area that they can spot the last drop. It's got security outside of it for now, and I think Vi is just sort of scoping it out as a potential place to go. But fucking Caitlin says that looks like a place with bodies in the basement, and it's like I remember when I first heard it say, I was like, oh fuck, like don't say that, Jesus. And I think Vi says like you have no idea what you're talking about or something like that.
Mm-hmm. You can see Vi's super pissed that Silco goons are taking over the last drop.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Especially when Caitlin starts running her mouth.
What's the thing? It's just like that point of view where you just can't be asked to listen to anything that Caitlin's going to come out with because it'll all be useless and ignorant.
Yeah.
But yes, they enter the brothel, as they call it. And she's going to visit a lady of the night in order to discuss some things. I happen to be aware that Duma, you are hypercritical of this scene. You think it's the worst scene in the whole show, correct?
Yeah, I don't think it's very close.
There we go.
But I honestly don't know if it's worth getting into it. Does anyone have any problems with this scene?
With
No.
which part in particular?
Any of it? Do you have a problem with any of it, Rex?
Basically, any individual element.
I'd have to rewatch it again and pay close attention, but I don't recall having any issues. No, what was what came to your mind?
Okay. I don't think the scene needs to be here. I think all the characters are acting out of character. Basically, everything Vi says to Caitlin doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense based on what she knows. It doesn't make sense based on their characters. Yeah, I don't know, like everything. This is the only scene in the entire show where I'm like, just like, this is just a bad scene. Like we can go through the individual. Like I have all the lines written down if you want me to go through it.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if we have this kind
Like a
of time.
reform
though.
award.
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't know that we had the time, and I don't know that the audience wants to
we got
hear
Rags
me
got
argue about it.
50 minutes, so if we can just do this in under 10, yeah.
Okay, sure. So
Um,
there's not. Firstly, there's not that many lines. So.
Well, so I'll just summarize it as best I can as a scene for those listening and for those here who can't quite remember. So they enter the brothel. Caitlin is still weary about what the fuck's going on here. She keeps asking questions. Vi says, you need to convince people you have something they want in order for them to talk. And then Caitlin's like, what are you even doing? And she's like, you're hot, idiot, sort of thing.
True.
And she's like, use it, for, to your advantage and stuff. And then she sends her off with some random guy. Vi goes to talk to the, I guess, owner of this fine establishment and gets information she wants, and then leaves. And as she's leaving, she spots that Caitlin is talking to a grill.
And then she smiles.
And
It's
then
like,
walks
"Ah,
off. That is the scene.
TP."
Duma, would you like to make argument number 1?
It is worth noting too that the gal she's talking to is the same gal that was
She
giving
is.
looks at Clagger.
True.
Yeah, in like episode 2.
Mhm.
I mean, okay, so the first thing to say is that I don't think this is necessary at all. Like one of the cardinal sins of writing is if you can just take a scene and remove it and nothing changes, that's a pretty good indication that something is wrong. I
You
don't
think
the
nothing
scene is
changes?
necessary.
I guess so.
I don't think it serves a
first
narrative
question-
purpose.
I guess the first question would be, what do you think? Actually, no, that would probably be I was thinking about it the other way around, right? Like, what does the scene like? If the stuff is happening in the scene and stuff is happening, what isn't being advanced?
I mean, the what this scene is trying to present as the narrative purpose is that like they're going to go around and like ask people for information and try and basically start sleuthing. But a lot of the interesting information is contradictory. So, like one of the first lines is Caitlin saying, "How exactly do you propose we go about this?" Vi has a connection in here. They don't like they can just go up and talk to the person that like is most likely to have the information, which is exactly what happens. So why would they need to go about things in any particular way?
Because
And
Vi's not
Vi's like,
telling
let them-
Caitlyn
Vi-
anything.
Yeah, Vi wants Caitlyn to be elsewhere.
So Caitlyn has no idea what's going on.
I mean, okay. So when Vi says let them think you work here, there's no presumption that this is going to work. She just wants her to leave.
Absolutely. She wants Caitlyn to
I
just fuck
assume
off.
that's what the whole point was. Yeah, she wants Caitlyn to go off and do something while she could have a chat unsupervised.
Yeah, if
it's like
we...
she just threw her at a rando. Is like, was that person anyone she knows?
Vi
Just
wants-
threw her at a rando.
Vi wants to do this all herself. She has a very specific goal, and it's only facilitated by this scene. I'm very curious how this scene could possibly be removed.
I mean, if she wants to do things by herself, then like I don't understand. She like we just saw a scene where Vi could have been by herself. She didn't need to wait for Caitlyn. I mean, she was completely separated.
Well, she did. That's part of the convenience of it, is that Caitlyn drops down right next to her when she's collecting the clothes.
Wait, so I thought we established that there was like a time jump where now Vi didn't like wait for her.
Well, she seems to be walking toward her with the clothing. I don't know if she sat there waiting for her. I guess maybe she would have. But I would also argue that I don't know that Vi wants to leave Caitlyn in just the streets. She seems to want her to just stay put here, which is a place that she knows is safe, friendly, and owned by a friend as well.
Okay, so the next line is, you know what your problem is. You expect everyone to give you what you want. If you really want people to talk to you, you have to let them think you have what they want. Do you think this is a justified line, given what Vi knows about Caitlyn thus far?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Why?
Because
She
true.
thinks-
Caitlyn has
people
done
from the
nothing
upper side
but
of
make
town.
demands and
It
ask
is
questions.
fundamentally true.
It's true.
Caitlyn has
Yeah.
done nothing but demand information and answers and, leads and stuff. And it's also just a fairly simple view of topsiders from Vi.
The only person Caitlyn has tried to get information from is Vi, and she was successful.
Not that successful.
Not that successful.
She's asked many questions and gotten, what, like 10% of the answers she's looking for?
And remember the scene with Chungus Awesome Man, the food guy. She's just there assuming that it's bullshit and worthless, but like it turns out that we're actually achieving something here.
Yeah, Chungus guy sends them here, which this place is
Yeah.
important, but we haven't gotten to that yet.
Sure, but like, okay. Okay, this is going to be hard to discuss without discussing later things. I'll try to not do that. But like, I think it is a factual statement, and not just factual, but crucial to Caitlyn's arc, that people tend to give her what she wants. And that her
So-
arc is like rejecting that.
Do you think she got what she wanted when she was placed in a role that she explicitly says she didn't want, and then she's told to leave the crime scene when she was trying to follow leads, and then she's stopped from being an enforcer when she's involved in something dangerous, and then she's told to become a secretary that's not involved in anything, and then she rebukes all of that and goes out on her own adventure? Do you think that's her getting what she wants from people?
Most people are trying to give her what they think she wants, and she
Right, but
typically
that's not
gets
what
what
she
she
wants.
actually
They're
wants.
They're not.
That- but
They're
not
giving
doing
her
that.
what they want for her.
Yeah, they're putting her where they want because
That's not what
that's
she wants.
a class that she belongs to. She doesn't want to do what they keep forcing her to do.
Okay, yeah, and she gets, again, she gets what she wants. She wants to be an enforcer. She gets to be an enforcer. She doesn't.
I feel like
like-
you know that is not fair as a representation of the environment that she is in compared to where she wants to be. It's her opening scene in episode 4 that she's guarding the fair, and Jace is like, "Ooh, there's gonna be lots of crime at the fair, huh?" And she's like, "I don't want to fucking be here. My mum put me here."
Because it keeps close to her, because that's
Close
what
and
her
safe.
mum
Keeps
wants,
her
not
out of
what she
danger.
Okay.
wants.
And then
The only-
that gets
the only thing
removed
Vi-
when she's hurt on the job. She demotes her again.
The only thing that Vi knows about her at this point is that Caitlyn wanted information from Vi, and she gave the information to Caitlyn.
She
So,
gave
I think
information
that-
to her, not much.
And also, I think it would be reasonably safe as an inference that you, as somebody who lives in like the slums, meets like, rich kid, that they just expect things. That's like an expectation that she.
Yeah, that was
perceives
my
Caitlyn
first read of
has.
what she said.
Yeah, and she's
Vi
not wrong.
thinks that,
She's not
yeah,
wrong.
Vi thinks that the
Yeah.
people in the upper part of town, they just get things. They're used to just being
Yeah.
given stuff.
They're not
ask
used
for
to fighting
things
for
or-
things.
They demand thing, they get thing.
And to be
When you
fair,
live in
that
the
shows
Undercity, you have to barter for things. You have to try and get things because you can't expect things. You just can't.
it just highlights how much she doesn't know about Caitlyn's life. Caitlyn's a little bit more complicated than that.
Yes, that's true.
But Caitlyn has
'cause she's right in
expectations.
that-
She's gotten her out of prison for a very specific reason, and she's asking her all the questions she needs answers to, like, what the fuck is our plan? How are you getting information? Where are we going? What are we going to be doing? And Vi's just eating food. Like, shut the fuck up.
It's actually really great when you think about it, because it's like the observation that she's made. It's like she thinks that Caitlyn gets all the things that she wants. She just asks for them. It's not true though. She doesn't get the things that she wants. Her entire approach is like not working. So it's like a really good observation of like a problem that Caitlyn has that she can just fix.
What did Vi observe from Caitlyn that led to this statement?
So
It's literally prejudice.
What we've just been talking about for like she thinks that this is what people from Piltover think, like in how they conduct themselves. They don't have to.
Well, then
earn
it's not.
anything.
Then it's not okay. I mean, then it's not an observation. It's like a stereotype.
Well, sure, because Vi is a flawed
stereotypes
person.
are observations.
She is prejudiced and biased.
Yeah. So part of it is half observation and half of her own bias against.
Yeah, that's part of why the line's so good. There's it's half true in terms of Caitlyn that she does have this problem.
It's half true in terms of people with Caitlyn, but she doesn't know Caitlyn personally.
Exactly.
But she doesn't care because she
exactly.
And it is in part informed by their relationship up to this point, because, like I said, all Caitlyn's really been doing is just demanding answers,
demanding things. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Vi is trying to play the Undercity like the way you're supposed to, which is a little bit more.
What
complex.
are we doing here? Like, we're wasting time here eating food. It's like, no, we're not. I'm getting information
and food.
Let's look at this wonderful lab.
And complimenting the chef and his food probably plays into getting the information she wanted off him as well.
Well, it's just you're building relationships. You're playing the game of Zorn, I guess.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot more I could say, but we should probably just move on.
Do you disagree with all of that, or?
I mean, Vi is basically saying like.
So you do?
Yeah, I do disagree.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It seems to slot perfectly for me. I don't know. It all makes sense.
I really like the scene, and now I want to address specifically, like, it could be cut and nothing changes. When she speaks to the owner, one of the first things we establish is that Silco didn't just take over the Undercity. He took over begrudgingly against a lot of other people who tried to stand up to him, and they failed. This is very important to
This is
sort
the first
of rectify.
time we really learn about it.
Yeah, she's like, I see nobody lifted a finger to do anything, and she's like, people tried. Which I find to be very compelling, as it wasn't as simple as, Silco's our leader now, woo! People probably tried to stop him, tried to form groups against him, they all got killed, or suppressed.
He's got the money and the muscle.
And I guess, also to touch, we've kind of glossed over it, but another really important in this scene, this is the beginnings of, the romantic relationship between Vi and Caitlyn.
Definitely, yeah.
This is the start. It's actually really important in that regard.
So that's two, but I'm going to add a third. This is how she finds out where Savika is.
Yes, so it's plot critical.
If you remove the scene. Vi's next scene.
Yeah.
It's Vi's crescendo for the episode.
And so it's doing a lot in a fairly short scene, so...
Yeah. So that will be the question. Do you think that the scene doesn't advance any of those things?
I think that the scene could be cut and she could just show up at the last drop and Savika is there and nobody would notice.
You could do it that way, but that is simply
That's just a different story.
I was going to say, you could do it so that she knows Savika personally goes to a house, or she knew where she lived. We could do all kinds of things.
I'm saying that the last drop is the most reasonable place for her to go. You're giving her a tip to go to
why she wouldn't go there.
So she did go there and spotted loads of guards, so it's not going to be until it's plot critical that she will go there. She would rather go to a safe place that's owned by a friend to get as much information about the updates of what happened in this Undercity since she went to prison. And what she gets is, yes, Silco's taken over, yes, we did try to fight back unsuccessfully, and yes, Savika is here, and I know you want to fucking kill her, because she's the architect of the betrayal behind Vander's, sort of the people that would have been for him, but then went against him.
So that's all categorical, I would say. And then also, like, in terms of the Vi-Caitlyn relationship, if you cut it, then like you are losing something because that's the start. Do you disagree with that, or?
I mean, like the scene accomplishes something. I'm just saying that, like the
Well, so then
the
it
story,
has a
the
it has a
story,
reason to exist, then, right? Like if the scene accomplishes anything.
the scene accomplishes something that doesn't, like, if you just cut the scene, what it's accomplishing wouldn't be necessary. But like it's
You cut the scene, and this has to be done another way.
Yeah, we're
so
missing.
you
If
have
you
to do
cut
it a
this, we're
different
missing
way.
things. For example, Vi
Yeah.
catching up on what happened in the Undercity. Vi knowing exactly where Savika is instead of lucking out that she's in the last drop at the time she checks it. Like, why not add more reason instead of removing it? And then, of course, building their relationship and establishing exactly what they think of each other very quickly.
Yep, it's some extra character development that would kind of seem a little forced if we were to get them together at this point without this scene.
And this is an environment where, like, it feels more organic that you would have, especially when we're doing the scene where we're trying to build, like, Vi's perception of Caitlyn as well as, like, Caitlyn's sort of problems that she's having to deal with. This is probably the place to do it.
Well, it's an
this
easy way to get a
environment
reference out of
rather
her
than
thinking she's
another.
hot in a brothel.
Exactly,
Like,
in a brothel. And then basically definitively establishing, like, yeah, Caitlyn swings that way. And Vi is also kind of, like, that seems to make her happy. It's like, okay, we're getting a lot of stuff, like, and it's in 5 seconds. Like, you do that in 5 seconds. It's really expeditious.
Yeah, and Vi could have thought that Caitlyn just wasn't going to listen to a damn thing she said, but the fact that Caitlyn is now doing what she said and learning, she's like, oh, maybe she's not so bad after all. Planted a little seed, you know?
I like this scene quite a bit. It's good.
I do, yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
But that's all I've got to say on what's in it and what it achieves, outside of just looking great too. But that's basically the whole show. Do we progress?
We progress. I would say.
I'm fine with progressing.
Because we got another one of the best scenes ever. There's a lot of those. But you know what? This isn't even about Jinx. It's about Penis Man.
Yeah.
Penisman.
Oh, this scene.
I love Penis Man.
There's one that I did
There was
not
a
notice on
collar
my
in there.
first way through, and I'm kind of disappointed that I didn't, because it's such a, like,
This is
so visually, like, straightforward as to, just tells you a lot about him. This image alone, and it's such a moment of, like, shit, man, is that the coin? That's the one? It's like, that's the one.
he kept it.
I imagine that weighs on him quite a bit.
Yep.
His
Covered in the
30
blood of the
pieces
person
of
that he
silver.
respected the most.
Mm-hmm.
But
You say
yeah,
how many pieces?
30.
Okay.
Do you think I said something else? Do you think I got the
No, I
reference
thought you said
wrong?
50.
Is that it?
I thought you said 50 for a moment, so I was just clarifying.
You would have corrected me, wouldn't you?
I would have.
Thank you. But yeah,
Fuck him up.
Couldn't have been having that.
he's having just having a back and forth with Silco. Silco provides him evidence, quote unquote, to give to Jace that the firelights are behind everything. And yeah, he gets a little frustrated, old Marcus. And I think, like, I don't know what does anyone remember, like, Silco's quote? I think he says something like, "Do you imagine yourself a hero?" When he's like
Imagining yourself
struggling
a
with it.
hero.
With a grenade in his hand.
Oh,
It's
One
such a good
final
moment.
act
But
to make you the martyr you've always seen yourself as.
yeah, Silco just cutting right into a character with ease because he's just that good at it. But yeah, this shit caught me off guard when I first watched the show. So this happens. I'm gonna pause for copyright. It's just a funny place to pause. But I think, yeah, Silco's surprise explosion, and then it just cuts to black. It's like, holy fuck! Did Marcus actually pull the pin?
The fact that they play straight into it, like there's no cut or anything to make you
Yeah.
believe something different.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
Yeah, I didn't buy it. Like after the first second of like, oh shit, I thought no.
But it's cool.
Also, the
It's-
yeah,
main thing
yeah.
in my head was like, you wouldn't have killed Silco that quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Wait.
it's just that's the conflict in his head. It's what he wants to do. Even envisioning himself happily dying at this point because he's struggling with this
Taking
all.
Silco out.
Yeah.
He's been struggling for a while. It's mounting on him.
He's trapped
What would the
here and he
repercussions be if he'd
hates
done
it.
that?
Well, I think that's really complicated, right? Because obviously Silco knocked out creates big chaos for. I wonder if that would have killed Jinx
Wow,
too, because she's sitting up there.
It's a big power vacuum. Big power vacuum.
And then of
And
course,
we know that there are other players in the Undercity.
if it's somehow revealed that he was in cahoots with Silco, I don't know if it would to the Piltover people, or it would just be seen as he was down there and got killed. But yeah, Jinx is down. She's sad. She can't get the shit to work. And of course, we just had the scene where she literally was beaten by Vi from years and years ago. She's a sad bunny. And I think she even says she can't get their faces out of her head. And I think all Silco says back to her is, fear haunts us all, child. It's just like, there you go again with one line that makes us all go, Yeah.
He's trying to be a good dad.
Well, that's
In his
probably
own
a
way.
subject at some point when we get further along. But like, plenty of people have talked
Yeah.
about that with plenty of strange things to say. You know.
I think it's super interesting. I like it a lot.
But yeah, specifically, he says we need you to weaponize the hex tech soon. You're the only one I can trust with this. Like, even Jinx suggests giving it to the scientist, which, by the way, is kind of like who dat? Because
I believe the doctor is what she says. Yeah, same thing.
oh well, yeah, okay. But Silco fully believes that she's the one that should have the stone, and she's the one that will be able to make use of it.
Can you imagine if this shit went to Singed?
So we got a scene where Jace and Mel they do a sex.
They do.
Yeah, boy.
I was not expecting a brothel and a sex in
They
my
even
League of Legends
kiss.
show.
Yeah, and while they
Because, you know, for a lot of people, they'd have to explain it.
It took my brain a second to catch up. This is the scene that's also got Victor working on his science.
yeah,
Oh.
it's such a dramatic back and forth that he is struggling to work hard enough to be able to save his own life while
live.
Jace and Mel just celebrated the manipulation of the entire council together. It's just like, oh, the
Poor
directions.
Priorities.
And a good quote
Yeah.
from Mel, just to give you some more info, is the Madadas usually take from the world. It's rare they can give anything back. So obviously they see what they're doing is almost entirely altruistic, and tells you something about her family. But yeah, we actually get a little thing of Sigma.
A little bit, a little bit.
Yeah.
The girl is like, oh man, wouldn't want to go home on my own. Would love, you know, someone to give me like a walk home. And Victor's like, busy, go away. It's like, oh man,
Hey, good night. Shut up.
I'm doing important work. What I'm watching is Victor cough up blood and fall over with that music. Like,
He slam his fist on the table and send papers flying everywhere with that music. Yeah.
yeah, they have all the fun. Actually, I think, is this the Imagine Dragons cameo? Or is it
Yeah,
this,
any minute
The
now.
bandstand, I assume so. I don't know what they look like.
We have the Silco Jinx scene.
Oh,
and
right,
then
let's talk
I
about that.
believe-
So, that's just a fucking great scene, too. There's a lot of those. It's kind of cool that we start out as well that he's beginning, like, advice or speech, and she's, like, bored, because it's Silco. Imagine him as a dad. He probably gives you, like, strong advice literally every second you talk to him, just constantly advice. But yeah, he says, I almost drowned in these waters, and that day I let a weak man die. Another was reborn, which is obviously in reference to Jinx's insecurities that she's been telling him about. And that's how she can solve it, is to... It's like, what is it? It's a Game of Thrones quote, right? Kill the boy, and the man... Something like
Let
that.
the man survive or something
Yeah,
like
something
that.
like that. Betrayal, the pain that can make you feel inside out can either break you or forge you into something stronger. And then he says Jinx is perfect. Very much believes in Jinx, Silco. You might even say to an irrational degree, but I think especially with episode 3's ending, sees what he's doing for her as investing in her in the way that he would have wanted someone to with him.
Mm-hmm.
And so of course she's
Support.
perfect. Yeah, he's supporting the fuck out of her.
And I guess validation in the same kind of way.
Yeah, which
As,
he,
you know,
he
going
gives her
the
a
right
lot
way.
of, and she does seem to appreciate it quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's honestly, I can't even say this. It's honestly what she needs to be able to feel stronger and pursue the Hextech stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably knows that because he's a smart boy. But yes, then we get the Imagine Dragons cameo, which everybody wanted me to mention is cringe. Okay, so here we
It is
go.
mega cringe.
What are you?
Congrats, it's cringe. Moving on.
Well, is there anything to say about it? I don't know. I just
No, it's
Mm.
cringe.
Not really. It's just cringe.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have recommended it. It feels really weird.
it does.
It would have been like if it was really subtle, like if a band was playing in the background and they
It's
stayed
them.
in the background,
Yeah.
Right.
and it was just you saw them for just a little bit, and you're like, oh, that kind of looks like the da da da. That's a nice little like Easter egg. And this is just like, we are Imagine Dragons, we made the music. Look at us.
Well, yeah, because the song
They-
starts and then it shows. It's almost a music video, and it's just like, nah.
Yeah. They wanted to get Vi to Savika, and I don't think they could. I don't know. Maybe they thought it'd be cool to give Imagine Dragons a cameo because they work with them a lot. I don't fucking know, but
Like you can still have it, just don't make it so overt.
Yeah, I think that's
touch it
it.
into the
And
background a bit.
some people are like, "Why is it cringe?" It's like, I don't know that we can explain it more than that. If you don't find it cringe, that's totally fine.
Cringe is
Totally
not a
fine.
science; it's a magic.
It is a
right.
magic.
Cringe
Yeah,
is-
the
is
magic
business
of cringe.
knowledge.
Blah, blah. It was actually I was talking to Goger a bit, the good old EFAP editor, about something he didn't really like. He fucking hated actually at this scene was there's a point in the song. It's very much a pop song, right? And it's the point in the song where it like reaches some kind of point, and then it cuts to Victor in the hospital, and he felt that's just way too inappropriate. The song with the event.
Well, no, I think it's very appropriate because there was so much cringe. I felt like I needed to go to a hospital.
I knew.
Especially,
And the scene brought me there.
it gets worse to me because the song comes back in afterwards.
At the same point.
Well, and at the same time, we're dealing with an image like this from Marcus's POV. Look at this. Fucking top-notch. Nice and simple.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Marcus. You poor guy.
Well, son of a bitch.
Yeah. Obviously, because like I can't be playing audio to you guys. We get thrown off the interwebs, but the song is playing.
Imagine Dragons would be they're very proud of their cringe cameo. They would stop us.
That's the thing. I appreciate that they've done work from us up, but you can do cameos in all kinds of ways, right? You don't have to do it that way.
Not like
Like,
this.
There's better ways. Maybe not like
Why
this.
does this
The Ray
happen
Chen
to
one was really
me?
good, so
I made my mistake.
And that's the thing, like that Jason Victor scene is fucking great as well, because he just turns to look at him, and I can't remember what prompts it, but he just says, "How much time do I have?" And you're just like, ah.
he knew.
Damn.
He was like, he wasn't ready for this, but he knew it was coming, I guess. So you'd say.
So tragic.
Oh, Victor.
Yeah.
So something that I want to highlight. I have an image for it.
Oh,
I'm so prepared. We actually see the kids that they fought, but older. They're all grown-up goons. Or at least this is the this is an image put together by someone who's a fan of the show. I'm pretty sure they're right on the first two. I'm not sure about the middle one. They might be right. I'm not sure.
because I was
but anyway.
curious if we'd see him again in some capacity.
But look at them then and now.
Let's see.
Oh
Why did it
shit!
not let me click on the? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I
the-
can.
Wow.
The second
That's
one really
definitely
aged
them.
badly.
yeah.
What
Hey, that's
meth
what
is-
Shimmer will do to you.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm pretty sure that the idea is that when Milo slammed his fucking arm down on Thingy's nose and then she hit it with the plank, that he's like got permanent nose damage and he's got that. I'm not sure if that's what they're going for.
Permanent nose damage.
Yeah.
You've seen people
be a
with
good
things
bandage.
like
Call that
as
a
sort
broken
of
nose.
Permanent
Shimmer
nose
inhaler,
damage.
but
Not the
I
temporary
imagine
nose
that did
damage.
no good for his nose.
All right, I've got permanent nose damage, you know.
Neat.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that, Jay.
But yeah,
It's not visible, but it's
It's mental.
Are you gonna
yeah,
get damage
it's mental.
tattooed
No, it's
over your
physical, but
nose?
it's not visible. Basically, the cartilage is broken, so I can bend it in ways that you would not expect a nose to bend. But by default, it sits in a normal nose position.
but yeah,
That
this is
feels
really
like-
neat.
Learning
Yeah.
about each other.
That was my nose lore.
Just a bit of attention to the details, but also in that little thing with Imagine Dragons, plenty of evidence of things really going to shit drug use wise compared to when we used to see when our first introduction to Dawn. And then I fucking love this bit. It's so awesome. When Savika's celebrating her hand that she won, and then Vi's fucking knee just comes
Just
in
comes
from
out
the
of
side.
fucking nowhere and just obliterates her face.
Savika really like takes a pounding in this show.
Yes.
She is just consistently.
All of her fight scenes are bangers, though. So
I love the
Oh yeah,
Savika fight scenes.
Savika's awesome. She's really.
I
cool.
really like
hope they
her.
add her to the
She
game.
She
deserves
gets her
to be in the
ass
game.
kicked well.
Give her a robot arm.
Isn't Silco the most likely addition to the game? First of all,
Silco's
I think
probably
Savika-
not coming to the game.
Savika feels a lot more gamey in terms of the things that you can do with that character with moves and stuff. The
Big
robot
Right.
arm,
Yeah.
Robot powered arm
there's
thing with the
gameplay,
blade.
yeah.
Especially, yeah, what you see her do in the last episode, that's her ulti right there.
Yeah,
Silco is in
that's a
TF2.
fucking
to
top
be
lane
fair.
bruiser of a champion right there.
Yeah. But this is pretty satisfying in terms of just they've all aged up, and Vi is just like, you absolute piece of shit. Like, you're the big reason for why everything happened with Vanda. Meanwhile, Savika's just like, fuck off. I've worked like really hard. This like I want Zorn to be happy too, you piece of shit. So like, fuck it, yeah, let's fight. It's just like,
Yeah.
even do the
Well, it feels it's she's got her own history, and it's not about Vi. Like her life doesn't revolve around her.
I'm not just bad because bad person in
Exactly.
thing.
Shots like this, I'm like, oh, I appreciate how big you make Vi look. Good. Gotta do that, because it helps me believe that she's able to pack a punch.
She's lean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still a bulky lass who,
There do be muscle on those arms.
yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good fight. And I'm trying to think of parts I can show because copyright's lame. But yeah, they both hit hard against each other. It's just mostly a matter of attrition, it seems. And I'd say Vi is more driven, but Savika is getting regular pumping ins of Shimmer, or at least a variant of Shimmer. Makes it pretty threatening, but
Something shimmer adjacent.
they both deal pretty significant damage to each other. She even like has a point where she heats up her arm to like burn Vi's face.
Hmm.
Metal's not here to tell us what wrestling moves are being done, I'm afraid.
Spirit bomb.
Spirit bomb.
That's a wrestling move, right?
Yeah.
I'd believe it.
All right then.
I'm trying to find things to showcase in some way.
The bit where Savika slams behind at the ground is one that I like a lot because of the way the camera rotates with it.
Very well, I will show that.
Just as an example, I guess.
I mean, this is kind of the problem. I'm trying to find the best bits. It's like it's all so solid that I'm just like, which
Yeah.
part do I choose? It's like they're all really cool. All the camera angles, the different choices during the fight of where to hit and how to dodge.
while you're thinking about that, I'm gonna introduce a tangent. One of the cool things about 200cc in Mario Kart 8 is because of the way that the game is made originally without
Was ever there a
200cc.
smoother segue? I think not.
It's not even a tangent. That's just
yes, it is. So 200cc in Mario Kart 8. One of the cool things about it is because the game wasn't designed for 200cc. There are elements that are a little bit floopy, but in ways that are cool. Like, for instance, you can outrun, like, a red shell, depending on which items you have, or depending on how well you're playing. You can, like, outrun it for ages. And it's just like, that's really cool in terms of a gameplay element. That if you're really good at the game, and you can race through a course super quick, you could just, like, you could avoid items. You could outrun them. That's pretty cool. Have you figured out... What's that?
I remember you talking about there being no way to counter the blue shell.
Yeah, you can
Um,
counter the... Oh, well, there
well-
is in Mario Kart 8 because they've got the horn, the super horn that blows
I
everything
remember
up.
in Jack X. If you've ever played that, have you played Jack X?
I think I played a little bit of Jack X.
It has a blue shell equivalent. I think it's the Peacemaker. It's called the Peacemaker, I think. And yeah, it just kills whoever's in first place. But there's a really cool counter that you have to figure out for yourself. And I don't know if this works in Mario Kart. If you're in first place and you can see it locking onto you before it hits you, as soon as it's fired, you have like a little animation that tells you it's coming. If you break and you go into second, it will then hit the person who overtook you, and you will then be in first place again. It's a really cool way to counter it. It feels great.
I think that that's definitely something that should be like baked into these things, like the blue shell always being an automatic. I know that in Mario Kart Wii, if you boost at the right time with a mushroom, you can escape it, but I think that's a glitch. I'm pretty sure that's not like a part of the design.
So anyway,
yeah, let's get back. We only got 10 minutes.
I remember when
Hey,
Vi
yeah.
evaded a blue shell. And
Yeah, it was crazy.
Theo, do you want to say what you did the thing?
sure. Someone in the Discord pointed out to me that in the picture that Marcus's daughter drew for him that's on his desk, there's a third figure in the sky along with the two like on the ground. So that's our indication for the fate of Marcus's wife. It would appear
Awesome.
that she has died, and that's
That's
all
not
we get
awesome.
on that. That's fantastic.
That's a really great detail. It's something that you just miss probably in all likelihood, but it's there.
That's super good.
Visual storytelling. It's great when you do it really well.
And
Love
yeah,
to see it.
I've looped the moment that Theo was talking about. The camera spins with Vi. This whole fight is pretty cool.
A shot would be very difficult. Oh, well, actually, not too difficult. It's utilizing the format though, definitely to get some of these imagery.
Vi gets a few good counters on her, and then rams her head into a wall twice, and so Savika's like fucking delirious almost, and then she smashed her through a wall. And then she's like, "Where is Powder? Where is Silco keeping her?" And Savika's like, "Keeping her?" Fucking works for her. Like, it's just funny to think about because from Savika's POV, she fucking hates Jigs. Like, it's one of the most annoying members of their team. And you got this person being like, "Where is she imprisoned?" It's like, what do you don't even know what's going on, do you? Like,
Exactly.
it's so out of the loop.
There's
You need to really hurt Vi with that as well.
Yeah.
Well, I was about to. I don't want to jump ahead because there's a similar moment. I think it's in the next episode where it's basically the same thing but the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so when we were watching this, I was like, oh well, actually, so what happens basically? She's asking these questions, and Vi is fucking confused by what Savika tells her, which is very bad news because obviously she's hoping, in a sense, that Powder is a victim, not decided to work for Silco. That's fucking nightmare fuel. And she loosens her grip on Savika in shock, and then Savika gets a stab in her stomach, in her tum-tum, from a little hand device.
That's a
Hate being
real
stabbed in
wound.
my tum-tum.
She makes one more whisper too. She says, "She's like his daughter now."
Yeah, which and it's like, oh fuck, because you've been stabbed. This is not a fight you're probably gonna win at this point. But in the back of my head, I was like, Caitlyn would have wondered where Vi is. She would have gone to talk to the lady, and the lady would have said, I sent her to the last drop to see Savika. So Caitlyn would have the means to get here, and she should be here around about now. There wouldn't be any reason for her not to arrive, and so I was just expecting a gunshot to come through, and it knocks out
There it
the,
is.
she's a fucking sharpshooter. It hits the little injection of shimmer before it can even go in.
Mm.
It's right as it's going in as well. And, yeah, I think Caitlyn gets another 2 shots on her, and they both go into her, her arm.
Mm.
And she's just trying to destroy it. But I suppose you could argue she could have just shot her in the head, but I wonder if that's indicative of Caitlyn's goal, which is to disarm her, not to kill her.
I think
don't
it
think
is.
she would have just like. I don't know that Caitlyn would have just headshot her right there.
I think.
Oh, yeah, we
Probably
didn't
also
play the
doesn't want
game.
the attention of having
Why,
killed
I
a
think-
trencher.
I think the fact that she's a really good shot would make it like that she would take an opportunity to wound and incapacitate rather than kill because she knows she's going to land the shot.
Yeah, and I doubt she wants the kind of attention of the person who is of a guy who's running around and just killed a trencher when she's not supposed to be there.
Well, it's funny
Sure.
because
I think
Vi
it's as simple as she
says
doesn't wanna
letting
kill
her
a
get
person
away
for
means
that.
they'll definitely know we're here, and I think she says, "Whose fault is that?" Like, let's be
Yeah.
honest here.
Vi just takes the
Someone
point.
in chat has pointed out she disarmed her. Yes, she did.
I made that joke myself. How did you
she
not?
just
Oh, did you? I must.
I thought everyone was pointing it out in
was a
chat. and I
really
was
good
like,
joke,
yeah,
Brittany. Thanks for making the
damn.
joke. For me. That was
wow,
really good.
I'm gonna kill everything.
chat. You're so
don't,
funny.
Don't do that.
No, just like some stuff.
You're just
Inanimate
mad.
You
Animate
said
stuff.
everything,
Joke.
everything and something.
Yeah, like
That's-
I know it's a little bit different, a little bit different sort of.
Nobody
it's like
else in chat heard it. You must be.
Yeah, they did. They were literally commenting on it. They said "haha" with disarm to me.
Then there are people saying they didn't hear it. So someone isn't telling the. Well, not necessarily lying. Just
Someone is
misremembering.
Someone's full of shit.
I forget the
think we'll
dialogue
appreciate
between them
that.
here, but I feel like it's worth mentioning. I just didn't write any of it down. My bad. But she's like, "Help me up, cupcake," and it's just a good little bonus development for him. Caitlyn just saved her life. She trusts her.
Mhm.
This is neat. They're working together. It's just like a nice little. We're getting there with these two. We're getting there. They got
And now the
some-
officer has a pet name. Aw.
Ain't that
Yes,
nice?
and she has little bear traps in the game that have cupcakes in them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. I wonder if we'll see any more cupcakes, like literal cupcakes, in the future. Who knows?
Well, we did in the first episode.
And the episode ends with just 10 minutes until our time limit, by the way. Or at least 5, it might be 5 minutes, depends on what's happening with Rags. But anyway, Savika
Yeah, it's about
fucking
5-ish or so.
bloodily drools her way into Silco's office as he's applying foundation, which I think is kind of neat. And he said, "Oh, this, by the way, is at the same time that Jinx has finally stabilized her, like, homemade hex core. Very happy about it, which is obviously what struggle she was having in this episode with, like, confidence and everything else. But Savika says the sister is back, and I actually, like, love Silco's delivery. From the dead. Like, how the fuck? God, he would hate Star Wars, wouldn't he?
He
Just makes him a better
somehow
character.
Palpatine returned.
From the dead.
From being
I want to
vaporized.
hear Silco just in every Rise of Skywalker scene commenting on the shit that
I
happens.
want to see Silco watching the whole sequel trilogy.
It's
Someone's
like
making the meme right now. Somehow Palpatine's returned. Thunk from the dead.
Yeah, I want.
Sorry, it's one of a bunch of like really humanizing little bits for Silco where he's like, "Wait, what the fuck?" Because he's a person. He can never
Yeah,
account for
he's-
this.
How could you possibly have? He's been lied to. Is a quick realization, but it's just And that's it. That's episode 5.
Man,
We
took
did
us
it!
5
very
hours.
exciting.
Hey,
You did it.
did
Time.
Re-edit your reviews to add Silco in. I might try and find a slot for him now because that's funny. But yeah, we were under budget and under time. Well, how great! Not really. We were hoping to do 3 episodes today.
We're hoping many things.
Gotcha, loser.
That just means next week we'll probably do 4. But yeah, how long have
Yeah,
we got?
that's
Rags?
exactly
Boy.
what it means. Next week we'll do 4.
That's gonna go real
Just
well.
Stay tuned for next week where we'll do 4.
Or we
Are you all
hope to.
suggesting that we won't do 4, that we'll do 3, and then there'll be a
Look.
finale episode? Is that what you're saying?
My suggestion is we'll do our best.
Chad, if it makes you feel any better, we're just going to be working on Boba like as soon as this is done. So
Which
you'll get that tomorrow.
will
Probably,
be-
maybe.
That video will be like an hour and 40 to 50 minutes.
Yeah, we're making a feature-length freaking thing here, basically.
And yeah,
What?
our aim is to get it to you tomorrow, alright? Probably around about,
Ideally, yeah.
you know, a few hours after normal EFAP time. I'm gonna set that premiere many hours before it starts up to let everyone get in there in time. If I see one complaint like, oh, I just need to stop for like several hours, banned, killed, sent to still water.
Gulag.
But yeah, me and Fring are very much looking forward to you guys seeing it. It's been a ride making that one.
In an adventure.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say, because I just feel like we should probably just stop around here. Anything else you guys want to say? What do you have to say about the end of episode 5? Episode 5, how did it go? Did you like it? Did you hate it?
From the dead.
From the dead.
It just left me wanting more, like all of the other episodes did.
I would actually
Yeah.
argue that, yeah, it's kind of similar in form. I don't know if it's deliberate anyway, but like to episode 1 and 2, there's so much I have to say about what's working, but none of it really relates too much to like huge emotional stuff. It's more so just setting our stuff up. Because episode 6,
I definitely got the sense that momentum, we were starting to really build up momentum. We're moving, you know?
Mm-hmm.
6, 7,
Yeah,
8, 9 is the
That's how it was released, right?
Things in motion.
yes. But
One thing I did want to wonder is, where did Silco hear that Vi was dead?
Marcus.
Marcus?
Marcus told him, yeah.
If you remember he
that
visits.
becomes a relevant thing, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like,
Yeah.
I love the way Silco explains it in
during
that
his-
scene where he's like, your dad told me that an old friend of ours was with their father. Like, just trying to best explain the dramatics of the situation, being they should be dead, but in nice language. Yeah,
But it seems she never made it.
we'll go over all of that.
So good.
Yeah, this is fucking top notch. We here like Silco. We're pro Silco. I wish
In
more
case
Silcos were in the
you
world.
hadn't
He's such a nice
noticed.
dude.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this face. It's a winning face right there.
Don't you want to hang out with this guy? You know,
Look at the
don't you wanna-
charm in his
Yeah.
eye.
So,
The meme.
where's the Batwomans? They shall make a return after Boba Fett. But so
Yeah.
this is the other thing that's happening, is that once I'm done sorting out the copyright for episode 7, I'm gonna add it on to a big old render of all of them put together, and that'll be released as one video too. Because it just seems to make the most sense at this point. Why not? It's a bit of fun. And I was asking my stream last night whether or not it should be premiered. Should I premiere that for the fun of chat messing around, or should it just come out? And it was a little bit split. I was saying release or premiere. And I had like votes for either side. I didn't do a poll, but it just like a cursory sort of cursory look. It seemed kind of 50-50. So, chat, say the word release or premiere to tell me what you would prefer to engage with the complete set of the Boba Fett reactions all in one video, released on Moolah, probably a week after tomorrow.
And Premiere seems to be dominating.
Premiere. Okay, this is way more in one direction than it was
Well, I
last
mean,
night.
like, if they want to go and see like all of it, then all the episodes are already out, right?
Well, so
Yeah.
this is the thing. If they had overwhelmingly voted for release, I would be like, but why? Because it's the same deal. You just have to wait a little bit longer before you can scroll to the end, which is a strange restriction. But ultimately, as Jay just said, you could go and look at the other stuff anyway.
Yeah, it seems like people want the Premiere experience. So
It looks like Premiere is dominated, so I don't have to worry about that. Premiere the Moolah cut. Very well. You shall get it. But yeah, is there anything you guys want to talk about before we just run off? We run away?
Oh, I
talk about,
suppose not really.
I ain't got anything for you.
No.
Almost caught
think
myself
this is it.
saying short and sweet, but that is just so not accurate. 5-hour stream,
Right.
alright?
Did you pop that meme
5
up on
hours.
screen? I might have missed it.
Oh, right, hang on.
Put it up.
You should
It's
put the
funny.
meme I sent you on stream as well. I worked really hard on it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't even know that we would have been able, if you cut out the entire prison discussion, I don't think we could fit episode 6 in there.
I
Yeah,
think this works out better because we probably would have stopped midway through episode
And I
Yeah.
would
two.
have been
Ended right
fine.
at the end of 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect
Frankly,
timing. We planned it
would've
out from
been
the
worse.
beginning to be just like this.
Yeah,
True.
you're
Yeah.
welcome,
Said all
chat.
along, we're only going to do 2 episodes.
Good job following the script, everyone.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone loved that.
Second, let me
that
check my
diatribe.
notes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Theo.
Doomer did that on purpose. He didn't
Thank you,
actually.
Rex.
He didn't actually believe anything he said. He just
Mhm,
wanted some
mhm.
conflict.
Yes.
It was all for content.
Exactly, dude.
Now that's what I
Content
call
gods.
an inner conflict.
You're a showman,
Jack, but
Doomer. I
mean,
love you for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that meme worked as well as I thought it would.
It made me
Bullet
happy.
Bill.
And that's what matters.
Yeah, see you all next week for the next installment of Arcane coverage. Until then,
All right,
you
we'll
will
see
see
them
us
tomorrow, sort of, for a preview. That's
Well,
that's
they'll
like
also-
sort of them seeing us, right?
Yes,
A little bit.
but they'll also see us on Wednesday. We'll have a chat with them live,
Mhm.
while we catch up on today's
That's
super
right,
chats as
we
well
have
as
to hit-
many more as we can.
We have the Book of Boba Fett, episode 8, and we'll be
Seven.
we got to meet to watch that 7, and we're gonna meet to watch that, and then afterwards we'll do something.
Gonna be great.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you all for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Thanks for donations. We're gonna catch them all up. Catch you all around next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Toodaloo, see ya, ciao.
Bye.
you later. Bye.
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 Bye. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Mine.
Bye.
Farewell.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Mine,
Bye.
mine,
Bye.
mine,
Bye.
mine,
Bye.
mine,
Bye.
Oh,
mine.
God. Oh, geez.
Bye.
Bye.
That movie's
Bye.
like 30 years old now.
No, it's not. It's only nearly 20.